Hi everybody, my name is Hussein Meshayekhi and this is the second session of my Unreal Engine 5 course. In this session we're going to install Unreal Engine together, and before we get to do that, I gotta tell you something. A lot of people I know install Unreal Engine from third-party websites, and Unreal Engine has its own bugs, but when you install it from a third-party website, you're gonna have additional bugs, and later down the line it's gonna make you a lot of problems that you can just simply avoid. There are also people who just copy the setup files on their hard drives, and each time they install a new version of Windows they use the same files. Again, I advise you to just each time you want to install Unreal Engine, go to the Epic Games website and download a new version, the current version that they have. So if you want to start the process of installing Unreal Engine 5, which is gonna take some time too, first we go to Google and search for Epic Games, and then we open the official website, Epic Games, the maker of Unreal Engine, the creators. But before we initiate the installation process, I gotta advise you to make sure that your internet connection is a good one, and if you are using a VPN or any proxies of some sort, make sure that they are not likely to have a lot of disruptions, because any disruptions in that process may cause some problems and you would get some errors. So Unreal Engine maybe, or Epic Games may be filtered in some restricted areas, and you may have to use a VPN of some sort, but make sure to use a good one that's gonna provide you a solid connection for some time. So the first thing that we need to do is to make an account. So we click on sign in. Now we have a variety of ways to sign into Epic Games, but we're gonna sign up and actually use a new account. Here from the list of options that we have, we're gonna choose sign up with email, the first one, which is very simple. So we click on that, and then here in this page we're gonna provide some personal information. For example, country Turkey for me. First name, I'm gonna put Sinan, for example, Sinan, and last name Ilmaz. Okay. For the display name, let me try Hussein Meshayekhi. Okay, let's see. Already taken. We need to use another name. Let me try another variation. For example, 3D artist Meshayekhi. Okay, 3D artist M. Let's see. All right. Now for my email, I'm going to use this email, so I'm going to copy it, this email address. I'm going to copy it in this box and paste it. For password, I choose a password that I like. All right. Now I'm gonna check these boxes. The first one says if I would want to receive some news. The second one I have to check, which is basically agreeing to the terms of service. Let me choose another stronger password. All right. And let's see, let's check everything. Turkey, oh sorry, let me choose Turkey again. All right, and we click on continue. All right, now I'm gonna receive a code in a couple of seconds. I'm gonna save this password for myself. So this here, it's telling us that it's gonna send us a password to our email. This is the password. All right, so let me just refresh it and open it again. I'm going to copy the password and then paste it here and click on verify email so that we would verify our account. All right. All right, now we have successfully created an account and verified it. Now we can go to the top right corner and click on download and start downloading the required files. So again, you just saw how easy it was to go to the Epic Games website and download it from the Epic Games itself, and signing up process took just 1 minute. So be sure to use Epic Games' website to download the files, and do not download it from third-party websites. I'm gonna emphasize this point because it's very important, and it's gonna take a couple of minutes for me until everything is downloaded here. Okay, all right, now we can click on it, open it, and start installing our Epic Games launcher. The only thing that we need to provide here is the destination folder for the installation. So I'm not going to change this one. I'm going to click on install, and I instantly get this error because I have already installed this. And to save some time, I'm going to just click on cancel and go to the launcher itself. All right, so now I'm going to open the launcher. I'm going to find it from my start. So I put in EP, and here we go, Epic Games Launcher. This is the one. So after you install it, it's gonna be opened automatically, but since I had installed it previously, I had to find it here. So here we can sign in with different options because we signed up with an email. Obviously, we gotta sign in with that email. So instead of signing up, we use the first option, sign in with Epic Games using the email. So we select it here, click on it. All right, here in the first box, email address, we have to provide the email address that we used for signing up. Let me copy it again. Okay, and I'm going to copy it, paste it here, and then I'm going to type in my password. All right, and I'm going to have this remember me checked so that I don't have to put the password again, and we log in. Now we may get another error or capture so that the Epic Games would know that we are not a bot, but it's just a puzzle that we can easily solve. It's not a problem. And this is what we get after signing in, which is the main page of the Epic Games launcher. Alright, so within the launcher, what is this launcher? This launcher is an application that is installed on our hard drive that's gonna give us a lot of different things like news, new installations, articles, marketplaces. For example, this marketplace, later on when you get good at Unreal Engine, you can start selling your blueprints, characters, objects, anything really. And we have library and Twinmotion. Twinmotion is basically another animation software, and inside library we have all our previous projects and things that we have saved. So make sure that on the left corner it's on Unreal Engine. We don't need to go to store or library yet, so we make sure that it's on Unreal Engine, and then we go to library, and here with engine versions we're going to start any version that we would like. So I'm gonna click on the plus sign here and choose a version that I want. Because I've already installed the latest version, which is 5.0.3, I'll install another version for demonstration purposes, but it's gonna be similar. So you should pick the latest version available, but I'm gonna choose this 4.26.2. Now, if you have an SSD on your C drive, you can install it on C drive. If you have 40 or 50 gigabytes of free space, you can do that. Let me check my own drive. So if I go to my C drive and look at the capacity, I don't have much capacity left, so only 10 gigabytes left. So I'm gonna have to install it on another drive. But if you have an SSD and if you have free space, that is the best option for where you want to install Unreal Engine. So I have installed it on this eVolume eDrive, which I have a lot of free space on, and you can if you don't have an SSD, you can do the same thing. Now when you are trying to provide the installation folder, make sure that it's not nested inside multiple folders. For example, it's not inside a new folder, inside another new folder, inside another new folder. So choose a simple path for it. For example, I have here, new folder, Unreal Engine 4.26, which is basically the version that's going to be installed. I'm gonna have create shortcut checked so that I can have a shortcut on my desktop, and options, which is the most important part for us right now. Here from this list, we get to choose which components we would like to install. For example, core components, which is actually required, has already been selected for us because you would have to install this component and Unreal Engine would not work without it. So the core components of Unreal Engine is gonna roughly take 15 gigabytes of free space, and we would have to have it checked and have it installed. Next, we have starter content, which is almost 1 gigabytes and is gonna provide us with some basic essential objects and materials that have been previously prepared and created. And these objects and materials usually come in handy, so I advise you to have this checked as well. Next, we have templates and feature packs. Now let me show you what they are inside the actual software. Here on the left side we have games. For example, we have film and video and live events. We have architecture. We have a variety of templates that are provided for us. If you don't have that option checked when you are going to install Unreal Engine, you would not have these options inside the software. So it's almost 2.5 gigabytes. We're going to have this checked as well. Alright, the next option that we have here is called Engine Source, which is basically, the Unreal Engine website has not provided a very detailed explanation of what these 200 megabytes of data are and what they do for us, but I would advise you to have this checked as well. It's not going to take up that much space, so have this included as well. Next, we have editor symbols for debugging. Now this option, which is a very big one, a bulky one, almost 30 gigabytes, and even more if you are installing Unreal Engine 5, maybe 40 gigabytes, is basically, if we have this checked, we're going to be provided the option to change the C+ programming language that we have in Visual Studio Code into another language, into another programming language. But we're not going to do that. We're not going to need that, so we're not going to have this one checked. All right, next we have target platforms, which is gonna provide us with Android, iOS, and any other distribution that we want to work for. So initially I would advise you to not include any of them and not install any of them, because later on you can add any of them that you like. So if I go to the version that I have installed, if I go to options, I can check any of these boxes and I can just install them. Okay, so don't worry about them just yet. You can add any target platforms later. So after we have selected all the components that you would like to have installed, we simply click on install, and the process of installation of Unreal Engine will be initiated for us. Now it's gonna take up different amounts of time based on the hardware that you're running, based on the connection speed that you have, and if you are using a VPN or a proxy and you get an error or you see that the installation is stuck, a tip that I have for you is to change the server and try that again so that the installation process is resumed. And the worst case scenario, if you get an error repeatedly or if your installation is stuck, you can just delete and uninstall Epic Games Launcher altogether and start everything from scratch. Now I'm going to uninstall this version 4 because I don't need it. I already have installed the current version, which is the version 5. Based on the time that you are watching this and installing Epic Games, you may get a different version. My version is 5.0.3. and basically with each new version we get some new bug fixes and some new updates that inside the course I will briefly talk about. In our course we're going to learn Unreal Engine specifically for architecture, but remember that Unreal Engine is a very powerful and capable tool that you can use for a variety of purposes. A lot of people are using it for game creation purposes. In the past, with version 4, it was mainly used for game creation, but right now with this new version, people are using it for their businesses, to showcase their business, and for a lot of different purposes other than game creation. Now, because people are using it in a wide array of areas, you may get different errors. You may get errors that are not that frequent. So my advice to you is to first Google that error and see if other people have been getting that error and what the fix is, and apply that fix. And also, it would be really nice if you could just contribute to the community by joining a forum and talking about that problem and what the fix was. All right. After the installation is over, you can launch it with this button here, and it's gonna open Unreal Engine for the first time for us. It's gonna load some assets. Now, in the meantime, I'm going to tell you about one of the big differences in version 5 compared to version 4. Other than lighting, which was revolutionized in Unreal Engine 5, the big difference is that, like their motto says, you can just load as many objects and materials into your scene and your performance would not suffer. So that was a limitation that we had with Unreal Engine 4 that we're not going to experience in Unreal Engine 5. Alright, this is our main working space in Unreal Engine 5, and we will get familiar with all the options and all the items that we have here in the next couple of sessions. That's it for this video, and I will see you in the next one. Hi my dear friends, my name is Hussein Mashayekhi, and I'm back with another video from our Unreal Engine course for architecture. After you have finished installing Unreal Engine, you will get a window called Unreal Project Browser that looks something like this window. Here in this window, we can determine where our projects going to head towards. For example, we can have gaming projects, architecture related projects, or motion graphic types of projects, any type of project that we would like. And this window, this initial window, is gonna help us navigate better for that purpose. We can add or delete some of these items that you can see on the left corner, and if we start with the recent projects, we can go through some of the projects that we have worked on previously, our own projects, and we can load them. Right now this page will likely be empty for you, but later on it will be filled with projects. This project location address that you see right here is the location that you decide to choose to save your projects at. So for example, if you want to save your projects on a certain drive, you should just choose a correct location for that drive to save your projects. And if you change that path, you will have saves at different locations and you will not find all of them. This filter projects bar or field will help you search for your projects, and if you go to this button, you can put this on alphabetical order or version order, and these items will help you better navigate finding your project. You also have another option called most recently used, which will change the order of your saved projects. Alright, the next item that we have here is called games, which will provide you with some very useful templates that you can use for your games. Now, if you remember correctly, in the previous session when we were installing Unreal Engine, we had this option that we checked called templates, and that installed some templates for us. If you had not checked that option called templates, you would not have these games, films, and architecture options. Some of these options will also be used in architecture and for other purposes. For example, blank, first person, and third person, top down. For example, top down is also used for is mainly used for strategic games, and vehicle, AR and VR. Some of them will be used for other purposes other than games, and we will get to them later on. Now, to start a simple project, I would choose blank, for example, and then go to project location, and then choose a desired location to save my project at, and I can just here navigate a certain folder that I would like, And please do not make nested folders into each other. Just use a simple folder. After you select that folder and you have your desired location, you have project name. Here you can choose a name for your project, and keep in mind that you cannot have spaces in that name. Now if I use a space, for example, after my project, I get this error, but you can use underscores instead. So I use an underscore here and put 1, for example, my project 1. And here I'm not gonna start interfering with or changing project defaults, these options, these settings that we have here. Instead, I'm gonna show you what happens to this folder, our project folder, after we create a simple project. So if we go to our project folder, my project 1, we have config, content, and a few other folders, and each would have their own subfolders as well, and maps, for example, textures. And if I click on this icon, my project, which is Unreal Engine project extension type, we can open our project. So this is another way of opening our projects. We can navigate directly to their folder and double click on that icon. Now this is what a blank file looks like. I'm gonna close it for now, go back to Unreal Engine. I'm gonna start Unreal Engine again and wait for my project browser window to load so that we can go through some of the other items that we have on that page. Alright, so if you go back to our games and look at project details, the first binary option that we get is Blueprint and C++. We're gonna use blueprints for our projects because they are infinitely easier, but if you put this on C++, which is a programming language, every time that you want to open a door, for example, in your project or do something interactive, you will have to code that, and we don't want that. So we're gonna put this on Blueprint because, as I said, they are very easy, and we're gonna learn how to work with them, and they're gonna be enough for what we intend to do in our architectural projects. Now the next item we have is target platform, which for our purposes is mostly desktop. It can be mobile and other options, but we're gonna focus on desktop applications. Next we have quality presets, which we have maximum and scalable as options. If we choose maximum, it's gonna preserve the maximum quality for our project, but if we have a simple project or we are working on a, for example, 2D mobile application project, we can use a scalable, which is not I don't advise you to do that right now. So we choose maximum, and next we have starter content, which is already checked for us. If you remember, when we previously opened our blank project, we had a couple of chairs and a table. This starter content refers to those, and if we uncheck it and create another blank file or blank project, this one is called my project, we're gonna see that this time, because we unchecked that starter content, we're not gonna have that table and 2 chairs. So this is what we get with a blank file without the starter content. And all we have here is this valley, these mountains, and a plain basically. So again, I open Unreal Engine, and we will go through the next items that we have to discuss. I think the next one is ray tracing, and it's a very important topic because there are some misconceptions about ray tracing. So basically, ray tracing is the ability to trace rays of light that will enhance the quality of our lighting and the overall quality of our works immensely. So should we enable this item or not? Before I answer that question, let's just go to my graphic card. Let's see what I have. So if I go to Device Manager here, okay, if I go to Device Manager and Display Adapter, you can see that I have an NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3070. So this is a GPU which is an RTX series it does ray tracing for me, and basically the GPUs that have been made using the ray tracing technology are equipped with certain technology that would help us do ray tracing easily. So when my system is processing reflections, refractions, and lighting in my scenes, this RTX GPU would help a lot. So if you have an RTX card, it's a no-brainer, check that option. Now, if you have a GPU from the GTX series, which was the previous series before RTX, for example, 1060, which was another GPU that I had previously, you can still use Unreal Engine and you can achieve everything, but it would be better if you had this ray tracing option unchecked. This one, ray tracing. If you leave it unchecked, if you have a card that is not an RTX, it would be better. Now, if you have an older GPU from, for example, GT series, which is not even a GTX, so in that case, I would advise you to use Unreal Engine 4, which is basically, you can do a lot of things with that too. It's 20 to 25% different from Unreal Engine 5, but it's still a viable option for you because your GPU is not going to handle some of the options, for example, even lumen lighting in Unreal Engine 5. Now, so this ray tracing option, if you do not have an RTX card, it's going to be useless, and it will have a performance load on your system. So if you have an RTX card, check it. If you don't, please uncheck this option. Now, another important point that I wanted to go over is that remember in the first session I showcased 2 projects to you, and I even showed you the final files, the extension of files, and what we actually give the clients to be able to use and go to that project. So if I choose ray tracing in my project and I give a final project file to my client with ray tracing, if that client does not have ray tracing on their system, they would not be able to use it. But don't worry, because most people today have RTX graphic cards on their system, and even if they don't, we have other options. For example, we can just make a very high quality video and give a high quality video to our clients instead of that project file. So we have options, and don't worry about it, we will go through them in our course. Now let me show you something interesting. So right now we are in games and we have these default project defaults, one of which is ray tracing, and we can disable or enable ray tracing. If we go to architecture blank files, we do not have the same project defaults, and we do not have the option to disable ray tracing because it has been already enabled for us. And if we want to disable it, we have to actually go to the blank file and do it from there, and I will show you what I mean. So for games, we had these options, ray tracing and starter content, but for architecture we do not have these options. And for games, for example, ray tracing is disabled by default because you can be developing a game for a mobile or other applications than desktop applications, and so by default ray tracing is disabled, and you can enable it here. So I'm gonna uncheck this for now. I showed you what a blank file looks like. Let's go to the next option, which is called first person. Now we're gonna be working with first person a lot in our own projects because when we have an architecture project, we're gonna let the client go through that project and walk through different parts of our buildings. So let me just show you what it looks like, the template, the actual first person template, and then we talk about it more. All right, now if I go to my first person template and if I click on this play button here, we have some game testing default options. For example, we have a gun that we can grab, and if we use WASD, we can move around and even shoot these boxes with our mouse clicks. So and if I push the escape button, I get out of that mode. So these are basically some simple mechanics that we can just see what a first person view would look like, and experience first person view so that we can better use it or implement it in our own projects. Now what you can do here is to basically import your own projects and textures and characters and make your first person game, which is totally out of the scope of this course, but maybe a fun project to pursue. So if we go to file and new project again, we go to third person, and let's create a template for third person and see what that looks like. I'm going to cover these items or options one by one so that you can be familiar with them, and if you hear someone use them, you know what they mean and what they look like in our workspace. So in third person template, if we hit play, we can see our character. This is our default character that we can use. If we push a space on the keyboard, we can jump. And I'm sure you can think of a lot of games that utilize third-person view. So if we go to file and new project again, the next item we have is top-down. Like I said, it's you've probably seen it used in strategic games. So if we push play, we get this top-down view, and again with the same WSAD keys, we can move around, interact with some of the objects, for example this box, move it around. And this type of view is also used for point and click games, which are also popular. Let's go back to our new project window. Now each one of these little projects take up some space on your hard drive. For example, if we look at some of these projects that we just created, these blank projects, you can see that it already has taken up 600 megabytes of size on our hard disk. Let me show you another one. For example, this one, 1 gigabytes of data, and this one, 1 gigabyte again. So make sure that you do not have any useless blank files or unused projects saved. Okay, so the next one is called vehicle. Let's test that out and see what that template looks like. So if we click on create, we have to wait a couple of seconds for that to load, and then we will get to see what the vehicle template looks like. Now again, we are not going to directly work with these blank files. For example, vehicle, maybe top down, or even third person, but it's still nice to know a little bit about them and know what they actually look like. So we have to wait a couple of more seconds until this is loaded, and this is what we get: a very basic track race. And if I hit play, click on play, I get this car, and then I can just use the same keyboard buttons that I talked about, WSAD, to just move around. And if we were interested in making a vehicle game, we could have changed this car into a car that we desired, make our own car or even cars, and maybe even interfere with some of the physics components of this map. But that's again out of the scope of this project. We can move on to architecture blanks and start talking about that. But before we do that, please take note that in the game blanks we have these clouds that are slightly moving, and we have the sky, and basically they are present in the default template. So let's just go to file and new project and start going through architecture blanks. So let me create a simple blank in architecture and wait for that to load up and see what that looks like. Okay, this is what we get when we create an architecture blank. And the first thing that I want to show you is how to disable ray tracing if you do not have an RTX card. So for that, you gotta go to this top left corner, go to edit, and then project setting. Okay, and I can even have this as a separate tab. So let me just make this into another window. I have the main tab, and I can just add this tab to it. put it here. So I have the main tab and the project setting tab, which is a very useful tab to have up there. Now, the fastest way to do it is to go to the search box and search for ray tracing or ray NT, and you get this option here, use hardware ray tracing, and you can just disable it. And I even have these options down below, for example, ray tracing for shadows, skylight, and so if I just keep disabling these things one by one, the main thing is going to be disabled. But if I just disable use hardware ray tracing, it's going to disable hardware ray tracing altogether. And if I do that, it will give me a message that tells me to restart the project. For that to take effect, I can choose to restart it now or later. So I choose restart now and wait for it to load again. And this time I'm not gonna be using ray tracing for my project. And you may not notice a difference right away right now because we do not have anything in our scene. But frankly, it's not that big of a bummer if you don't have an RTX card, and you shouldn't worry about it because you can achieve the quality that we had in the two projects that I showcased to you in the first session. So if we go to our project setting, we talked about hardware ray tracing, and we're going to go through a lot of these options here, and we're going to go through them one by one. But for now, let me just close this project setting tab, and let's start getting more familiar with our viewport and this working space that we have in Unreal. We have the classic menu bar with file, edit window, and some other items. Now, among these options in this menu bar, build is one of the most important ones. We're going to work with this build top-down menu and also window a lot, and I will tell you all about it in the later sessions. For now, we have this other bar. We have save, which is basically how we save our project. It can be a little complicated at times, but don't worry about it. We're going to go through it. We have select mode. If we, for example, choose landscape, we have the landscape mode. If we go to foliage, we get some plantation options, and we can just use and implement plants in our work and project. And it can be as simply as just dragging and dropping some foliage into our work. Now, we're not going to go through all of these objects in detail. For example, modeling is another useful one. And if, for example, we have a file, an object that we have imported into Unreal, and the unwrap has some problems, we can use auto unwrap that we have here, and we can just correct that problem with unwrapping using this tool that Unreal has provided us here. And let me do a quick plug. If you're a CG artist and if you're interested to learn unwrapping, we have a great unwrapping course, and you can check that out, and you can just finish that course in a week. All right, back to this modeling page. You can also decrease the number of meshes or polygons in an object. You have different options to manipulate the object that you import into Unreal. All right, I just put this on select mode again, and let's just move on to the next items that we're going to explore. Okay, now with this little button here, I can just add anything that I want to my scene very quickly. For example, a camera, an object, anything. Let me just put a cube real quick. So I have to go to shapes and select cube and just drag it over here. And it's a very useful button that we're going to use a lot later on. So the next button is used for our blueprints. So whenever we want to have a blueprint, for example, for opening a door, we use that one. Let me just quickly show you what I mean. So if I open a project real quick, for example, let me just open this one and show you what I mean by what blueprints do and how we can use that button. Now, if you get really good at making blueprints, you can even sell them on different marketplaces, and that's a really profitable thing to do. Let me open up a level that I want. And don't worry about the term level and anything else that you see right here. We're gonna go through all of them. So if I hit play here, and if I try to go through this door, it automatically is opened and closed. And the same with the sliding door as well. It opens and closes after I'm done going through it. I have another door here. Okay, let me click close. It is opened automatically, and if I go through it again, it gets closed. So this is all done with the help of Blueprint. Alright, so let's close this project. So if I go to recent projects, this is called my project 6. See, it's here as well. And I think the previous one was called project 5. So let's open that one and see what else we have to explore. Okay, we're going to wait a couple of seconds, and there. Alright, this is our blank architecture file. So this was the button that was dealing with the blueprints. The next one is for working with sequences. For example, I can add a camera to my project and I can have it move in a certain way in my project, and I can save it and use it in other projects as well. The next button, this play button here, is also called game mode, and we have the game mode in other places. For example, if you go to edit and project setting, under maps and modes, we also have this game mode here, and we have some options here. For example, when we hit play, we can determine whether it's in a first person or third person view and other stuff as well. So let's go back to our blank file and see what else we have left here on this bar. So we have platforms, and here we can determine what type of platform our output would be made for. For example, we have Android, we have iOS, Windows, and here we can basically make our project into a package for a certain platform, and we also basically have all the platforms available to us. Let's just close that and go to the top right corner setting. I'm not going to go through all of these items, but one of the most important ones that I'm going to explain right now is called engine scalability setting. And for quality, we have low, medium, high, epic, and cinematic, and also auto. If you have a low-end system, you should put these on low or medium. So let me just show you what I mean. I'm going to open another project. So if I go to open project, let me see what I have here. Let's just find a suitable project for this part. All right, I'm going to open up this one, wait for it to load. This project is one that I modeled after the first project from Mustafa that I showed you in the first session. Let's just, let me just click on these. Don't worry about these items. I'm going to explain them later on. And let me just find the proper level to show you something. Let's just see what levels I have here. I'm going to select proper level here. Let me find it real quick. Is it this one? Let's just see. No, let me just choose Lumen here. The level is called Lumen, and open that up. And now if I go to the top right corner and on setting and put this quality on low, you can see that everything is in low quality and compared with the first showcase that we had. Right now, if you have a low-end system, it's a good option to put this on low and work on your project until you are satisfied with it, and at the end you can just scale the quality to a higher mode. For example, medium, high, and maybe epic, and even cinematic. So basically, let me just get rid of some of these lines here. I'm gonna uncheck this grid. All right, and if I zoom in, you can see that right now, same scene, but a lot higher quality. And now with this mode selected, it's harder for us to navigate throughout our project and work on it. So it's a very useful tool or a trick to put this on lower qualities for us to be able to work on the project more easily, and at the end, when we are happy with the project, we can scale it into a higher quality. And this is just a test project that I have here. It's not even a finished one, And so basically the point is, whenever you are experiencing lag in your performance, put this on low and work on your project until it's nearly finished, and then you can just scale the shadows, illumination, and everything back to a higher quality. Now let me show you something. On low, we do not have any proper shadows, but if I go to setting and put this scalability setting on medium and high, you can see that my shadows will improve. All right, let's go back to the project that we were working on, project 6, and continue exploring the options and items that we had. Okay. All right, so we kind of got familiar with some of these items, and the next list of items, these ones that I'm highlighting with the mouse, are going to be worked on in the next session. For example, we can choose a different camera speed, we can choose what to be shown on the viewport and what not to be shown there. We can disable lights, we can have a wireframe view, we can change the angles, and we can just do many things here. I can, for example, change the field of view like this, and basically we will learn more about them in the next session. But for now, what I want to talk to you about is this right sidebar that I have here, these items. So for some of you, these may be placed here, for some of you not. I'm gonna manually close down these items, these sidebar items, so that we can just add them ourselves. And we can add the ones that are most frequently used. So basically all the menus that you just saw me close are put there and closed by this window tab. So for example, we have outliner open left. So let's see where that is placed. I think it's on the sides, hiding. All right, so let me just close that as well. Okay, let me just close it. And right now you can see that it's unchecked. So if I click on it, it's put back there again, and I can just select anything that I want, like this outliner option, and have it be there. I can even hide it, and now it doesn't even have a tab. And if I just want to have it on a tab, I can just click on this blue little item here, and again I have it as a tab. And if I close it completely, I can just go to window and click on it again. Another option that I have is when I right click on it, I have dock to sidebar. So if I choose that, you can see that it's now docked into my right sidebar. And anytime that I hover my mouse over it, it will be present, and then it will hide back. If I have to work with it a lot, I can just pin it with this button and unpin it again after I'm done working with it. And if you wanted to undock this from the sidebar, you can just simply click on it and go to this right corner, right click, and choose undock from sidebar, and have it at the side, and you can just change the size, even change the placement, put it at the bottom left corner, and I usually put this on the right side and have it hidden. Now, what is outliner? It's basically a complete list of everything you have present at your scene. For example, we have here a camera, we have a fog, a floor, and some other items. So everything we have here in our scene, it's listed here, and we can choose to have them in our view or not. And we do this by toggling this eye button here. So again, I'm not going to go into details just yet, but outliner gives us a complete list of everything that we have in our scene. All right, so let me just close this outliner, or dock it to the sidebar. Okay, so if I go to window, the next useful item is called details, and it's so useful that we have 4 of them. We have details 1, 2, 4. So a lot of people who are working with multiple monitors dedicate one of the monitors to details. Let me just show you how that would work. So they would have this detail window here. They would have the outliner undocked, and probably, you know, under it, on the somewhere here, and they have their settings and these types of tabs on one monitor. And if you have that luxury, you can do the same thing. So let me just close these for a second, and let me just have the outliner back to the sidebar. Let me just put it to the side, dock it to the right side. All right. Now, the details panel gives you the details for any object that you select on your scene. So for example, if you select the fog, okay, you can see the details here. If I select the sun and sky, you can also see the details on the right panel. So everything that we choose in our scene, we can see the complete list of details here. And if I click on this gear here, I can have all these options collapsed or uncollapsed, and it's a feature that I can use. All right, later on, we will work with a lot of these options in the details. I can even have favorites among them. I can choose the ones that I want to work with the most, and I can right click on them and have them as add to favorites. So instead of going through a list of these details, I always have them at the top. So let me choose another one, for example this one, add to favorites, and you can see that I can easily access them at the top. And you can also choose the subsection that you want to work at, for example level of detail and anything that you want. And if you just put it on all at the right corner, everything will be displayed to you. So if you know what you want to look for, you can choose these subsections to help you get there faster. And sometimes we have an object in our scene which is comprised of a list of elements. For example, this sun and sky, it has scene, it has a skylight, and each one of these items has a list of its own details. For example, sky, directional light, skylight, you can see each one has its own set of details. And finally, we have the sun and sky, which is comprised of all these elements. And let me just show you something else. So if I go back to this object, for example sun and sky, I also have this option edit in blueprint, and if I click on it, I will be taken into another tab or a window like this. And here you can see all these blueprints, which you will learn all about in the next sessions. All right, another interesting thing is this star sign in the right corner. So if we toggle it off, you will not see the favorites anymore, but if you have it on, you can see the favorites that you chose to be shown at the top. And lastly, we have this search box or field, which is a very useful tool for us. In different stages of our work, we can search for different options and we can find them very quickly. For example, in post-processing that we will work on later on, we have this option called infinite extent, which is a very useful one, and we can just easily find it by putting in the first few letters of the keyword. So we have the add button here, which is not used that much. So let me just unpin this and close this tab and move on to the next items to explore. So if we go back to the window, another useful option is called place actors. And if I click on it, you can see it on the left. We have quick access to the objects that we have in the scene. For example, if I add a cube, maybe a sphere, and we have the same options here under shapes. For example, if I select shapes, we can add cubes, spheres, cylinders, planes, and basically the same list of items. And basically it does the same thing for me that I can do with that button. And the difference here is that I also have a search field, and I can use that for the items that I want. Now this plus button here, okay, this one is a very useful one, and it also has an item called all classes. If we go to all classes, we can see everything that can be added to our scene. And you can also use the keyboard and search for what you want here. For example, if you type cube, you'll get a cube and you can just drag it and add it to your scene. All right, now we have this clock looking button called recently placed, and this shows us the list of items that we recently used. For example, if I add a directional light, you can see that it will top our list. Okay, so let me just dock this to the side, to the left side. Okay, I docked the place actors to the left, usually in my workplace, and I have details and outliner docked to the right. Now let's talk about something very important, and that is content browser. Now every object, every texture, every map that we add or import to our scene is loaded from our content browser. I told you about Outliner, which gives us a list of all the elements, for example the lights and other stuff as well, but content wise, in terms of objects and maps and textures, everything is loaded from content browser. So this cube that we have here, the spheres, all these objects, okay, I'm talking about the objects and textures are all loaded from content browser, and you can just see the content browser, which is in the left bottom corner. You can see it with by pressing Control and space like this. And right now, if we go to the window tab, we can see content browser 1 to 4 2, and none of them is checked because we don't want to make our viewport and workspace very busy, but we can add it. We can simply click on one and it's added to our left sidebar. It's docked there. So again, like the previous tabs, I can undock it. I can have it as a separate window. I can change the size. I can put it anywhere that I'm comfortable. So I can just, maybe put it down at the bottom and have it be here. And whenever we want to work with it, we can just make the size larger. All right, let's just go through some of the items in content browser real quick. For example, this add button here, I can just add or import any object that I want to my game. And down here I have blueprint that I can add, levels, material. I can just add anything or create anything from scratch in Unreal Engine 2. For example, let me just add this material here. I can add another one, and that's basically how that would work. We don't have anything to do with this Niagara system. Okay, so leave it be. Now on the left, under my project, we have these folders. So basically it's like a library. We have an all folder, everything is placed inside it. We have content and engine. So if you go to content, we have this starter content. Now, if you remember, when I wanted to create a simple project, I had checked this starter content there, and then I get this starter content folder. If I go inside it, and you get a lot of items and things that you can use. For example, in textures, you get all these textures that you can use in your project. And let me just say that for individual purposes, Unreal Engine is a free software and you can use it for your own projects. But if you want to use it for example, making a game, a commercial game that you want to make money with, that's another story, but essentially it's free. All right, now I can just make my own folders and put some of the stuff that I want to use too, but I cannot do it with content, alongside content and engine. I can just go inside one and then I can create a folder. For example, if I go to content, inside content, here if I right click, I can create a new folder. I can call it texture, and then I can just put my own textures in there. I can make another folder and call this material, and I can create some materials and put them inside this folder. This way I can just categorize everything better and I can access everything more easily. Okay, and we also have a very useful search box or field here, and we can search for a texture or a material or whatever that we have in our project, and we can just easily and quickly find it. All right, we got familiar with a lot of these items, but we're going to learn a lot of tricks and stuff that we can use later on. For example, if you want to rename this folder, I can just press F2, rename it, and just save it there. All right, let me just close this content browser window, and whenever I do that, I can just simply access it back with Control and space on my keyboard. All right, let me just show you something real quick. If you've been working with Unreal Engine 4, you can just option and put this on UE4 classic layout, and that way it quickly changes into a UE4 workspace if you're used to that. And if not, you can just put it back on Unreal Engine default edition layout. And this is a useful trick for those of you who have been working with Unreal Engine 4. And by doing that, your UI is changed to the classic mode, and you can just work with that. And also another useful trick is if you have two monitors, you can go to viewports, and if you choose viewport 2, you will get this window, and you can just dedicate that to another monitor, move your stuff, move the items and objects. You can go to the other monitor, work on an object here, and use the second viewport and monitor to your benefit. Okay, so these were some of the items that we needed to know about, and we got familiar with them. And if you have designed your working space in a certain way and you're happy with it, you can save it by saving layout, save layout, and you can just have every project be opened with that layout. All right, that's a wrap for this session. In this one, we'll learn how to set up our working space. In the next one, we're going to learn how to move in our scene, how to work with these items, and how to change angles and such. So stay tuned, and I will see you there. Hi guys, and welcome back to our Unreal Engine course. My name is Hussein Meshaikhi, and I hope you are all doing well wherever you are. In this session, we're going to get familiar with our viewport in Unreal Engine and also learn how to navigate through viewport and use the tools and controls that we have available. All right, let's start with basic movements. So if you hold down your right click and then use WSAD, you can move throughout your scene. W goes forward, S goes backward, D goes to the right, and A goes to the left. So W forward, S backward, A to the left, and D to the right. All right, now if you push E, you go up. If you push Q, you go down. E up, Q down. Remember, everything is done while you're holding down your right click. Okay, now you can also do something else. Hold down right click and move the mouse, and it will be as if you are moving your head. So it will be as if you are standing somewhere and just moving your head. Okay, now if you left click and hold down your left click, you can move on the X and Y axis like so. Okay, I'm holding down left click, I'm just moving in these two dimensions. All right, now if I hold down left click and right click, I can move in the 3 dimensions. I can go up and down on the Z axis as well. All right, okay, so while I'm holding both left and right click, I can move in any dimension that I want. Okay, and I suggest you start working with these navigation controls so that you can get the hang of it faster, because later on when you are working on a project, it will save you so much time. Now there's something else that I can do. If I select an object in my scene and push F on my keyboard, the camera automatically focuses on that object. So regardless of where I am in the scene, if I select an object and push F like this, it will take me to that object. And this is a very useful tool again. So remember that, F on the keyboard, wherever you are, it will zoom on it and focus on it. Now, the speed of this camera movement that you are witnessing right now is controllable, and we can just adjust that speed. So if we go to the camera speed here, it's on 4 right now. We can put it on 1. And now you can see how much slower the camera movement has gotten. And if I put it on 8, you can see it's gotten a lot faster. Okay, so we usually put it on 3 or 4, and that would just work fine. Okay, so this is the most common speed that we usually work with. Now we have another option called camera speed scaler, which works like a multiplier for our actual camera speed. So for example, if I put the camera speed on 1, this is the speed with which the camera moves. Let me show you again. Okay, this is 1, and the scaler is on 1 too. So this is the speed. But if I put the scaler on 2, for example, the camera speed will be multiplied and it will move twice as fast. So it's like a multiplier. If I put it on 10, it will move as if it was the camera speed was 10. So if I put 200, it will be a lot faster. So the camera speed scaler works like a multiplier for our camera speeds, and we usually just leave it on 1, and that will just work fine. Again, like I said, a speed of 3 or 4 would just work fine. Now, like many other 3D programs, we can have multiple viewports, multiple views. For example, we can have a view from the side. Okay, we can have a view from another side. We can have a top view, and we can just navigate our way using each one of these viewports. And it actually helps a lot when we are working in a scene where we would need to have different angles available to us at all times. So we can just use any viewport that we like and just work on our scene. And also I can choose which type of view I want to have on my viewports. For example, I have top there. I can just go to perspective, put top, bottom, left, right, front, and back. Any view that I want, I can just go to perspective and change it very easily. And it also comes with some shortcuts, which I'm not really using that much, because it's hard to memorize these ones, and the finger placement for these are kind of weird. So you can just go to perspective and use the view that you like. Alright, now something else is that our viewport right now is the default viewport. If I choose cinematic, for example, you can see that these two black bars are added at the top and bottom, and it gives us a cinematic look that we can use. And we just put it usually on default. That just works fine. And if I have a camera in my scene for whatever reason, let me just add one here. Change the angle. We're gonna learn more about it later on, but for now, if I have a camera, that camera is going to be added to this list. So I can go to perspective and choose this Cine Camera Actor 1, and we can have that camera's view, and we can use that camera. All right, and if I click on this button, I get rid of it, go back to the default view, but I have the view of the camera on the side, and I can just click on this and get rid of that too. So again, that's a very useful tool to have. Later on, we will just talk a lot more about cameras and how we can use them. All right, next we have view mode, which is very important. Right now it's been put on lit, and on lit mode, we can see the objects, materials, textures, the lights, reflections, refractions, everything. We can see everything when we are viewing it on the lit mode. But if I put this on lit, even if we have lights, we're not gonna see anything except for materials and textures. So even if our scene is dark and we don't have any lights, we're gonna see the materials and textures, and that's a very useful mode when we have not added any lights and we want to investigate the materials. And also when we just import a scene into Unreal Engine and we have not worked with the lights, we can just use unlit, and that's going to be very useful. We have some other view modes on the list. For example, we have a wireframe. When we put it on wireframe, obviously we see everything in a wireframe mode and nothing's fleshed out. We have other options, for example, lighting only. If I put it on lighting only, it would be as if we have one single material and one single texture color, and we will only focus on lights. We have reflections, which is basically a focused mode to view the reflections. We also have player collision, which is, let me just show you what this does. So if we go to game mode and we click on play, okay, Now, if I want to move through this table, I can't. I just get stuck. It would be as if I'm a concrete object and I can't just move through it, okay? And similarly, I can't go through the floor, okay? And if I put this on visibility collision, every object with collision is just shown to us with this color. So all of these objects are working with collision, and we can't just go through them. Okay, we also have player collision, which gives us a kind of similar look of the same concept in mind. Okay, these are concrete objects, we can't just move through them. And if we go back to the view mode, we have optimization view modes, for example light map density, that we will talk about in details later on in later sessions. So if I want to give you a peek right now, the gist of it is that we have a system for calculating lights in our scene, which is called lumen. When we turn lumen off and we want to use light maps, we're going to work with light map density, and this type of view mode is very useful when we are doing that. So keep that in mind for now, but later on we will talk about it in detail. And we also have some other stuff like level of detail. Again, when we go through lighting, we'll talk about that. And we have some other visualizations. For example, this is what specular looks like. Okay, very simple and plain. And this is what base color looks like, and we use it when we just want to see the diffuse color. And we also have something else. We can just put this on roughness, for example, and we see, again, useful when we are investigating our materials. And if I just put this on overview, here, overview, let me just find it. Okay, we can have different types of view all at once present on our viewport, and we can just use the one that we are more interested in. All right, now let me just put the view mode on lit, which is the most common one. We also have nanite visualizations. I'm going to talk about nanite in another session in detail. Nanite is a very useful feature that has been added to Unreal Engine 5, which basically gives us the opportunity to use a lot of objects and meshes and triangles in our scene, a lot more than we could have previously. So right now, if I choose triangles, for example, on nanite, nothing's gonna change because I don't have any nanite type of object here. So I put this back on overview. All right, let me just momentarily make this chair nanite, and you don't need to learn this right now. We're going to talk about it in detail, as I said. So right now, just sit back. Let me just enable nanite for this. It's gonna take a couple of seconds, and now we can see different nanite versions of this chair, okay, with triangles, classic, and everything. Okay, triangles is a useful mode we usually use with nanite. This other chair, which was a copy of that chair, also got nanite enabled. That's why that one is also visible with nanites. All right, we also have lumen, which, as I mentioned previously, is a lighting system that has been added to Unreal Engine 5. It's a very useful one when we are working with stuff in real time, and we can just see how our lights work and change in real time. We don't need to build those lights and take renders like V-Ray. We can just see and check and test everything regarding the lights in real time with Lumen. So again, it's a very useful tool that we will discuss later. And we also have virtual shadow maps, which again is another topic that we're not going to discuss right now. It requires a session of its own, and also LOD, level of details. And right now, another thing that matters to me is these visual representations of sound and lights and sky and game mode. And sometimes these icons are kind of in the way and blocking my view. So if I push G on my keyboard, game view, okay, CG, I can just make them hidden and make them visible again. So anytime that those were in your view, you can just use G on your keyboard and toggle the view mode for them. Okay. And if you just added something like a light and you couldn't see the camera or the light, it's because the G mode is off. So again, push G and you can see that element. All right, we don't have anything else to talk about in that menu. Some of the stuff we're going to discuss later on. If we move on to the next item, which is show, we can just choose what to show and what to hide on our viewport. For example, the grid, I can just uncheck grid here and get rid of that. Similarly, I can do the same with anti-aliasing. So if you pay attention to the edges of the table, this is what they look like without anti-aliasing. They are kind of jagged. Okay. Again, what else do we have here? So let me just see what else. You can also use the same setting when you are giving your client the final file. So we also have some other items like atmosphere that we can show and not show. We have collision. See, we have these lines around the objects that collision has been enabled for them. And this is especially useful. Sometimes you are moving in your scene and something's blocking you and you cannot really see it. You don't know what it is. And you put this on show collision, you can see what it is. We also have fog. If we can just have fog and not have fog. We also have landscape. If that is present in our scene, we can choose to show it or not. Let's see, we have static meshes. All right, let me explain a concept to you. So all the objects that we have, all the elements that we have in our scene can either be of a static mesh or an actor. So if they are interactive, for example, imagine a light that can be switched on or off, or a type of light that we can change the intensity for, and we can just interact with that light or element, it's a type of actor. But if it's something that we cannot change or interact with and it just sits there, it's a type of static mesh. Now let me give you an example. Take this chair for instance. So if this chair is a regular chair and when we want to have our client go through our scene and move through the scene, they cannot choose to do anything with this chair. It's a static mesh. But if they can change the that I want, for example, on the x-axis, I can just put 2000 or 200 and just move it on that axis. We can also mirror our objects. If we go to transform and use mirror X, Y, or Z, we can just mirror it relative to this selected axis. Okay. Now using this right click menu, you can just do some copy pasting as well. For example, if you go to edit and select copy, okay, you've made a copy of this object. You can move over there and go to edit and select paste, and now you can just paste it. And you can do this again multiple times. Okay. And we can just do the same thing with cut. Go to edit and select cut and paste it with Control V. So the shortcuts Control C, Control V, and Control X work here too. So with this tree, I can just use these shortcuts to make a couple more. So with Control V, I put one here, and each time I press Control V, a copy is gonna be put on the original tree, and I can just drag it. Okay. All right, another thing that we usually do is to hide objects. So if we go to visibility and choose hide selected for an object, we can hide it. The shortcut for this one, which is H, is going to be very useful. So I'm going to hide these trees, and let me just go to the building, maybe the floor, okay, and the walls. So each time I select an object and press H on my keyboard, I can hide it. And to unhide everything in my scene, I can simply press Control and H. So let's go back to the right click menu, go to visibility. We talked about hide selected. We talked about show all actors, which was Control H. Now we have this other one, show only selected. So let me show you what this does. So if I, for example, select this tree and go to visibility, select show only selected, we only see this tree. And because we momentarily lose light and everything, it's better to put this on lit, okay? And we talked about this in the previous session. And after you are done working on this tree, you can just press Control and H like we said and unhide everything. Now let me just hide my directional light for you. See, we have no lights. And to make it come back, just simply press Control and H. Alright, so among these visibility options, the ones that we talked about are very useful, and so make a mental note of them and learn these at least: hide selected, show only selected, and show all actors. Alright, now before I wrap this session up, let me just tell you something. If I select this tree and a couple of these cubes, if you go to the details, you can see that we have 3 objects selected. And similarly, if I select a number of, for example, different materials, for example, this cube, one of these cubes, let me just select this, and the floor. Okay, so I'm going to make sure that the floor and one of these cubes is selected. In the details panel under materials, we can see that we have 2 materials selected, and if I click on it, we can see it in details. So, and later on, when we learn more about materials, we can just change these materials from this list. Okay, and again, this is going to come in handy later on when we are working with different materials in our scene. So in this session, we learned how to move and rotate and select the objects in our scene. We learned how to make copies of them and move the copies, rotate the copies, and how to move and offset the pivot gizmo, which is again another useful tool. And a very common use case for this pivot offset is when you try to import some objects into Unreal Engine, and sometimes you can't just find a pivot, or it's not where you expect it to be. For example, this one, if the pivot is there, it's not going to be as easy to move it. So knowing how to work with the pivot gizmo and how to offset it is very useful. Alright, now we have reached the end of this session. I hope that you enjoyed it, and I hope that you are practicing as well. So in the next couple of videos, we're going to learn more about post-processing and also how to import our objects from other 3D programs such as 3ds Max, SketchUp, and Revit. So stay tuned for those, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi my dear friends, my name is Hussein Mashayekhi, and I'm back with another session from our Unreal Engine course. This is the 6th session of our course, and in this one we're going to explore and learn about levels. Now you may think that the idea of a level is too simple, and you're kind of right, but it is very important for us to make sure that we know how to work with levels in Unreal Engine. Now, we all know what a level could entail. For example, in video games, we have multiple levels. Each level has different tasks and assignments, and each level can have its own look or feel. But for us in Unreal Engine, when we are working on our architectural projects, the idea of these levels could mean a kind of different thing, and we should just learn how to use these levels in our projects. Okay, our project has been completely loaded. Let's go to content browser, and if I put the filter on level, it gives us the levels that we have access to, and they have this orange bar on the icon. So let's go to the starter map and see what that looks like. Okay, this is our starter map, and if you had checked a starter map to be installed when you were installing Unreal Engine, you get this level. Okay, it has many different planes and materials, and you can just explore and test a lot of things here. All right, let's go back to the default level. This is the default level, and we can go to the advanced lighting level. Okay, this one's advanced lighting level. Now I'm going to delete this starter map. Okay, let me just delete this. All right, and I want to also delete the advanced lighting map, but I'm already inside it, so I need to go back to the default level first. Now I can delete the advanced lighting level too. All right, now we can also add our own levels and make them. So to do that, you simply do a right click on the content browser and select level, and I can just name it 01, for example. Let's go inside it. It says it needs to be, do you want to save it? I say save. And this is what we get. It's completely blank, completely empty, doesn't have any type of starter content in it. So let's just delete that. Let's just delete this level too. I can also duplicate this level. So I right click on it and choose duplicate, and I name this one H01. Okay, now if we go to this level, it's a complete copy. Let's just save it too. It's a complete copy of our default level. Okay. All right, now I want to make some changes to this H01 level. So I want to delete everything except this table and the statue that is sitting on it. So let me just delete the tables, the lights, everything. So I'm going to delete everything that I see here. Okay, and to make sure that everything is deleted, I go to the outliner panel. Okay, and here I can just delete some other things that I had not deleted before. So I'm going to delete everything other than this static meshes folder. Okay, let's just delete these. So all we have left is the static meshes, which is the table and the statue. So I go to the view and put it on lit, and now we can see it. Okay, this is all we have now in this level. Now if I want to save this level onto itself, all I have to do is to go to file and select save all. Okay, so now I have made a save of this level onto itself. Let's go back to the default level. See, let's just put it on lit. Okay, no changes here. Go back to the H01, and all we have is a table. So let's go back to the default level. All right, so if I make a change here, for example, if I create a shape, a cube, put it here, and decide to go to the other level, it gives me this prompt. So if I don't save this previous level and go to the next one, you can see that the cube is has not been saved. And let's just do it again. This time save it. Now we go to the H01, and if I go back to the default level, this time the cube is there. So make sure to save whatever you do in each level before navigating into other levels. Now also I can do something else. For example, let's just make some changes here. I'm going to delete these chairs and tables, and I can do save current level as. So if I select this option, I get to save what I just did onto another level in any folder that I like. So for example, these two levels are inside the maps folder inside starter content. I can just choose any folder that I want. So let's just go back here, go to file and click on save custom level as. I want to put it inside the starter content, starter content and maps, and I want to call it, for example, let's call it H02, and I can save it. Now we have three levels. We have the default level, okay, with this cube, which is the main level. We have the H02 and H01 with the table, okay. All right, so we have different ways of saving our levels. Now let me just delete the H02. We're not gonna need it. So, and let's go to H01. Let's just save this current level. Okay, so we had a table and a statue in H01. All right, let me just delete the table and this cube in our default level, and we're going to do, let's just save it too. We're going to do something interesting now. A good thing about Unreal Engine is that we can import levels onto each other. For example, when we have a level that has a lot of trees and flowers and things like that, things of that nature, or translucent things that cannot be used with Nanite, okay? And those things take a toll on our FPS. We can have multiple levels and load them onto each other. One of them with the trees and those heavy objects, and another one without. And then we load the level with the trees and the heavy stuff onto the level that does not have the trees and those heavy objects. That's gonna lower our FPS. Now before we proceed, Nanite is the ability to have numerous copies of a certain object in our scene without taking a toll on our FPS. We're going to learn more about it later on, but for now I'm going to import one of these levels that we have here onto the other one, just like the level of trees that I talked about in that example. So to start, we go to window and go to the levels panel, and we're going to need this, so I'm going to put it on the side, on the left side, okay, here. So we click on levels and then add existing, Okay, so we get this window. Now these are the two levels that we already made and have. We have H01 and we open it. And now you can see that we have the table, which was the only thing that we had in H01, loaded onto the default level with the chairs and without the table. Okay, and if we toggle the visibility off on the table, because we have less objects, we can have better FPS. So this is basically what happens when we decide to do this. Imagine a level full of trees. So if we toggle those trees off, we're gonna have better FPS. We can also move certain things on our levels and just save them. For example, if I just move this table and go to save all, save it as well onto H01, this save takes effect on the two levels. So if I go to H01, you can see that the table has been shifted. It has moved. The statue is over here, but the table has moved to the right. Okay, so this is a very useful trick to have in our arsenal when we are working on other levels. So basically, whenever we go to file and select save all, any difference that we have been made gets saved on all the levels that are present. So if we again move the table and do save all, it's going to take effect on the two levels that we have. Now, what if we only want to save this change, a certain type of change, on one level? We can do that as well. To do that, for example, let's just put this table on the left. We have to go to File and select Save Current Level, this option here. Now, if I go to the H01 level, all right, let's just go there and not save this. You can see that the change has been made. The table has shifted to the left. But if you go to the default level, I'm not going to save this one either. See, the table is on the right. So this time, the change was only made to the H01 level. So what you need to pay attention to when you're doing this is to know what is the current level. So right now, for example, if I put this table here and I want to save it, I gotta see which is the current level for me right now. So I gotta right click on H01 and select make current, because I want this to be the current level. And now I can go to File and select Save Current Level. This time I'm pretty sure that the change has only been made to the H01 level because I made that the current level. Alright, we gotta learn these concepts and these tricks, because later on when we are working on other projects, you're gonna have to save a lot of objects on a number of levels, and if you don't know how to do these things, it's gonna be problematic. Okay, let's go to the H01 level. I'm going to add something there. I'm going to save the previous level as well. So I'm going to create a shape here. Let me just put this view mode on lit so that we can see it. All right, we have this white cube here. So let me just move it to the side. And if we go to the file and do a save all, and if you go back to the default level, we can see this cube too. So it's going to be saved onto both of these levels. Alright, so I'm going to put the view mode back on lit, and then let's make this default level our current level. So we do a make current on it. Okay, now I'm going to add some shapes here for a cube. Let's just change the size and placement. Let's just move this to the side, and if we toggle the visibility on H01 off, you can see that it is still there because it's not a part of H01. Okay, so to make it a part of H01 level, we select it along with some other stuff, and then we do a right click on the H01 level and then choose the option move selected actors to level. Okay, this time they have been added to H01, and you can see that when I toggle it off, they go away too. Okay, now please don't confuse levels with layers. Okay, levels are not layers. I know it may look like these are layers like we have in Photoshop or other programs. What we tried to do was to lower the FPS in a level by having another level imported onto it. Okay, so do not confuse this with layers. And also the philosophy behind what we did was less objects means more FPS, and that's why we did that. We also can go to our level, right click on it, and for example use lock. And by locking an object in a level or a complete level, we cannot select it anymore. So right now I locked this level, and we have this toggle icon for lock that we can use. We have other options that we can learn later on, but the reason I made a separate session for levels is because it's very important. Alright, now this directional light that I have belongs or is saved into my current level. So if I toggle off the visibility for my current level, I don't have the light anymore. Now what I can do is to select the directional light, go to this level and move it to the other level as well. I get this prompt and I'm gonna select yes. It's not important. It says that the light has been referenced in other places. Okay, and now you can see that I have that light source in both of my levels. Okay. Alright, now how do we apply this into an architectural project? What we can do is to, for example, have the walls, the foundation, the main parts of our building into one level, and then we can have the furniture and some of the items that we have inside that level into another one, and then load the second level onto the first level. Okay, that's what we can do for our architectural projects and the buildings that we are going to work on. And this helps us save some time when we are working with textures and materials and we need a lighter workspace. Alright, now let me tell you something else. If I put this into game mode by hitting play, I can only see these two chairs which belong to the default level, and I cannot see the stuff that I have on the H01 level, and that's a problem, okay? Even if I make an executable file for my client right now, and if they load it and go to game mode, they can only see these two chairs and they cannot see everything that I have on both of my levels. To solve this problem, I can do a couple of things. I can either right click on this level and select actors, okay, select all the actors that I have, and then go to my default level, okay, right click on it and select move selected actors to level. If I do this, it's going to solve my problem. Now that was one way. Another thing that I can do is to go to this H01 level, go to change a streaming method and select always loaded. So if I do this again, that problem is gonna go away. Alright, so you have two options to take care of this problem and load two different levels or more simultaneously. Okay, now we have another option. If you lost a level and you could not find it, you can go to this find in content browser and it will show you where it's located. Okay, so you can just easily find it by this option. Alright, now so we have these levels. Now let me show you something else. Right now we are at the H01 level. Okay, so let's just save the changes and let me just go to file and click on save all to, and the name of my project is my project 9. Alright, so if I open another project, okay, for testing purposes and wait for that to load, okay, now once we are inside a different project, if you remember correctly, the last place that we were at was H01, the level H01. If we go back to that project, which was called my project 9, this time we are not going to land on the level H01 that we had. We're going to land into the default level. Okay, so this was the default level. All right, so this is another problem, and we can fix this by going to the project setting under edit, and in maps and modes, okay, maps and modes, under default maps, we can change our default map into whatever we want, whatever level that we have. For example, H01. Okay, I'm gonna change my default map into H01. Okay, now let me just go back to my viewport and save this level 2, save all. Now if we're at the default level, so if we go back to the H01, this is H01, this is the default level. Now I want to just close everything altogether. Let me just close everything. So close Unreal, open it again. Now after Unreal is loaded completely, I'm going to open the project called my project 9. Okay, let's just find it here, my project 9. My project 9, it's this one. Okay, so we're going to open it, and once it's loaded, this time it should take us into the level called H01 because we set our default map into H01. So let's see. All right, as you can see, we landed onto the H01 level. Okay, so This was our default level. And we went to project setting and under maps and modes, and we changed our default map into the level H01. All right, now let me show you something else. If I let's just put the default map back into the default, all right, and close it. Now if I want to make an executable file for my client, if I want to make a package, the package is gonna be taken with the default map or level selected. So let's just go back to my project 9, open that, and see how that works. So I gotta pay attention to what level or map has been chosen as my default in the project setting when I want to make those types of executable files. So again, go back to project setting, maps and modes. If I want to make an executable with level H01, I gotta change my default map into H01 like I did just now. So let's just close this, go to platforms and select Windows and package project. Don't worry about this stuff, you're gonna learn later on. So right now just follow along. So I want it to be saved on my desktop, and right now it's gonna take some time and it's gonna create that package for me and save it on my desktop. This package is the one that I showed you in the first session, the folders that we are going to hand over to our clients. And remember that we went to project setting and put the default map on H01, okay? And as you can see right now, we are currently residing in our default level. So let's wait for the package to be completed and check it out. Okay, so let's just go to our desktop, open this folder and open this executable file. All right, let me just close this prompt too. Okay, so as you can see there, this is the H01 level that we had selected as our default map in the project setting. So let's close this folder, go back to the project setting in edit, okay, and go to maps and modes and change this back into default, okay, the default map. All right, so let's create another package, Windows, and again, this one's going to be saved into my desktop. So right now it's 2:208 a.m. Let's see how much this one takes. It's not gonna take that much time because we do not have that many blueprints or objects and elements in our scene, so it's gonna be completed rather quickly. Okay, it took 1 minute, so let's just open this one and see which level it lands at. Okay, there, it's the default level. Okay, so all right, now just check out the quality. Nothing's been done, but just we have a stellar looking quality. Okay, now if you made an executable file and some of your objects were missing, make sure to go back and check if you have put this option, change a stringing method, onto always loaded. Okay, so make sure this is checked. All right, I think that's all for this session. It was really important, as I said before, to be able to save our levels properly and know the different methods that we have for saving our projects. In the next session, actually, we're going to learn how to import our objects from other 3D programs into Unreal Engine and be able to work on them. I hope you enjoyed this session, and I will see you in the next one. Hi my dear friends, I hope you are well wherever you are. My name is Hussein Mashayekhi, and this is another session from our Unreal Engine course. In this one, we're going to learn how to import our objects into Unreal Engine from a variety of softwares like 3ds Max, Revit, and SketchUp. Even if you're not working with 3ds Max, I suggest that you watch the first part regarding 3ds Max, and then in the latter part of the video, I'm going to talk about how to do the same with SketchUp. So stay tuned, make sure to watch the 3ds Max part, and let's go. So I'm going to start by hiding the roof on this project. Okay, By the way, this is the scene that we're going to work on for the remainder of this series, and we're going to do different things like lighting, material, and other stuff in this scene. So we're going to be working here a lot. Now, the first thing that I want to tell you is that ideally, when we want to import our objects into Unreal Engine, we have to do it, or it's better to do it in an optimized fashion. And by that, I mean the number of vertices that we're going to import should be as reduced as possible. I know that, with Nanite, we get the ability to, have so many objects with so many vertices, and that's true. And also Lumen, if turned on, could help. But whatever we are trying to import could be imported in a more optimized fashion, and that is ideally what we have to do. Even if we have a high-end system, a very powerful system, it would be better if we got rid of some of the vertices that were like excessive and extra, and nothing would happen to our project. So for example, if you look at this wall, we have so many vertices here in the back, and nobody sees them, nobody's going to see them. So if I get rid of them and delete them, nothing's going to happen to my scene. It's not going to affect my scene in a negative way in any type of fashion. This thing is going to help me have less vertices and work on my project with more ease. All right, now let me give you another example. Look at this oven. Look at all these vertices that we have here. Now, it is possible for us to reduce the number of these vertices by the Pro Optimizer modifier that we have here. Pro Optimizer. So we have Optimizer and Pro Optimizer, I think, here. Yes. So if we select that and click on Calculate, we can reduce the number from 100 to a lower number, and as you can see, the number of vertices are reduced. And if you want to keep the texture, make sure that you have this keep texture option checked. So that's very important. So if you don't do that, it's gonna mess up your unwrap for that object. So you can use this optimizer for your scenes, and later on, because we're going to in our lighting sessions, we're going to work with Lumen on, and also we're going to do bake lighting. So we're going to do both of them. And so don't worry about that just yet, because when we are working on Lumen, we're going to explain everything. We're going to explain all the tricks. Also, when we are baking the lights, again, we're going to explain everything. So right now, don't worry about this stuff just yet. Now, as you can see, all my walls are separate. So I'm clicking on them one by one, and you can see that they are separate pieces, and they're not, one piece. And that has been a conscious decision on my part. I've made these separate, as you can see, these top parts too. And it would be better for us, for our walls to be a little bit more thick and not this paper thin. And we can achieve that by the shell modifier. So if I find the shell modifier from this list, okay. For example, we can put 0.1 and use that amount for our shells, but I'm not going to do that just yet, so let me delete it. I'm going to take this into Unreal first and see if I have any problems. If I did, I'm going to use this shell. Alright, the process of importing our objects or a whole scene into the Unreal Engine can be very easy, and it can be done with a few clicks and a few keys. But there are more complicated ways, more sophisticated ways that I'm gonna explain a little for you first. So we're gonna do that first. By the way, all these objects that you can see in this scene, they have been purchased. I've modeled this scene myself, and I've used also the Corona render engine, and I've bought most of these objects, almost all of them. So everything that you can see here has been purchased from 3D Sky, the website, and been put here for one reason or the other. For example, even this object, this object that you can see, this box, the carpet, the chairs, and everything. So I'm gonna start trying to import this into Unreal. So I'm gonna open Unreal first, And in the meantime, I'm gonna select this piece of furniture, this chair here, and I'm gonna go to File and Export Selected. So since we only want to export this little piece of furniture, we have to use Export Selected. If I wanted to export the whole thing, the whole scene, I had to use Export. So I'm going to use Export Selected. I'm going to click on it, and I'm going to give this a destination, for example, on my desktop, and I'm going to call it 01, and I'm going to use the FBX extension and save it. So I'm going to get this window that we're not going to bother with. All these options, they are outside the scope of our work. So, and we're not going to use this method a lot, so don't bother even reading what's in here. So I'm going to hit OK. We're getting an error, and the error says that the materials have been made with Corona, and it could have been V-Ray or anything else, and FBX extension is not able to be completely imported without any problems into Unreal. So that's basically the gist of what is happening here. And by the way, FBX is a very common extension for SketchUp, Revit, 3ds Max, and most of the frequently used 3D software, and it's a very useful one. So the only problem here is that the Corona materials or the V-Ray materials doesn't really make a difference. It cannot be transported properly, so they're going to use the standard material for them. It's okay. We're going to go back to Unreal, and I'm going to make an architecture blank sample template. I'm going to use that, so I'm going to create one. Okay. And if your GPU or graphic card supports ray tracing, you can have the ray tracing option checked, and you can search the name of your GPU online to see if it supports ray tracing or not. And it doesn't really matter whether it's AMD or NVIDIA. Just search for the name of the model and search whether they support ray tracing or not. Alright, now let's get on with our process of importing the object or that piece of furniture into the scene. So the first thing that I want to do here is to go to my content browser here, and I'm going to make a new folder for this object. For example, let me just make a new folder here. I'm going to call it 3D model. Okay. Now I'm going to go inside it. Let me just go inside it. Inside it, I'm gonna do a right click and select import, the top option. So I'm gonna choose that FBX object. Okay. Now I get this window. If I want to use this method or the FBX extension, this is fairly important. The only two options that are important for me is whether I want to use Nanite that we previously talked about and collision. So if we enable Nanite, we can have a lot of objects similar to that piece of furniture in our scene without our actually scene getting a lot heavier. So if I want to use that piece of furniture a lot, I can use Nanite. And collision lets me have a solid object. So for example, when I go to the game mode, when I put this into game mode, that piece of furniture cannot be penetrated, we cannot go through it. Okay, it's going to be a solid object, so I'm going to keep those checked. The rest of the options are not that important to me. They're not that relevant, so we don't really need to bother with them. And I'm gonna click on import all, and that's it. We're gonna get this message again. It's not important, we're not gonna bother with it, it's not gonna affect anything, so we select clear and close this. Now where is this piece of furniture? Where is it? We cannot see it. So remember, I'm trying to tell you how to do it the hard way. So I'm going to go to the content browser. You can see that it has been imported into my folder 3D model. I have two objects, one the static mesh, and you can see some information regarding the static mesh. As you can see, I have these numbers, these values about the static mesh of my object, and I also have a material. So I have a static mesh and a material. So I have these two files here. If I double click on the material file, I go to the slate, and you can see that I have these two windows, and it says that I have this white color linked into my base color. So I have a white color for my base color here, and I'm going to close this. It says, do you want to save it or not? Doesn't really matter. I go back and I select on my static mesh. Let's see if I can here. Okay, now here, this gives me the chance to make a few minor changes to my object before using it here. Okay, so don't worry about these black patches too, we're gonna take care of them. Now, to put our furniture into our viewport, we simply drag it like so and put it here. Okay, now, okay, it ends up somewhere else, and as you can see, the gizmo is not close to the object. And why has this happened? Because when we are trying to import an FBX extension object, we should do it properly, and let me show you what I mean. So if I go to 3ds Max, you can see when we imported this object, the gizmo should have been here on the 00 coordinate, but it wasn't, it was there. So if we want to import this properly, we have to put this object in the center, 00 coordinate. And then if I go to file and do another export selected again, now for this one I'm going to use 02. I'm going to import this one similarly, so let me just get rid of all of that. Now I don't want to do the whole import thing all over again. I want to re-import this object correctly instead. So I'm gonna use that furniture, that piece of furniture in my content browser. I'm gonna do a right click on it, and I'm going to select re-import. Okay, re-import, and I have two options here. If I had saved this file on the previous file, for example, let me just show you. If I go to export and use export selected, and I'm gonna save it on the 01 again and hit OK and get rid of all of these windows. If I select re-import now, you can see that it gets done very fast, and this time correctly with the gizmo in the right place, it gets re-imported into my scene. So this is what happens when we overwrite an object and save it onto itself. So let me show you the other way, the other option. So if I make an object here, for example, this is a sphere, let me just delete the other one. You know what, I'm not gonna delete the other one because we may forget to put it back. So let me just do a few Control Z's, get it where it was, and instead of that I'm going to make a teapot. So I put it in the center, make a teapot, go to file again and select export selected. I'm gonna call this 03 and okay. So let's go to Unreal. Now pay attention, this time we shouldn't use import because it's another object and we saved it in a separate file. So instead we're going to use re-import with new file. So we're going to replace that piece of furniture with this file 03, which is a teapot. We're going to get this message, you know, it doesn't really happen that frequently. It's regarding the materials, it's okay, and get rid of that. And you can see that the teapot has replaced that piece of furniture. And again, don't worry about the dark patches on it. We're going to get rid of that. I'm going to show you how. All right, now we learned the first method, which was the rather difficult method, and it's going to be very frequently used in our work. So re-import and re-import with new file. These items, these options, we learned about them as well, useful ones, and we're going to work on them later on. Now, if I make a couple of copies of this teapot and go to my content browser, you can see that I have one object, but 3 instances or copies of it. And let me just show you something. So if I change the material somehow, if I change the color for this material, for example, let's choose this color, you can see that it let me just save it. It gets applied to all the instances or the copies. Let me do something else though. So if I click on this teapot, right click on it and use duplicate, okay, make a duplicate of it here and call it something else. If I put it here and then make copies of this new duplicate, let me just do that. So I'm gonna make 2 more copies of it. All right, now if I go back to the first object, the original one, and change something about this object, the material, let me just, for example, uncheck the nanite support. So if I uncheck that and save it, okay, and close this, go back, so you can see that the first 3 changed. They don't have their spots or the patches, the dark patches on them, and they're not, you know, nanite supported again. But the next 3, which were copies of the duplicate, did not change. So Remember this, if you want the changes to be applied to all the objects, you can make copies, but if you don't want the changes to be applied to all the objects, make it duplicate instead. Okay, so remember that, it's going to be very useful. So let me just delete these extra teapots. Now we learned about import. How do we export something out of here? For example, this teapot, if you select it, go to file and use export selected, we can select a name for this and a destination, and we're going to use FBX again and export this out of Unreal very easily, for example to Blender or other software. Alright, now we learned about the first method of importing some objects into Unreal, and we really use this for when we want to select a few objects or a small scene into Unreal. For example, this one, let me just get rid of these, and we're going to export this scene too. So we select it and go to file and export selected. Okay, we're going to select desktop as our destination and name this 04. So again, we used FBX as our extension. So we click on OK on all of these windows, go to Unreal, go to our content browser, okay, and make a new folder. For this one, we're going to call this 3D model 1, for example, and then we open it, and inside we do a right click and select import, and then we select the 04 scene. This time I uncheck nanites. I don't want nanite, but I have collision checked, so I'm going to show you that as well. So I select import all and wait for it to be imported. Okay, I get all these messages, which could usually be errors about the UVs, unwraps, materials, textures. We clear them and close this. Go to our folder, and you can see that all these files and static meshes and materials have been imported into this folder for us. And you can see all the objects in that scene have been separated into different files with different material files, and everything is here, but we cannot this time just put them inside our scene one by one. That would be very difficult and very hard to do. We cannot just put everything here and check the location, and it's just a mess. And this is one of the problems when we are using FBX as our extension when we are importing stuff. So we're going to do something here. I'm gonna select all the static meshes first. So I'm going to click on the first one, hold down shift and click on the last one, so everything in between gets selected as well. So I select all of that, drag it inside my viewport and put it here, and that's it. Let me just increase the speed a little. Okay, let's go inside. All right, so again we imported this scene, this whole scene into Unreal, and this was the method that we used for this scene, but it's not an ideal method. So I have to, for example, take care of the windows, delete these so that the light can get in. All right, but we're not going to use this method that often. And this method that we just learned has its own problems. For example, if we had left out a piece, we wouldn't have known and it would have been problematic. So we're going to do something else. Before that, let me just completely delete these folders. 3D Model 1, I'm going to right click on it and delete it from my content browser. And there, delete. I'm going to do the same with the 3D model folder as well. I'm going to delete that too. Okay. Now everything's gone. We are back into our viewport. All those folders and materials are gone. The next method that I'm going to introduce to you is using a plugin called Datasmith to transfer Corona or V-Ray materials very easily with a few clicks. And using this plugin, it will be better. Again, it will be ideal if we did not just select everything and transferred everything in one move. It will be better and more ideal if we just divide our project into 3 different categorizations. For example, the walls and the floor, the carpet, and that will be one category. And then the next one could be the tables, the chairs, sofa, furniture, stuff like that. And at the last one, we would just transport the plants, the paintings. Again, we can select everything and just do a complete transfer, but the problem with that is sometimes it gives us a crash. Sometimes we would have problems and we're not sure what part caused that problem. But if we divide the transfer process into 3 moves, for example, if we have a problem, when we have a problem, we would at least have fewer objects to investigate. For example, if you have a problem with these plants, it would take us less time to to investigate what texture or material or what is the problem rooted in. So again, it would be ideal not to just transfer everything at once. Alright, so for all these reasons and more, we're going to learn another method which is a lot easier. So the first thing that we do is to go to Google and search for Datasmith for 3D Max, for example. Okay, and the first result that we get is from the Unreal Engine website. Okay, the official website. So we open that, and this is the plugins that we get. So we get a plugin for 3ds Max, we get a plugin for SketchUp, Revit, Navisworks, and Rhino, a variety of different software, SolidWorks even, and we can just, depending on what 3D software we use, we can download the respective plugin here. So we're going to use one for 3ds Max, and we're going to use it for Unreal Engine 5. So make sure that that version is selected. Okay, so version 5, as you see here. So all we have to do at this point is to click on this download button here, download 5.0 exporter. Okay, so if we click on it, again, we start downloading it. Now I have a download manager here, which facilitates my downloads. Even if you don't have a download manager, you can just download it with your browser. And we have to, it's not that big of a file, so it's not going to take that long. If you're working with another version of Unreal Engine, you should use view at archived versions and choose the version that you are working with. For example, 4.25, 26, 27, select it here, and then again click on download. Okay, so that's what you do if you're working with another version. They have many archived versions here. Alright, now for the sake of this video, I'm going to edit this into the part that this file has been downloaded. So I have the file downloaded. Alright, so it's a very easy install. Just click on next. Okay, and here agree to the terms and next. And I have two 3ds Max versions active right now, 2021 and 2023. They have been already selected for me, so click on install. But I have already installed this, so I don't need to install it again. And after that, finish. Okay. Now, as I said previously in the first video of this series, Unreal Engine is free for our use, but some people try to install a version from third-party websites, and when they install a plugin like this Datasmith plugin, they face some problems. And this is why I say use the official version from the official website. So some people who use third-party installers do not see this Datasmith plugin after they install it. So this is one of the problems that they are going to face, or they have faced before. Alright, so pay attention to that. Okay, we have Datasmith installed and ready. Now, how do we use Datasmith plugin to import this scene, this building, from 3ds Max into Unreal Engine? Okay, like I said, the first thing that we do is to have or divide our projects into different layers. And we can use this button, Toggle Layer Explorer here. And this is a very handy tool for us to, for example, have the walls into one layer, the sofa, furniture, another one, the kitchen, another layer, and the rest of the stuff inside the house. So again, like I said, this prevents a lot of problems when we are trying to transfer our objects into Unreal Engine. So I select the walls first. Let me just move it up. Okay, and I'm going to select the floor as well. Let's just select the floor. Let me just go inside, make sure that it's selected, and I select this outer part. And I'm going to make all of this into one group. Go to group and select group. Okay, and I think the kitchen has been selected or grouped with these walls and floor too, so we don't want that. Let me just ungroup the kitchen. Okay, let me just go inside and make sure that I did it properly. So I select the kitchen, and I want to hide it too. Okay, all right, so let me just go back and again select these walls on the floor without the kitchen and group it. Okay. Alright, now before I start, let me just tell you something. If you had in this window so many layers present, what you have to do is to just select everything, the whole project, and add a new layer with this button, this plus button, call it something, and then right click on every other layer and delete them. So again, you add everything once, make a layer for it, and then start layering that one layer. So let me just show you how to delete this. Delete layer. So you right click on the layer that you don't want and delete it. Okay, so let me just do the same here real quick. Okay, let me just make sure that everything's up to par. All right, so I'm going to delete this other one. We have everything ready here. I add a new layer and I'm going to call it wall. And after that, I select my grouped walls and click on this button here called add to active layer, like so. All right, so I'm going to make another layer. Okay, and I'm going to call this sofa, and I'm going to use it for the furniture that I have inside. So let me just hide the wall. Let's see if I did it correctly. I think I added the grouped walls into the other layer. So let me just fix that. Okay, make sure that that group is added to the wall so that we can hide it. Okay, I think I fixed it. All right, let's see, add to active layer. Yes. All right. All right, now let's just start selecting the stuff that we want. We can select all of these stuff except for the plants. So I'm going to select everything this side, sofas, carpets, everything, and I'm going to deselect the plants because I want a separate layer for them. All right, so I'm going to deselect all the plants. All right, and go to group and select group for them. Now I'm going to add them to the sofa group, add to active layer, like so. Okay, let's test it. Okay, well, sofa, great. Now I need another group or layer for my plants, so I'm going to select the plants. Okay, I'm going to add another layer, call it flowers. Okay, I'm going to call it flowers. So let's check everything. We have wall, sofa, flowers, working great. Now let's just add another layer, create new layer. So, oh, okay, so you see, this is a problem. I didn't want to add a child layer on their wall, but because wall was selected and I clicked on add new layer, this happened. So make sure nothing is selected here, none of these options, and then click on create new layer. So make sure nothing is selected before you click on create new layer. All right, let's make a group for our kitchen. So we select the kitchen part. Now let me tell you something. This sink that you see right here, I've used before in my previous projects. It has a million vertexes, and if we import this, we're gonna get problems and errors in Unreal Engine. So I'm gonna do an FBX import separately for this one later. So I'm gonna deselect this. I don't want to have this as my layer, so let me make sure that it is deselected. Okay, now I need to add this to the last layer. Let's call it kitchen. Okay, and let's see. All right, it's working great. So sofas, and let's see, flowers, the default. Oh, okay, I have this plant left out in my default and it needs to be added to the flowers layer. So I select the plant, select flowers, and add to active layer, like so. Okay, fixed. Oh, all right, so everything has been ready except for this piece of sink that we have here. So let me just make everything ready to be imported into Unreal Engine. All right, let's open our layers. This sink piece is in my default layer. Okay, so what I do now is to just select everything in my viewport, like so, and then I go to File and Export, and Export selected. Okay, now I need to make a name for this. Let's call it one and save with Datasmith extension. Okay, save. All right, so we get this window and we click on OK, and it starts importing everything in our scene, layer by layer, piece by piece, into Unreal Engine. This is gonna take some time, and we may get a few error messages regarding the textures or some of the materials that we are using. It's okay, it's quite normal to get those error messages. Just click on cancel so that the process continues, And don't worry about materials. We're going to learn about materials in other videos. And the main policy for us is to just try to import everything, and when we have a problem with a certain texture or material, we're going to fix that material or texture manually. So don't worry about these error messages. We're gonna get a few here as well in a couple of seconds. For example, this one, so we click on cancel, another one, cancel again until the process is finished. Okay, so I close these error messages and done. All right, a tip for you before you do something like this: make sure that everything is saved in your 3ds Max before you do this transfer, so that if you have any crashes or problems, everything is saved. So let's go to Unreal Engine architecture and let's create another file. So I go to my E drive. Let me just find a folder, select this folder. I'm going to call it my project 1, for example, in that destination, and I'm going to click on create. Okay, so Unreal Engine is going to get opened for us and everything will be placed there. Okay, so as you can see, everything has been imported. Some stuff may have been slightly changed because Datasmith usually make some changes to your files so that they can be supported inside Unreal Engine. So some stuff may have some changes in them, and some stuff are imported intact. All right, now so let me just start by, let me just delete this floor. Okay, and we have Datasmith here present, but if you had created a game blank, you would not have Datasmith. Don't worry about that. I'm going to show you how to make that visible. So go to edit and plugins, and in the search box write import, and then you have Datasmith importer. So make sure that it is checked. After you check it, it gives you a message that you should reset or reopen Unreal, and just agree to that. And after that, you have Datasmith importer in game blanks as well. Okay, let's get going. Let's go to Datasmith and file import. Now we get this window and we go to the folder. So we have this file called 01, which I want to load, and I also have these assets folder, and see it's empty now, and the project 1, which is my the folder that I created. Okay, so and I select the 01 file and I click on open. Now I get this window and it asks me if I want to put this, import this into another folder, a separate folder. I'm not going to change anything. I'm going to let Unreal make a folder for it and do everything there. So click on OK, and then I get this window. And in this window, it asks me what I want to import. For example, geometry, materials and textures, lights, everything. I can select or deselect everything that I want to import. Even cameras. If I had cameras in my scene, in my 3ds Max scene, I could have imported those cameras as well. Now I don't need them right now. And animations. In advanced window, it's regarding the static mesh and the light map resolution. Again, I left these unchanged. I don't have to do anything here. So I'm going to click on import so that the importing process is initiated. All right, let's fast forward. Okay, so everything has been imported. Now I have this post-process box here that I'm going to use later on, and I'm going to explain everything in other videos. But for now, for this video, let's just change it a little. So go to the post-process panel and exposure. So let me just, it should be inside the lens. So let me just close everything. Go to lens, exposure, and put this on manual first, and then decrease the exposure with this option. Okay, so you can see everything now. That's enough. Let's just go inside the project, and here inside, let me just increase the exposure back up again so that we can see how things have gone. Okay, that's enough. Now if we go to the content browser, Unreal Engine has created this 01 folder for us. So this folder has been created by Unreal Engine. It was the name of our Datasmith file 01. They created a folder for us. Inside geometry, we have all the static meshes that we have in our scene, and inside materials. We have all the materials that has been used in our scene. We have the textures folder with all the textures, and just like that, everything has been imported beautifully in our scene. You can see the pivot gizmos have been placed correctly, and just everything, all the materials and textures just beautifully have been imported here. And we're gonna work on the materials, the textures, the lighting, everything. But so far, you can see that all these textures and materials have been imported in high quality. So, and that is the second method we use. Now, if I want to find a material or texture, I select the object and right click on it and go to browse to asset, and it shows me where that asset is located in my content browser, which is a very useful tool that lets me modify my material. I can enable nanite, for example, or not. So let's just close it, and I can even export an object that I want. So I select that object, go to file and click on export selected, and then I can just export this to a destination that I want. Now let me show you something interesting. So if I go to my 3ds Max and change one of these objects, for example, this sofa, this piece of furniture. So let me just ungroup it. Okay, this one, and let me just change something about it. Let me just, okay, I'll rotate this, and okay, all right. So I'm going to export this object. Okay, export selected. I'm going to call it 02 and save it with Datasmith. Okay, so I can just replace this furniture with that one, the new one. So all I have to do is just select it, go to re-import with new file like we did in the beginning of the video, and select the 02. Okay, open, and I'm going to change or replace this piece of furniture with the modified one. So let's see if there's a problem here. Let me check why it didn't happen. All right, so let me see. Let me just do this again, re-import with new file 02. So we get this error, failed to re-import. We have a problem with the static mesh probably. So let's go back to the 3ds Max. I'm gonna check this one. Let's just move it, do everything all over again. Select it. Okay, go to export selected. Let's call this one 03 Datasmith. Okay, let's see. So this time I'm going to do it with the other sofa. So select it, go to browse to asset, find the asset, right click on it, re-import with new file, and let's see if it happens. Yes, this time it happens with no problem. We had a problem with that other sofa, and let me just tell you, if you do a Control Z right now, it's not gonna change this piece of furniture to what it was before. So Control Z is not gonna work here after we re-import this file. So let's just check the material, the quality of these textures. Looks so good. Okay, so let's just check this one. Stable, the objects. All right, so as I'm zooming in on different materials in our scene, we're going to work on the lighting in this building. We're going to work on the materials, the textures, and also we're going to learn how to and where to add our cameras. So we're going to learn all about that. But before we start that process, we're gonna have to learn about post-processing, which is very important. So if you want to have good lighting in our scene, we're going to have to learn about post-processing first, and that is going to happen in the next session. So I hope you enjoyed this one, and I will see you in the next video. Hi my dear friends, welcome back to our Unreal Engine course. I'm back for another video. In this one we're going to work on learning post-processing for our scenes, but before we get into that, if you remember correctly, in our previous session we had this sync piece that we decided to import separately with FBX extension. So I'm going to do that just now before we get into post-processing. So let's just do that first. Let me just check my layers. Let's see. Yes, so this was part of the default layer, I think. So I'm going to select it and export it. So I'm going to select it in 3ds Max. Make sure that it's at the 0, 0 coordinate because I need the gizmo to be centered. Then I go to export selected, select a name for it and choose FBX. Okay, FBX extension 07. All right, okay, saved just like that, then click on OK. Good. Now I'm going to import this into Unreal Engine now, but before we do that, let me just tell you there are certain objects and items in your program of choice, for example 3ds Max, that are too complicated. They have too many textures and materials like this one, and sometimes they become problematic when you want to export them. In those cases, you can get rid of some of the textures and materials and make that object lighter, and then it will become easier to do the importing process. So let's go to our content browser. I'm going to use this geometrics folder. I'm going to import and select my file 07. I don't need collision or nanites, so I'm going to uncheck those and select import all. And then okay, clear. Let me just close this. Let's see here. So I drag it into my scene and I think you can see that it's a lot bigger, and these things happen. Now I need to scale it back down to the size appropriate for my scene. So I scale it down. Let's see, this much I think would be appropriate. Okay, and I try to place it where it was in the original scene. All right, let's see, somewhere here. And there are objects like this that can, mess your whole scene up, but you need to pay attention to that object and see if it creates any problems. So I think we're good. So let's go to post-processing. So let me just delete this post-processing that I had, and we're going to do everything from scratch. So you can go to Outliner, and from Outliner you can just in the search box type post-processing, and that way it will become very easy to see what post-processing you have. For example, I have these two in my scene, okay, and you can see the gizmo for it. So I'm going to delete this one. Okay, let me just delete it from the list, and I'm going to delete the other one, okay, so that we don't have any post-processing. All right, so this is our scene without any post-processing. Okay, now that I don't have any post-processing, how do I add one for my scene? Now I have two ways of doing that. The first one is to go on with this add button and go to visual effects, and from that choose post-process volume. So this is one way of doing it. Another way is to go to window and select place actors, and then from visual effects again choose post-process volume. Okay, so this is the one that I added to my scene. So we have two ways, one with visual effects from that add button, and the other one with place actors. Okay, now why do we even bother adding a post-process volume to our scenes? Why do we need to do that? The most important reason is because we need to control the exposure, and exposure in simple terms is the amount of light that gets inside the lens of our camera. Okay, so we need to control that, and when we do that, we can manage our lighting quality, we can elevate that quality, and we can also control the reflections and everything light related. So for that we need to work and set up our exposure. See, as I move inside this building, the amount of light that gets into this building changes. So we can set up the exposure or the amount of exposure by going to project setting and find rendering first. So let me just find rendering here from this list. Okay, it's somewhere here, there, okay, rendering. And Let me just collapse all these tabs for you first. Let me just collapse them. And I can use this gear button, I think, on the right, let's see, to collapse them all. And from all these tabs, we need to find global illumination. And global illumination is the system used to manage our lighting. So right now it's been put on Lumen, that we're going to get into in later sessions, but we also have other systems available. We can also use no system by putting it on none, but I don't recommend that at all. So let's just leave it on Lumen, and Lumen is going to manage our lighting for us when we do this. And let me give you a little demonstration of what actually happens. So let's say that I have one source of light, like a sky here, a directional light inside. Now the secondary lights that hit the floor and get reflected to other directions are calculated based on Lumen or with the Lumen system. So here I can choose a system to calculate the secondary lights for me. I can choose a system for my reflections, and we don't really have that in Corona or V-Ray, but in Unreal Engine we can have a separate system for our secondary lights and also a separate system for our reflections, which is a very nice addition to Unreal Engine. So we can choose another method for our reflections, for example screen space and even ray tracing, which again we will get into all of them in our lighting sessions. But for now, the GI or global illumination is the system used to calculate our lights for us, and we can choose Lumen or other methods for those calculations to take place and for our lights to be rendered in our scene. We also have a Lumen tab with some options here that we're going to discuss when we are discussing Lumen lighting. So what else? Hardware ray tracing, which we can enable or disable in different categorizations, and again shadow box. So all these options lighting related will be discussed later on. Software ray tracing also again we're going to discuss later on. What else do we have here? Let me see. Oh, default settings. So if you go to default setting, we have a few options. For example, bloom. If you remember, we had the effect bloom in our scene, which was this yellow shining thing here. So let me just show you what I mean. Let me just put this to the side so that you can see it in real time. So if I enable bloom, you can see this effect here, there in the middle of the screen, this one. So we can enable or disable it. Sometimes we need this effect in certain areas, but for now we disable it. So let me just close outliner and these panels so that you can see things better. We have ambient occlusion, which again we cannot see that much right now. We're going to discuss later. But auto exposure, so right now it's on auto exposure, but we can manually set it up too. So if we disable it, we don't have any auto exposure, but if we enable it and put the auto exposure on manual with this button here, we can just change it manually. And this is a very good option for most of our scenes. Sometimes we do need to put it on auto exposure. For example, when we want to come inside the building from outside, auto exposure does a good job there. And let's see what else we have here. We have, for example, motion blur, which again is apparent when things are moving in our scene in the play mode. And when we have an animation or something, it's an effect when we are using animation and movement in our scene. Okay, let's not bother ourselves with these options. Some of them we're going to learn later on, the ones that are required for our project. So let me just close these real quick. Okay, let me just close these tabs because we're not gonna discuss these tabs anymore. So I close project setting. Let's add a post-process volume to our scene. So like I said, we go to this add button, visual effects, and add a post-process to your scene. You can use this method or the other one that I told you in the beginning of the video. So I add a detail panel too, okay, so that we can discuss these options, the ones that are required for our work. Let's see. Okay, so let's start. We have favorites here, which is used for the post-process options that are used most frequently. We can add them to that place and have them available so that we can work with them real fast. For example, I'm going to work with exposure a lot, so let me just find it and add it to my favorites. It's in exposure, sorry. And if I, for example, use this, right click on it and add it to my favorites, you can just work with it anytime you want. And if you don't have this favorites option, just click on that star and then you can have favorites. So let me just for now remove this, and let's see what else we have here. We have this transform option, which is related to the scale, the location, and the size of this box that you see, the post-process volume box. And we have lens, and we also have depth of field, which we're not gonna talk about. It's not related to our work. We talked about bloom, which was that shining effect that we had there, and we talked about that too. We also have exposure, which again we briefly talked about. You can put it on manual or auto, and exposure is not gonna do anything for us just yet. Before that, we need to go to GI, our global illumination, and select a method. For our method, I'm gonna put lumen. For reflections, I'm also gonna put lumen, so put these on lumen. Okay, now we can see that if I go inside this box here, it's kind of different. It looks kind of different from outside of the box. So outside of the box, it looks like this, but when I go inside, you can see that the lighting changes. So auto exposure is working inside that box. Okay, so this is where we need to talk about the size of our post-process volume. So we can either have it be really large and encapsulate all of our project like this, as you can see. When I go inside, the lighting changes. We either do this, and I'm gonna put it on manual and show you that too. So again, when I go inside this box, we have some kind of lighting, but when I go outside, it's kind of different. Okay, so we can either have this box encapsulate all of our project, or I can just make it really small so that the size is not, you know, that important. I can put it somewhere, for example here, and then I go to search on the right panel and search for infinite extent. Okay, you're going to have to write this down, infinite extent. And if I check this option, it doesn't matter where my box is, where my post-process box is, the exposure is going to be present all over my project regardless of the location of that post-process box. So remember that. Okay, so let me just close these tabs. Let me just collapse these tabs again. Let me just go to this gear option and collapse all these tabs. And we're going to discuss some other options. So remember, global illumination, put the method on lumen. Okay, do the same for reflections as well. Now, another option that we have, let me just go inside the building too, and I'm going to change the angle of my directional light that resembles the sky. Let's find a better angle. Okay, and let's see. We also have this blue shade in our work, which is because of this fog here. Okay, we have this high fog. I'm going to delete that so that it get rid of that blue shade. Okay, so it's better now, but it's a little bit dark. Okay, our scene is a little bit dark, but don't worry about the lighting. This is not a lighting session. We're going to work on post-processing just yet. In lighting sessions, we're going to do everything for lights. For now, for our work now, I can just increase the exposure a little so that it's just a little bit brighter. So I select my post-process and I go to exposure, and I manually increase the exposure, and you can see that it's just more bright and easier to work with. So right now, let me just, this is the directional light that resembles the sky for me. I talked about this. It's present in the architecture blank, and you also have a sky, and you can just if you double click on this directional light, you can change the angle, and also you can just like angle it down so that it resembles a sundown and later in the day. You can do so many things with it. Again, we're going to work and discuss all of these options when we're working on our lighting in other sessions. For now, this would suffice. let's go back to the options that we have for our post-process volume. So let me just delete this box too. Okay, let me just find a couple of good angles and bookmark them with Control and 1, for example, with this angle, and Control and 2, another angle that we can just navigate frequently to, and another one here, Control 3, for example. Okay, I select my post-process, and let's go back to the options that we were discussing. Alright, like I said, we can put exposure on auto or manual, but what's the difference, and how does manual or auto exposure work? For you to better understand that, I'm going to give you a little demonstration, and let me just draw a shape here, something like a plane. Let's see if I have this cube and just make it narrow and something that resembles an external area that is attached to the front of our building here, something like a backyard or something. Okay, so let me just find the right scale, find the right size, and correct placement for this shape here. Okay, let's call it a plane. So I'm going to go to my perspective and look at it from the side. Let's see, I'm going to have to elevate it a little. Let's find another angle. Front, okay, there. Okay, that's good. So I'm going to go back to lit. Let's see. Alright, I think it's roughly where it should be. Now I'm going to copy a few objects in that area, for example this plant here, and maybe a piece of sofa. Okay, so I'm going to copy this and make the copy and put it outside, in that outside area, for example here. Okay, and I'm gonna do the same. Let me just place it here. Okay, I'm gonna do the same with this plant here. I'm gonna make a copy of this. Let me just look at everything from the top view in the wireframe mode. Let's see, I want to just select this plant. I don't want to select anything extra, so let me just deselect the carpets and everything else. It can be a little difficult because other stuff is going to be selected, so I'm going to be careful. Let me just hide these, and okay, I selected the plant. Alright, let me just deselect these, and I'm going to copy it and put it outside. Let me just drag it there. Okay, let's go back to the perspective view. Let's see where it is. Alright, now we have the piece of sofa and we also have the plant. Now as you can see, the light here is terrible. It's like kind of burnt. It's too much light, but inside it's kind of normal and okay. But if we go outside, the light just becomes unbearably exaggerated and too much. Okay, and it's because we put this exposure manually on number 3 something. Okay, so 3 is a good number for interiors, but too much for outside areas and exteriors. So if I put it on 1, for example, inside becomes too dark and outside is okay. So let me just put it on 3. Okay, so 3 is good for the inside but not good for outside. For example, if I put this on 0.8 or maybe lower, minus 0.1, okay, this number is a good number for exterior. So right now the lighting here is okay, but inside you would have problems, and it kind of resembles real life. If you film outside under the sunlight and suddenly go inside, it takes a few seconds for your camera or smartphone to adjust to the new exposure. So what we have to do is to go to exposure here and put this on auto exposure histogram, and this would resemble that camera situation that I just talked about. So right now the lighting is okay for outside. If I go inside, it takes a couple of seconds for the lighting to change or the exposure to change and be more appropriate. If I put this on 1, it gets even more bright and more appropriate. So again, if I go outside, okay, the lighting is okay this time. It gets adjusted, and this way we have good lighting for inside and the outside. So auto exposure histogram would help us with this situation. So the next step is to just make this adjusting phase happen faster and make it quicker. Okay, so now if I just quickly go outside again and go back inside, you can see that it takes roughly 4 to 5 seconds for the lighting to get adjusted to the inside. So we have two options, speed up and speed down, that can help us manipulate that process or phase. Now let's compare. If I put, for example, 10 for speed up here instead of 3, let's compare. Let's go outside. Okay, go inside. Let's see, it takes even longer to get adjusted. All right, so if I go back inside, everything looks okay, quite fast. So I put 1 here again for a speed up. This time for a speed down, I put 10. Okay, let's do it again. Outside looks okay, inside quite fast, looks good. Outside looks too bright, and it's gonna take a long time for it to get adjusted. So we have to put 10 for both of them, speed up and speed down. And this way, let's go inside. Okay, quite fast. Outside, fast again, inside. And you can see that as we go inside and outside, the lighting gets adjusted quite fast. So let's put 20 for them, even faster. Okay, it's almost seamless. And remember, we are navigating back and forth between inside and outside quite fast. In real projects, we usually use a lower camera speed and we go like this, and it takes some time to go inside, so everything's slower. All right, so take that into account as well. All right, now this was a very useful tip for our projects that I've not seen get mentioned that much. Now there are other people who do something else. For example, they have 2 post-process volumes, one for inside and one for outside. They have one here for the outside, and they put another post-process inside, and then they just adjust them differently. And that's another trick. All right, so let me just delete these items here for our demonstration. Okay, let me just delete these 2. Okay, let's just go back to our perspective view inside our building. Now let me tell you something else. In our interior projects, we usually put this exposure on manual and choose a high number like 10. Okay, for example, let's see, 10 is a good number for interiors. But when we have a sky or a directional light like this inside, 10 is too much, and we would have to use a lower value for it. For example, not 1, 5, let's say. Okay, so don't worry about these things just yet. We're going to learn about all of them when we're working on lighting. Let me just change the angle of the light or the sun. Okay, and we're gonna learn a lot when we are working on the lighting. We're gonna work on the materials too, and we're gonna correct a lot of little problems that we're gonna face, and this project is gonna be a lot better and higher quality. Okay, so back to our post-process. So among the options that we had, we talked about some of them, global illumination and the methods involved. Now we have color grading and temperature, which again is like the temperature that we have in Photoshop. With temperature, we can have a warm or cool feel or shade in our atmosphere. Okay, I can also go to global, for example, and work with contrast, have higher value for contrast, and make the juxtaposition between the bright colors and the darker colors more or less apparent. Now, a good number for contrast would be something like 1.2, which usually works fine. We also have saturation, which controls the amount of colors. For me, I can have less saturation, which gives a grayish kind of look to our work. So what else we have here? We also have the same options for our shadows. For example, we can manipulate the saturation and contrast for our shadows, but as a rule of thumb, we don't really manipulate these values until we need to for our interior works, and that's a rarity. So other than the contrast, we don't really mess with this stuff. So if I go to the game mode, you can see that we can easily navigate back and forth between inside and outside, and things generally look okay. This is not an exterior project, it's an interior project. That's why still when we go outside, we don't have good lighting, and that's because, again, this is an interior project. So things look generally okay here. In the next session, other than the stuff that we talked about exposure, We're going to start with the Lumen lighting system, which is the beginning part of our lighting session. So we're going to start with Lumen. We're going to learn all about Lumen, and then you will get a rough idea of lighting and how to do lighting, proper lighting for our projects. So make sure that you practice the stuff that we already covered and talked about, and in your own project put the exposure on manual for your scene and put a value of 5, for example, for the amount of exposure for your scene, so that everything is ready for Lumen. And from that point going forward, we're going to work on our lighting so that it looks real good and realistic for our interior project. I hope you enjoyed this session, and I will see you in the next one. Hi guys, I hope you are all doing well. In this session, we're going to talk about Lumen, which is a feature that has been added to Unreal Engine 5. We did not have this feature in Unreal Engine 4. And we're going to learn what it is and how it works, and actually how we can enable it in our scenes and how we can control it in our own projects. Now, before I start with Lumen, let me tell you something about Nanite. With Nanite, you can have an unlimited number of objects in your scene. All you have to do is to just right click on the object, select browse to asset, find the asset, and enable Nanite for it. And then it doesn't take that much space in your scene. And you can have an unlimited number of those objects in your scene without taking that much space. Now back to Lumen. We didn't have Lumen in Unreal Engine 4, and in that time we used to work with a real-time lighting system, and usually the rest was just baking the lights into the scene. So basically, whenever the lights were changing in terms of location, or something else were changing in terms of location, we had to build the lights again. Now right now, for example, if I want to show you something, so this is building lights. If I take this object, this type of fence, and if I move it to the middle of the scene like this, I have to build the lights again, because the shadows have changed and the lights, the intensity of the lights, everything has changed, and now we have to take everything into account by building the lights again. Now, the way building the lights works is that we have something called light maps, which takes the information, the light information of every object in the scene, and every time the lighting changes, those information change, and we have to take everything into account by working with those light maps. Starting with Unreal Engine 5, we have access to Lumen, which takes care of all of that for us a lot more easily, and we also have GI, which is basically a number of engines which calculate the lights and basically does the lighting for us with Lumen. Now with Lumen, we control not only the lighting, basic lighting, we control also the reflections and refractions. Now I think Lumen has a couple of weaknesses when it comes to reflections, but they are working to fix the bugs and it's getting better. Now if I go to edit and project setting, I can show you where Lumen is situated. I can search for Lumen, and then I have access to dynamic global illumination, and if I choose Lumen, it works with Lumen. If I choose none, for example, we have the same thing for reflections. So if I choose Lumen for both, Lumen will work with both. If I choose none, we don't have Lumen in our scenes anymore, but you have to be careful because you may have Lumen enabled in your post-process. So let me just show you. If I search for post-process and add a post-process into my scene, let me just do that real quick. So this is a post-process that I just added to my scene. If I find it here and inside post-process search for Lumen, let me just do that, Lumen, I have the same setting here. So if I enable it in my post-process, it still works in my scene. So it will work inside that box, that little box. But if I have this infinite enabled, let me just show you. If I have this setting called infinite enabled, it's got to be here, infinite, yeah. So if I have this enabled, I would still have Lumen in my scene enabled. Let me just delete this real quick. Okay. Now that we don't have Lumen, the lighting is not that good because we would have to build the lights for all of these objects here, and we have not. But instantly, if I go back to go back to edit and project setting and enable Lumen. For my lighting, everything will be taken care of in real time like this. Now, I'm not gonna spend any more time talking about the inner workings of how the engines work and how Lumen works. Those calculations are beyond our understanding, but let me just show you something important. If I search for r.lumen.visual, I think card, it's gotta be here, visual card placement, or yeah. So if I search for this and add 1 as the value for it, we would have these lines here, we would have these cards. So basically around any object we would have several of these boxes or cards. So what are these boxes or cards? If I add a couple of objects into my scene right now, for example a cube, let me just show you. If I add this shape, we would have these boxes around it, these cards around it. So let me just show you how they look like with a sphere too. So if I add a sphere here, so you can see that we have these cards surrounding it. Now what Unreal Engine does is that it creates these cards or boxes around our objects so that it could calculate the lighting to the best of its ability for us. So that's what these cards are basically created for. So this is basically how Lumen works in terms of calculating the lights for your objects. Now, generally, the more disparate or the more distant your different objects are from each other, the easier it is for Lumen to calculate these the lights with these cards. So let me show you with an example what I mean. Now I'm going to draw something random here. So I'm gonna use this for my walls. I'm gonna have curves too, so let me just show you what I mean. So if I give this an outline and extrude it, you're gonna see what I mean. So let me just give it some outline, and then I'm going to extrude it up here. So from this menu, okay, so I'm gonna drag it up like this. So we have this type of wall, and then I'm gonna create a copy of this, put it to the side, and then I'm gonna put this on a spline, and then gonna delete a couple of lines here, for example this one, and let me just do this again. So I'm gonna delete a couple of lines. Then what I'm going to do is to just take this one piece at a time or separately. I'm gonna take each line separately. So I'm gonna have to detach every line here and take them one by one. For example, this one, I'm gonna scroll down, find detach, and cut it off basically, and import it. So, and this one also detach. So I'm going to detach all of these lines one by one, and then I'm gonna take them. So bear with me, it's gonna take some time. So this line as well, I'm gonna detach all of these lines. Let me make sure if I did this too. Okay, so I'm gonna extrude these now. So let me just extrude these. Let me just do a Control Z. Okay, so I'm gonna extrude the rest of the lines too, so we would have some volume to them, and then I'm gonna take them into Unreal Engine one by one. Let me just make sure I select everything, and I'm going to add a spline modifier to it. So let me just do that real quick. Okay, I'm going to give it some width like this, and that's good. I'm going to extrude these as well. Now both objects are ready. I select them both, and I'm gonna export them into Unreal Engine. I'm gonna export with FBX for my Unreal Engine. I'm gonna call it 01 for example, and click OK. Go to Unreal, go to my content browser, create a new folder here, and I'm gonna add them. from import. So let me just find it real quick. It's this one. Select it and clear all these messages. They are ready. Okay, so I'm going to select everything, put them inside my scene, and now we are ready to talk about Lumen again. So if you look at the left object, which was one piece, you can see that we have less cards like so. All right, so put this on one for like so. All right, so put this on one, for example, so that it's easier to just move this around. See the details, the amount of details we have on this candle holder, just beautiful. Okay, so that is all it took to add that object. So let's go back to Quixel, find a couple more and start working on them. So I go back to this list of 3D assets. We have all types of different assets, a lot of decorative objects that we can use, but let's actually go back to an urban setting. Okay, let's just go back to home, 3D assets, interior. Okay, let's just find something here. Okay, let's find a decorative object, for example a vase or vase. Okay, some plant holders, let's see, some bowls, pitchers. We have a lot of things here, ornaments, picture frames, maybe this one, maybe this picture frame. Okay, so I'm gonna click on download, and on this quality tab we also have nanite. But to be honest, nanite is a very useful object when we are working with games, mostly not in an architectural setting, because for example imagine an open world game where you have this massive map full of different things in it. Nanite would be useful there, but for our interior scene it doesn't really matter that much. So I'm going to download it and add it to my scene, this frame too. So click on add, wait for it to be added into my scene, and now I can just go to my content browser and we have these folders here. So we have this mega scans folder. Inside we have 3D assets, because what we downloaded so far was from the category 3D assets, and inside we have this candle holder and decorative object. So it's the frame is inside this decorative object folder. Let's find a suitable place for it to be put to. For example, maybe we can just lay it against this wall here. Okay, let's just look at it from the side. See the amount of details here, just it's gorgeous. Okay, and I'm gonna tilt it slightly back against the wall. Okay, all right, let's just move it to the left a little, and there. Okay, so beautiful. Now let's just find another object and then we'll start working on them. So let's see what else we can add. This is really attractive, so I'm gonna use this high quality, and if you have access to high-speed connection, you can just download the stuff that you know you like and you would use for later projects, and then you can just store them, and anytime you change your windows or install Unreal again, you can just have those objects ready and add it to this Quixel program or 3D, give a destination for it, and then just use it instantly. Okay, so you can just download a couple that you know you like, and that is what I'm going to do. I'm doing right now. So I'm gonna add these two, and let's find a place for this object here. Okay, it's very esoteric, so I put it there. Let's see if it's a nice place for it to be put. Just beautiful. Look at the details. So yeah, that would be a good place. So I'm gonna leave it there, and I'm going to add the next one, which was this Japanese wooden ornament. Okay, let's find a wall for it to be attached to, maybe this one. So I'm gonna drag it manually here. change the angle. Okay, I think I need to rotate it to, this is a tree probably. It's upside down right now. Let's just use these controls that we learned about the first couple of sessions, and then yeah, it's a tree. Okay, so I'm gonna change the scale too. It's a little too big. I'm gonna make it smaller, move it to the right. Okay, there. But to be honest, it looks really ugly. It just doesn't suit our scene very well, so I'm gonna delete it. Okay, so we don't need to add anything just for the sake of it. Those objects were enough. So all right, now let's learn how to add different materials to the objects that we already have in our scene. For example, this piece of furniture here. So I go to Quixel and I need to go to surfaces because I want to add a fabric. So I'm going to find fabric here. Okay, now I have carpet, leather, pattern, plain, and I can just go through all these different fabrics and use one that suits my project. So that's what we're going to do now. Let me just find the right one. We have leather, pattern, maybe this one, maybe this one, this white one. Okay, this would be nice. So high quality and download. Okay, and I'm gonna add it with this button. Okay, and this is what we get. In our content browser, we have a few textures and the actual material. So we have this main texture, which is called diffuse by some people call it albedo, and it's a very important texture. And we have a few controls here that we can just tweak and change. We have brightness that I can change. Okay, I increased it too much, it became too white, so let me just put it back on 2, or maybe just back to 1. Okay, and we have brightness curve that if I increase, it will become darker. Okay, so you will have a darker color. And we also have saturation, which controls the amount of color that we have for our material. If I use a number like 10, we have more colors. Number less than 1, less colors, more grayish color. And these are the most important ones that we talk about. Maximum texture size, which is also important. Right now it's on 0. If it's on 0, it's the original size that the texture has given us. Let's check that together. So if I go to this texture map, you can see that this is the place that it has been saved to. This is the actual size on our hard disk, and these are the dimensions. Okay, so it's 4000 in 4000, which is basically 4K. So if we had chosen medium quality, probably it would have been 2K, 2000 in 2000. Less size on our hard disk, but less quality. So it's a 4K image, and with maximum texture size put to 0, it's the original size. Okay, this other map that we have here is called the normal map. In Unreal Engine, we don't have bump maps, we don't have bumps, so we cannot use bump as an option, but instead we have normals or normal map that would do the same thing, and we can tweak it to have a more bumpy texture or a less bumpy texture, and that is what we're going to try out. So if I add this material to this furniture, okay, wait a couple of seconds to be applied to there. Okay, so this is the material. We do the same for the other sofa. Be careful not to choose the texture. So if you do that, you will get a new material. So let me just delete this. Make sure to just add or drag the actual material into that object, not the textures that you get with that material. Okay, so if for whatever reason you didn't have time to create your materials, you can just use Quixel, which is a very handy library. Okay, and when we don't have enough time to create our own materials, we always can count on Quixel. Okay, now if I go to my content browser, and if I navigate to this material or fabrics folder, and if I double click on the material itself, I get to just have some controls over the material itself. I can change the diffuse texture, I can change the normal map texture, and different things, different qualities or features about this material can be changed and controlled here. For example, if I enable or check this normal strength here. Let me just make this window a little bit smaller so that you can see the actual furniture and the material. Now if I choose the value for normal strength here, for example, make it 5, you can see that, or 10, you can see that it becomes, my fabric becomes more bumpy, it becomes thicker. See? Okay, maybe 20. Okay, and it becomes bumpier and thicker. So I can do the same thing with the roughness of this material. For example, if my material had roughness, I could have changed that and shown you that, and that is what I'm going to do later in the video. But for now, you just witnessed how easy it is to apply a material to our objects and how easy it is to tweak it. So for example, you can just change the material for this wooden table here. Okay, I just made a simple copy of this table here and put it to the side so that we can have it for reference. Now let's just start create a wooden material for this table here. So we go to our Quixel library. So I'm going to open it from this tab. Okay, we go to surfaces and let's just find wood. Okay, and we have a lot of options and items to go through, and it's just so many different materials, so many good ones for parquet floors, and it's just a joy to work with. If you have enough time, you can just search these materials until you find the absolute right one for your scene, and that is what I'm going to do. I'm going to replace it later on with the same material that it is used right now, but for the purpose of this video, I'm going to find one that is kind of suitable for my scene. So let's just go through some of these together and find a good material. Okay, so maybe this, no, let's see, maybe this one, let's see. Okay, it's not that bad, so let's just use that one, the North Indian rosewood veneer. We have the highest quality also, which is basically 8K, I think. So high quality was 4K, highest quality is 8K, and if I click add, because it has been downloaded before, I can just use it right now. So if I drag the material into my table just like that, it is applied to my table, and you can see that it's just there. And from this panel on the right, I get to see all the different materials that have been used for the pieces on that section. So if I click on this revert button, it'll be reverted back to the previous wooden material, and I can just drag it back either onto the table itself or this icon that I have on the right. And as you can see, I applied the texture to all of these objects. Okay, so I click revert on those, and you can see just how beautiful this looks. Check the quality. The quality is absolutely great. So the Quixel materials are really a joy to work with. And if I double click on the material, I can just change the roughness and some other controls that have been designed for me. So for example, if I go to roughness, let me just put this window, make it smaller. Roughness is basically the extent to which your material looks either shiny or matte. Right now the value is at 1. If I put 0 here, for example, you can see that it becomes very reflective, very shiny, and it resembles a high glass type of texture for me. So if you want that type of texture, you should use a value of that vicinity, or if you want to have a more matte finish, matte finish, if you will, you can have a value near to 1. Okay, so for example, this is what 0.5 would look like, and I can just save it and use that. So if I want to change the color of my texture, I should just double click on this texture icon, and I can just go to saturation. Let me find it here, saturation, and I can just change the value to, for example, 0.3, and I get rid of some of the colors. Okay, I need to save everything, so make sure to save everything before you go to your viewport, and there you can see that it's just a lot more grayish and less saturated. Okay, let's double click on the material again, change the roughness back to 1 as it was, save it, go back to our scene, and we can just apply this texture to other places, other tables that we have in our scene. For example, this one, I can just drag it there. Okay, so this one is using this new material too. Let's see what else we have. We have some other tables here. This table here on the back side. Okay, we just simply drag our new material into this surface, and it is applied there instantly. By the way, make sure the object that you're using this material for has a good unwrap or UVW map. Okay, let's go to the other options that we have here. We have tiling that we can work with. Let me just show you what that does for us real quick. So for example, look at this texture that we have for this wooden table. If I go to the tiling and let me just make this bigger. So I can just change this texture, make it bigger or smaller. So if I go to tiling X and Y and change this from 1, for example, to a higher number, let's say 10, you can see that I have smaller patterns. Okay, I can do the same with another texture, for example this one. See, we have a smaller patterns now, but the problem is we don't want these seams to be visible, so I'm going to put these back into 1. Okay, this looks better now, but you have that option available. Alright, now whatever I did to that texture would be, because that texture was a copy of other ones, it would be applied to other textures of the same kind. So what I'm going to do is to make a duplicate of this texture, put it here and apply it to this. But oh, I think I mistaken the texture for wood with furniture. So let me just do it again with this other one, duplicate it, put it here. Now for this one, I'm going to change the tiling, put 2 for example, for X and Y there. Okay, so this time the changes would not be applied to all those textures because I made a duplicate. And let's check the other ones. Let's have a top view. I think this table has too many things on it. Let me just put 1 on this other table on the right so that it's not too empty anymore. So I made this vase or candle holder a little bit bigger too, so let me just place it correctly there. Okay, so these were some of the materials that we already have here. And what else we have here? We have the glasses material, the glass. So in Unreal, glasses or the glass material are kind of different from other programs, but we have gorgeous plants. We have beautiful plants that we can use. Now I'm going to put one plant or a flower into this candle holder that I scaled up to show you the beautiful plants that we have in the Quixel materials in Unreal. So let me just go to these different types of plants, find the suitable one, shrubs. Okay, let's see, maybe one of these house plants. Okay, let's use this one. I've used this one in other projects as well, so I've downloaded this before, highest quality, downloaded before. So I'm going to add this into my content browser by this add button. Okay, there, and I'm going to place it inside this candle holder that I'm going to use as some kind of like vase, let's say. Okay, I'm going to put it here, make it smaller, change the scale. Okay, there, that's more suitable. All right, gorgeous. Okay, now if you zoomed in and your plant or whatever object was kind of blurry and too faded out, you can get rid of that problem by searching for a stream and click on never stream. So check that box if you had that problem. Okay, so I'm going to add another one here for this plant holder or vase that I have. Okay, put it there, change the rotation a little bit. Okay, put it to the side there. Let me just make, okay, this seems to be the right placement, and just compare the quality of this beautiful plant that I just added with the ones that I had transported from another project at the beginning of our video series. So this plant here is kind of like, it has a couple of problems that I'm gonna tell you how to solve. Let me just rotate it real quick. So if you go closer, you can see that the back side of these leaves are not, you cannot see them, they are not visible. So let me just ungroup them, go to the material, see, we cannot see the back side of this leaf and the other ones. So this is a problem that I'm going to solve right now. So if you had the same problem, you could just resolve it real quick. Go to the materials. These are the two materials that have been used for this leaf. Search for two-side. We're searching for two-side materials. Okay, nothing here. Let me just search the same thing for the other ones, for the other material. So I'm going to click on this, search for two-side here. Okay, two-side, nothing here. So I'm going to go to the parent material. Okay, here, general parent material, go to the whole slate. So this is the material slate editor that I'm going to teach you about in the later sessions, but for now let's just search for two-side. Okay, nothing here. It's interesting. So let me just check real quick. Let me just click on this tab, select it, select everything, search for two-side. Maybe they don't use numerics here. Yes, so two-side with words. So search for side and check that box, save it. Okay, it's gonna take some time to save that material for us. Make sure to do that every time that you make a change. Let's go back and check. Let's see. There. Now you can see the back side of the leaf. Now we need to do the same thing with this other one. So search for side or two as a word. Okay, two-side, check it again. Take that box, save it. Because it's a very complicated material and there are a lot of things that go into that material, it's going to take some time. But we are done with this. So let's just save it, click on yes, and go back and check. Okay, everything has been corrected right now, and we can see the back side of the leaves. And whenever you had this problem, you can just resolve it like so. Now I'm pretty happy with these plants. Things look okay for now. Let's just check. Okay, everything looks good. Alright, so for example, right now you can just search for the parquet floor and choose something for that and test that out. And I really suggest that you do that on your own time and practice until you get the hang of using different materials, using different sizes and tilings, and you get the grips of it. For example, if I go to the Quickswell Bridge right now, I mean, you've seen it before. We have a variety of materials and all of them are free. You don't need to patch anything, buy anything, crack anything. Just beautiful surfaces. Personally, I love these surfaces. For example, these bricks are really high quality and you can just use them for your facades and your exterior projects and sometimes your interior projects as well for some of these ones. Let me just download these, a couple of them, and let's just find a couple that are really gorgeous and test them out. So I'm going to download these. So it's going to take some time, but if you are patient enough, I think you will be amazed at how gorgeous and how amazing some of these materials are. For example, this one, for those of you who are working on facades, exteriors, it's just awesome. So I've downloaded these materials before, and I just downloaded a few right now. And let's just select one of them and see how it looks in our scene. So I'm gonna add it right now, and I just chose the highest quality, which is probably 8K, but you don't really need to use 8K textures just yet. 4K would suffice, high quality, but you can do that if you don't want to have so many renders. And let's just add this to this wall. Okay, don't worry about the weirdness of the UV, we're gonna fix that. Okay, so just like I said, this UV which has been made inside 3ds Max is kind of problematic and looks weird. So we're going to fix it right now. So I'm going to select it, go to one of these modeling tabs that I'm going to show you right now. So if I go to select mode and modeling, let me just put this to the side and change the size so that you can see everything better. Okay, so let me just collapse all of these tabs. So we're inside modeling, okay, and we're going to find UVs there. So let me just close these as well. Right now, as you can see, the options for UV are kind of grayed out. It's because just in 3ds Max I've selected 2 objects, and that's what happens when you do that. So I'm going to just select one, and you can see all of these options are back to normal view again. And then I'm going to put this on box, the type, okay, and change the scale so that it looks smaller. The tiling and the bricks maybe too small. Let me just manually just play with these numbers. Okay, maybe 7 and 2, so put 7 and 2 here. Okay, looks good, you know, not bad. Let's try 8. Okay, maybe 10. So I'm gonna experiment with these numbers. Okay, that would be good. Those numbers are okay, so I'm gonna click on accept for this and go move on to the next wall. So I'm gonna click accept, and I'm gonna do the same thing with this other wall. So just like that, if I click on accept, I can just apply the same numbers, the same setting on these other walls. So what I'm gonna do now is to use another type of texture or material as bricks for this wall, this other wall. So I'm gonna go to Quixel Bridge real quick and select it and just add it to my project. But right now, as you can see, it's just a very high quality, beautiful brick material, but it doesn't really fit into our interior scene. But we're just gonna test it out to see how it looks like and how we could do this if we wanted to. So I'm gonna add this to my content browser and just drag it into my wall, this one. It's gonna take some time because it has more details and it has a higher quality, so we're gonna have to wait a couple of seconds for this to actually take effect. Okay, and like the previous wall, we can just tweak these numbers and change the scale and dimensions for this one. But right now, that's not the purpose of our task here. But if I zoom in, you can see how beautiful these brick materials are, and I can just change the roughness and the bumpiness of these bricks too. So if I go to this materials normals, like I said in the previous session, so if I go to the normals and enable this and put a number like 5, maybe too much, maybe 3. Okay, so if I save it and go back, you can see it's just rougher and bumpy and just beautiful. So these materials are really awesome to use. We can just use another material for this part of the kitchen. So if I go to the Quixel Bridge real quick, go to surfaces and go through some of these materials. Let's see what we have here. For example, this one, flower patterned tiles. Let's try out this one. I'm gonna just simply drag it into my scene, and there you can just play with these materials and with this one I'm gonna fix the UV. So I'm gonna go to modeling, okay, and go to UVs again like I did for the bricks, and select project and projection type box, and maybe change these dimensions, make them smaller. There, maybe too small. So I'm gonna put a higher number, for example 2 for all the dimensions. It's still too small, so maybe we need to add some zeros here. 50 50 50, again too small. 100, too small, so maybe 400. I hope this one is okay. Yeah, that's gonna do it. We can just tweak these dimensions and until we are happy with the results, so we can take our time here. Alright, so let me just put 600 for the dimensions and 200. Okay, this looks good now. And if you hit accept, and if you wanted to make this material a little more shiny, you can just do it. You need to go to the material, but if you couldn't find it, just click on it, and from this right tab under details, you can see you can just find it in your content browser. So I'm gonna do the same. Go to the material, double click on it, and go to roughness, because I want to make it more shiny. So I'm gonna check max roughness and put a number close to 0, for example 0.2. You can see that it has gotten more shiny. I'm gonna enable min and max roughness, so maybe 0.1 would be better. Okay, looks just like I wanted to. I have more reflections here now, and it looks more shiny. Beautiful. So I'm going to change this number to maybe 2. Okay, let's check that out from different angles. Beautiful. Alright, so let's see what else here we have, and we can just change the material for and add something to it. So let's just see, we can do something with this this metal thing here. Okay, so this looks kind of dirty and too dark. So I'm going to go to Quixel Bridge, go to let's say imperfections. Let's find a kind of steely metal thing here. For example, this one, I'm going to download this and I'm going to add it to my content browser. So it has a kind of like chrome metal feel to it. I'm going to drag it into this object here, and there you can see it's just applied there instantly, and it's just so easy to work with these materials now. Okay, let's just add a material for these hanging cups and spoons. So I'm gonna go again to the Quixel Bridge, go to imperfections. Let's find something suitable for these cups. For example, this is stone. Inside this we have some nice assets. This one is good. I'm gonna download it. So if you have a good connection speed, it's not gonna take that long. It's gonna be downloaded, and then you can just click on add it to your content browser so they can just use it instantly. So let me double check to see if I download the right one. Let me just see again. Okay, I didn't add it before. There, I just add it, and now I can just drag it into these cups, and there, see, they have all those little details, those imperfections, and look just great in our scene. Okay, you can just use another material for these wooden cups and plates, but let's just find another object that we can just experiment with. For example, maybe this oven, this material, this surface doesn't look really good. I'm gonna choose a metal that looks better for this. So I'm gonna go to imperfections. Let's see what we have here among our assets. Go to metal. Let's find a good scratched metal that we can use. Maybe this one. Yeah, this looks great. So I'm gonna just quickly download it, add it into my content browser there, and then just quickly drag it into these parts like so. And let's just check out the quality. It's just marvelous how great these look. You don't even need to create that many materials in Unreal Engine, which is a difficult job because you have access to all of these materials already. Alright, now you may ask, is this material editable too? Of course, all you need to do is just double click on it and go to the details panel, and you can just tweak this however you want, and you can just check all of these options and use different values for them. For example, let's start with roughness mask. We can change this number and change the roughness for this material. We can go to metallic, check that, and it works between 0 and 1. So the more it's close to 0, it gives a plastic feeling for our material like so, and the more it's closer to 1, it gives a metallic feel to our material. So let me just change the color. It's just black. I'm gonna use 1 for the metallic so that it resembles a metal. And if I just change the color from black to white, okay, let's just click on it, check it, and choose a white color. Okay, you can see how reflective this metallic material can get. All right, so let me just choose 0.5, maybe 0 again, 1. Okay, so you get the idea. So if you want to have a metallic material, you can use that. So for roughness, I'm going to put a max roughness mask at 0.3. Okay, this is what I get. It gets kind of more dense, less reflective, and more blurry. Let's just use 0.5. Again, more of that same effect. So it's kind of more matte and more blurry now. And we can just change the color so that it resembles a real life oven more so. So again, don't worry about any of these materials that you just transport from 3ds Max. If, for example, like this oven here, if they look kind of weird, you can just change the material and use a good material for them and just make them a very high quality one. So again, I'm going to use the same thing. Go to imperfections, go to other. Let's see if I can find a suitable material for this oven. So I'm going to download this. High quality would be enough, and I'm going to add it to my content browser. Okay, and I'm going to simply drag it into this, and you can see instantly the changes. Look how realistic. Let me just add it to these parts too, so just drag it there. Okay, so just amazing. It's amazing how beautiful and realistic this oven looks now. And I can even use a more simple type of a steel for the bottom part. So I'm going to use this old varnish one, and you can do the same. You don't have to just use whatever material that I choose right now. That's not the purpose of our course here. You can just choose anything that you like. So I'm going to add this. Let's see if it got added. Okay, let's just double check. I need to add it again. Click on this add button here, and I'm gonna drag it to this bottom part. Okay, and it's a little too dirty, too dark for this apartment that I have, so I can just either use another one or double click on it and edit the material. So if I go to material properties, I can change the roughness value that I have here. So I'm gonna check use roughness mask, and I'm gonna, instead of 1, put 0.1, and you can see that right now it got a lot more shiny and a lot lighter in terms of brightness. So it's suitable for these parts. I'm gonna choose a type of plastic as material, so I'm gonna close these and I'm gonna go to Quixel Bridge again. Let's find some plastic for these parts. So go to surfaces. I'm not sure if I can find what I was looking for, but even if we couldn't find plastic for these parts, we can just go to metal again. Let's see, and choose something. For example, these gun metal materials. Let's see, this one doesn't look that bad. Plasticky feel that we want, so I'm gonna download this, wait for it to be downloaded, and then add it. Let's see what else. Maybe some of these would be suitable too, so I'm going to add that, and let's just do it again. Add it. Okay, with this button, minimize this window and just drag it into these parts there. Let's just check it from different angles. It does kind of feel like plastic, so I'm going to leave it be. Okay, let's just go back to our scene and our apartment and see what else we can find to change the materials for. So that's basically what I'm trying to do right now. I'm trying to make you more comfortable with using Quixel materials. For example, this vase here, and maybe this plant holder. Let's see, let's find another type of object. Let's see what we have on this table. This one, this little table here. So I'm going to select it, go to Quixel Bridge. Let's find something. Let's use this golden metal. So I'm going to add it. It has been downloaded before, and I'm going to simply just drag it into this little object. Okay, there, it's just beautiful. Looks very golden and beautiful. So we can use the same material for example, this table here. It has 2 sides, so I'm gonna have to drag it into the other side as well, like so, and there, just beautiful. And we had another object here, maybe this one, not doesn't look that good, so I'm gonna do a Control-Z for that. And we can just find just different types of materials and use these Quixel materials so that our scene just looks better than the materials that it came in with. And we are going to later on learn how to create our own materials too, but for now these Quixel materials are awesome. So let's just do something else for this part. I'm going to try to find a suitable material for these kind of stonish teapot and stuff that we have on the table. Let's see, let's just go through some of these and see if we can find anything interesting. So I'm gonna go through all these materials. This could be awesome for different objects in our scene. So let's just go back to this gun metal materials that we used before. Let's just find something here. Steel. I'm gonna download this and I'm gonna add it. Okay, there. Let's just wait for it to appear here in our content browser, and now I'm going to drag it on my teapot, and just looks awesome. Looks beautiful. Look at the reflections. Let me just zoom in. Look at these scratches that we have on this metal surface, and these are very difficult to make as material, but we already have them in our Quixel material library. So if we look at this sugar container, we can just find another type of metal for the upper part, and that's what I'm going to do now. I really enjoy looking through these materials, and you got to be so familiar with these libraries so that whenever you look into your scene and you want to choose a surface or material for it, you can just do it quickly. So I'm going to go back to this gunmetal materials that I used before and find something suitable for this sugar container. For example, let's see, this one could be good. And if I go to the other ones, choose something with some imperfections, some scratches. Let's see, scattered metal, this one, scratch metal. So I'm gonna download it, wait for it to be downloaded, and then I'm gonna add it. Okay, and I'm just gonna drag it onto the upper part of my sugar container, and you can just see all these scratches that I just talked about and all those imperfections. Let's see what else we have here on this table. We have this spoon here, so I can just do the same with this spoon, and you can see how beautiful, how blurry and at the same time scratchy the surface of this spoon looks. Now, because this spoon is not supposed to have this type of blurredness, I'm going to duplicate this material, put it to the side, and start working on it. I'm just going to drag it into the spoon, and let's just start changing some of the traits of this. For example, let's go to the max roughness and min roughness and change these numbers. For example, for max roughness, I'm going to put 0.2. Change the color as well. It's black now. Let's choose white, kind of gray, so that it has some reflection. 0.5 for max roughness. Let's see. Now it more resembles a clean spoon, and that suits my project better. Let's go back to our scene and let's see what else we have here so that we can choose a good material for. Let's go to this table, these plants, maybe this object. Okay, so the next thing that I'm going to work on is this column right here. I'm gonna choose the same material that it has. It is concrete, so I'm gonna go to this button here and drag it into my walls too. So I have concrete walls now. And if you see these rough, black patches on it, it's because I changed the scale before. So it's not that important right now. But I'm going to find a couple of good concrete materials for these columns too and show you those as well. So I'm going to go to Home, Surfaces, and let's find concrete, and it's got to be somewhere here, there, concrete and slab, for example. Let's go through some of these slab materials and find a couple of good ones for our scenes, the columns in our scene. So this one could be interesting, so I'm going to download it, and I'm going to have to find another one too. Let's go to Cast in Situ, maybe this one. Okay, let's just use two. So I'm going to concrete wall. Okay, I'm going to download this too, wait for it to be downloaded, and then I have to go to my local materials and find it there. Okay, these last two, one of them have been added. Okay, wait for the other one, add this, a square concrete lab, wait for it to be loaded into my content browser, and I'm gonna drag it into my column like so, and you can see how beautiful this column has got. It has a similar color to my wall, so it matches everything. I'm gonna use it for the other column as well, and I can even change the way the bumpiness of this column too. So for that I need to manipulate the normal. So I'm going to double click on this material, go to normal, and let's just find it. It's got to be somewhere here, normal strength, and I'm going to change this strength from 1 to 2. Okay, and now it has gotten more rough and more bumpy. Okay, let me just put it back to 0 so they can see the difference. Okay, and I'm going to put it on 2 and save. And now I want to use the other concrete material that I downloaded. So I go back to surfaces. It's this concrete wall. I'm going to add this one as well. Let's just try this one for our walls there. Okay, it has a darker shade. So let's just find another wall, drag it into this one too. Now we have some kind of contrast in terms of color for these concrete walls. I'm going to add it to all of these walls now. Now, if we take a look at this wall, I think the problem is with the UVs. The scale has been made too small. So if I go to the mode and go to the UV part, so from this tab I select project and change this dimensions. For example, for X, Y, and Z, if I increase the dimensions, it becomes bigger, and I click on accept too. So let's see, for this other wall, let's just take a look at it first. Again, these could be bigger, so I'm gonna make them bigger and click on accept for UV projection after I'm done. And just as easy as that, I can just fix the walls. Now everything looks better. So I think you've got the hang of how to work with Quixel materials, and make sure after you have transferred your scene or objects into Unreal from 3ds Max, make sure to just fix them if need be. For example, this one is kind of too bumpy, so I need to manipulate the normals again. I'm gonna double click on it and go to the normals. I'm gonna check normal here and put, for example, 0.2, and it becomes more smooth, and that's what I want. So do the same thing, go through the scene and find the parts that are kind of problematic and try to fix them with new materials that you can find inside Quixel Bridge. So I'm gonna do the same. Let's just go through our scene and see if we have any more problematic areas that need to be worked on in terms of material. For example, this kitchen counter, I'm gonna double click on it. I want to change the roughness for this kitchen counter, so I'm gonna go to reflection level and change this value to 1, test out a few numbers, 0.2, maybe 1 again, 0.1. Okay, and we have other options too. We have glossiness, reflection, glossiness 0.1. I'm going to test out different numbers and see which one looks best for our scene. So I suggest you do the same and do something that you are happy with personally. So for this sink here, I'm going to use one of the materials that we previously used. So I'm going to go to Megascans. Let's find that folder, surfaces, this one. Let's test out this one. Kind of too dirty, too patchy, so let's just find another one, maybe this one. Okay, this seems more suitable. All right, now if you remember from previous sessions, we had this water faucet here that it was kind of problematic, so we're going to add it right now and use some material for that too. So I'm gonna import the FBX extension and add it to our scene here, to our sink. Okay, get rid of all these errors, click on clear, wait for that to be loaded. Okay, so let me just go to my content browser, find it. Oh, I think I just made a mistake. I imported another scene here. It's the whole scene. Okay, so if you remember, this is another scene that we worked on previously. So let me just delete all of these extra stuff. So I deleted the wrong files apparently, so I'm gonna delete all of them. Okay, and I'm gonna do a right click, go to import and choose the correct file. It's this one. I'm gonna click on import all and wait for that to be loaded. Okay, get rid of all these errors, click on clear, close this. There, so this is my faucet. I'm gonna drag it here, and like we talked about before, we can see the pivot, the gizmo here, but the actual object is somewhere outside the building. So let's just correct this. And we talked about this in the previous session, so you can just drag the gizmo here, the pivot. So let me go to the top view. It's more apparent and more visible this way. So I'm gonna pan out. I'm gonna select this pivot, put it close to my object, actual faucet. I'm gonna put it where it needs to be, like so. Do a right click and select set as pivot offset, and there it has been corrected now. So let's go back to the right view, do the same thing, put it up there, maybe somewhere here. Let's just put the pivot there and click on set as pivot offset. Okay, and now we can just easily click on it, drag it, use this pivot. It's too big, the scale is too much, so let's just make it smaller and put it somewhere here, and then we can just go to the scene and just move it to where the sink is. Okay, so let's find the right scale, go to the top view. All right, let's just pan back, put it inside the building. Okay, and I'm gonna put it inside the kitchen in this view, and we can just go to perspective right now and just fix it real quick. So I'm gonna drag it again, put it somewhere here. Okay, place it on the counter here. Okay. All right, now all we have to do is to just add a couple of good materials to this faucet. But before that, I'm going to change the scale a little bit so that it just fits the scene better. Let's just find a good size for it. Okay, so I'm not gonna download any new materials. I'm gonna use a couple of the previous ones that we downloaded before, find it from our content browser. For example, this one, add it to this part. It has two parts, and we need to use another material for the top part too. So let's just find another one, this one. Okay, now we can take a look at this from another angle, see the reflections. Let's see, looks kind of okay, looks good, but we can test out another material real quick. Let's see this one. Okay, let's just check this one out. Looks good, it looks good. So all right, so you can just test out other materials that you have here, for example this one, and other materials as well. But if you zoom in, look at the details, it looks good. Okay, you don't need to overdo this part. And that's kind of the end of this video. We try to use different materials for some of the objects that we had in our scene, and if you zoom in on these, they just look marvelous, and they look a lot better than the materials that they were imported in from 3ds Max, and that's a very important point. So okay, in these videos we learned how to work with Quixel materials, and in the later ones, with the knowledge that we already have, we're going to learn how to create our own materials, and also how to combine two or more materials together to achieve the one that we want. Let me just add this material to this piece here to make sure that everything's covered. I hope you enjoyed this video, and I will see you in the next one. Hi guys, my name is Hussein Mashayekhi, and I hope you are all doing well. I'm back with another video from our Unreal Engine course, and in the previous ones you've learned all about lighting, how to do proper lighting in different settings and using different techniques. And some of you may be troubled by this question: what happens when we don't have windows? And for example, if I close the curtains here in this interior scene for a second, I'm going to show you what to do. So you will not have any problems, because when you don't have any source of outside light, it's basically nighttime lighting, and you would have to do everything with artificial lights, which is basically what happens in real life as well. So you would light the scene with artificial sources of light like you would do in nighttime, and you would not have any problem, because you already learned about different techniques and tips and tricks that could help you do that very nicely. And by the way, if we had like a partial type of light from the outside like this, for example, if the curtains were half closed, all we had to do in that circumstance was to increase the intensity of that outside source of light, and we would get more lights, and we would have to do the rest, like I said, with artificial lights in the inside. So let me just put everything to what it was before. Okay, so this was here and there. So we learned about lighting. In the previous session we learned about Quixel materials, but in this one we're going to start to learn how to create our own materials from scratch. So we already know that we have a lot of good quality materials and textures with Quixel Bridge, but sometimes we would need to create our own, and that's what we're going to do now. And don't worry about some of the noises that you see right now. When we are learning how to export our files, we're going to learn about Final Gather, and we're going to elevate the quality of our reflections, and we're going to take care of those noises. So don't worry about them just yet. Okay, we're going to learn how to create different materials from scratch. Like I said, for example, we have this type of furniture here. It's one separate material, the steel under the table, this granite, the plants, different, this like piece of cloth here, this towel, so the concrete and materials that are used in the kitchen, the steel, every single one of these materials are going to be created from scratch, and we're going to learn how to do that. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to create a folder for it. So we're going to do everything in a very organized manner. So let me just close everything. So inside content, the new folder called content, I'm going to make a new folder, and I'm going to name this material. Okay, let me just, material there. Okay, now I'm going to open this folder, go inside it, and create another one called texture. Okay, so I have the texture folder. And what is the texture? Basically, look at this granite. It has a texture on top. This piece of furniture, everything has a texture, and we can change that texture with the material. So I'm going to create another folder. I'm going to call this one shader, and it's gonna have the basic essential parts of my material inside of it. So I have the shader for the basic essential parts of my material, and I have the texture for my texture files, and together I'm going to use these two to create our first material for our scene. So okay, so let's navigate through the scene and find a suitable object to make our first material for. So let me see, maybe something from this side. What I have here is basically a statue, a couple of books. Maybe this is a statue. This statue looks nice. Okay, it looks interesting. Okay, so this would be a good piece to start our material creation process for. And let's begin. So the first thing that I do is to go to the shader folder that I made inside the material folder that I also made. And I'm going to right click and create a material file. I'm going to call it something, maybe plastic. So let me just fix that. I'm going to press F2 on my keyboard, rename it into plastic. Okay, there. So every detail that we're going to apply to our material is going to happen with this file. The roughness, the normals, the color, everything is going to happen with this file, which we just named plastic. So I'm going to double click on it. Okay. Now, as you can see, we have different tabs and windows for the Megascans. So I'm gonna collapse all of them and maybe close it. Okay. But when we are trying to create our own material, we have a different set or a slate. So, all right, now if I click on this parent item that I have here, it's gonna look exactly like what we had with the Megascans folders and tabs and windows. So later on, when I'm done with my material, I can make it appear with the same tabs and windows that we had with the Megascans and the other materials that we always imported or used from a library. So don't worry about that. Okay, now, so in this part, I'm going to compare the material slate that we get inside Unreal, what we can see right now, with what we had or have with 3ds Max, regardless of whether it's Corona materials or V-Ray materials or even Arnold. So I'm gonna show you how these material slates are kind of different, and we have to operate differently with them. So they have similarities. So for example, we have this slate and you have this tab, but with Unreal Engine, you only get to have one single material on your slate. Whereas inside, for example, the material editor for 3ds Max, you can have different types of material present simultaneously. One of them can be glass, the other can be concrete, anything. So let me just pin this shader, add it to my favorites. So anytime that I want to do something with it, it's there. So I'm going to add this to my favorites. I'm going to right click on it and choose add to favorites. So anytime that I want to use it, I don't have to navigate through all of these different options. So I'm going to close everything else. So only my favorites is here, and I can access everything very quickly. I have base color, metallic, specular, roughness, all these different options with my material tab, and anywhere I click on this slate, it's gonna, it's just one simple material. It doesn't really matter whether I click on the tab or the slate. So I have the details panel on the left. However, I can dock it to the right, and from this right side with this search box, I can just search for any command or option that I may want to use, and I can just drag it with the left mouse click onto my slate and just link it to any of these options that I have for my main material tab. For example, I can just drag this one, put it on my slate, and then link it. And to cut this link and disable it, all I have to do is to just press down Alt on my keyboard and click on that option. So I can just sever that link as easily as that, and I can just even right click on this tab and use the search box and use anything that I want and just search for the term and just use the link. Okay, so it's very simple to work with. And I can even use this option. If I right click on this tab, it has connect to base color, for example, and I can just use that. So I can do everything manually, or I can use these right click menus. And by the way, you cannot delete this main tab. So anytime you press delete, it's not going to be deleted and it's going to be present. And any changes that you make, you have to use this apply button and save it before it takes effect. So remember that. All right, let's discuss these options. The first one is called base color, which is basically the diffuse color or the albedo color that we have in other software. And here I can just put a texture or choose a color for my material. So, all right, I'm going to start telling you about how to use a color. But before that, let me just do something. So we're going to go to the shader folder, and then we're going to drag this shader file, plastic, into our object so that anything that we do is applied to it. Right now, it doesn't really have any special color or texture. It's just a simple black base color with nothing for our material. So if you go back to the slate, if, for example, we want to start by using a very simple black and white color for our base color, we can go to this right panel that we talked about and add a node. For example, let me just find the one. It's called constant. So if you want to use a black and white color, all you have to do is to just drag this constant node. Okay, once you drag this item into your slate, it becomes a node. It's called a node. So that's what we're going to do. We drag this constant node here. Okay, another way we can just add this node is to just right click on the slate and search for constant. Okay, let me just type it correctly, constant, and there. Okay, so I can just add it with this method as well. It even has a keyboard shortcut, so all you have to do is just press 1 on the keyboard and left click on the slate, and you can just add it that way as well. So let me just delete everything. We only need 1. It may be a little bit surprising to you at this stage, but this constant, this black and white node is going to be one of the most frequently used nodes that we use in our own projects. So in terms of color, it can be either black or white or any color like a grayish color in between. So by changing the value, we can get different colors between 0 and white. So let me just link this to my base color there. Okay. So right now the value is at 0, as you can see, and it's just black. Okay. It's the blackest black that it can be. If I put 1 here, it's just white. So that was the shadow. So basically it's just pure white. And if I change this value to other numbers, we're going to get other colors in between. For example, this is what 0.5 looks like. 0.1. Okay, so it's kind of grayish. 0.05. Okay, darker. So if I hit apply with this one and save it and go back to my object, you can see that it just applied and we get a slightly different color than the first original black that we had. All right, now for testing and demonstration purposes, I'm going to make a couple of copies of this object and put them right beside each other. Okay, 3 would be fine. So if you go back to our slate, I'm going to put this color value at 1 again and save and apply it. Okay, so that everything, all these objects would be white for now. Let's just check. Okay, and I'm going to duplicate this material file also, call it plastic1, double click on it and open it. Okay, put the value for this one 0.5, apply. Okay, so if we drag this into this other object and make a duplicate of it, again put a value of, for example, 0.05, darker, hit apply, go back and drag this one into this other one on the left. Okay, so they have different colors now. From right to left, we have pure white, kind of gray, and darker gray color that we just used. So this constant node, as you just watched, can give us any color between the colors of white and black. And the more the value of this color is closer to 0, it's going to be darker and closer to black. And the more it's close to 1, it's going to be brighter and closer to white. Okay. Okay, so let's move on. So before that, I'm going to delete all these extra material files that we just created. Let me just close these and delete these two plastic 1 and 2. We don't need them anymore. All right, so now, if you have been paying attention, anytime that we change the value or the color, we had to hit apply and save and go back and forth between this slate and basically the viewport. Now, we can have an option to just see our changes instantly without having to apply and save, and that's going to happen with this tab here. So we're going to learn how to do that now. If we right click on this tab and choose convert to parameter, and we can just choose a name for it too. For example, I'm going to call this color. Okay, so okay, and what I have to do now is just to close this slate. We don't need it for now. Let's just save everything. And now we have to go back to the content browser and right click on our material file and choose create material instance. Okay, and now if we drag this into our object like so, okay, now if I double click on it, I get this window that looks exactly like the Megascans material. So we have all these parameters available here, and it's like a Quixel material. So right now I can choose choose this color, enable it, and use any value that I want for this parameter that I just made. So if I put 0.2, it's kind of gray, 0.01, it's darker, and everything's just quicker this way. So we just created our own material, our own parameter. We call that color, and we get to see the changes instantly happen in real time to the object without going back and forth and saving and applying everything in our material slate. All right, let's go back to our parent section, and any changes that we make with our material on that slate is going to be applied to this instance material as well. So if I create a metallic parameter like so, and I'm gonna call this one metallic, okay, metallic. Now I'm going to choose a value for it and save. Okay, let's just save it first. All right, so if I go to the instance, I can see this metallic parameter added, and if I make any changes, the changes again will be applied instantly. So any changes or any new parameters is going to be there, and if I delete it and save it, we're not going to have that parameter anymore in our instance. So everything is easier this way. All right, let's move on to the next part. If we press 2 on our keyboard, we have two colors. We have R and G, so red and green basically. So if I choose 1 for my red, so we have this red color here, and we can just save it. And if we go back to the main right now, we can see that our object is turning red. I can double click on the plastic file again. This time I'm going to put a value of 1 for green or G. And if we save this and go back to main, you can see that it's now a green color. Okay, and I can even make or define a parameter for this as well. For example, I'm gonna make a parameter called color2. Color2. I'm gonna name this color2, and if I just hit apply and go back to my content browser, okay, and open it up, if I check it, you can see that I can just change the color with this button here, and I can just change the values for R and G and change the color this way as well. Okay, so this is also a useful way to work with this. We talked about the number 1 on the keyboard, number 2. Now let's talk about number 3 on the keyboard. With number 3 we can have 3 colors. Okay, so if I link this into my base color, okay, like so, and open it up, double click on it, I can just change the color. I have the 3 values of R, G, and B. Okay, and I'm making a parameter for this one called color. I hit apply, go back to my content browser, and then I double click on my instance, and if I check color, I can change the values of R, G, B, and I can change the color to any color that I want. All right, so by making parameters, we can just make everything more accessible and easy. And so far we've learned about colors. Next, we're going to learn about textures. Okay, so let me just delete this color parameter. We don't need it anymore. We're going to talk about textures now. So we have different ways of adding a texture into our workspace. We can just go to Megascans and use the textures that we have. We can right click and import textures from our hard disk, or we can go to our hard disk on Windows and just drag a texture into one of these folders. Okay, so I'm going to do that, but before, let me just take a look at my folders, make everything neat and organized. Let's see what my favorite folders are. Okay, so I have a shader with plastic. Okay, so let me just take a look at everything real quick so that I know where everything is placed. This texture folder here is suitable for my plastic demonstration. Okay, so I'm going to drag this into this texture folder. It's here. Okay, so my texture is ready. Let me just rename it real quick. You don't need to do this. So I'm going to call this 00, for example, 52. And I'm going to drag it into my slate like so. Let's just grab it. Okay, put it here. And we don't need this window anymore, so I'm going to close this window. All we need is here, texture sample. Another way of adding this texture sample tab into your slate is by doing a right click and in search for texture sample and then just add that to your slate. Alternatively, I can just hold down T on my keyboard and do a left click on the slate and add another texture sample. Now these two new texture samples don't have any texture in them, so if I link them into my plastic, I get an error. So to resolve that, all I have to do is just click on them, okay, select them, and go to this panel, material expression texture base, and choose 0052 texture or search for that. It's here. Now I can just select it, and if I link this texture sample again to the plastic, I don't get an error because it has a texture now. But the easiest method is just to go to this texture and drag it into the slate. Now let's move on. If I double click on this texture, open it up. Okay, let me just make this bigger. I also get this right detail panel with brightness curve, and saturation, and some of these items I've talked about before. You can just change these items to whatever value that you want and can revert it back to what it was. Now remember, if you were using the same texture somewhere else for another value or element, let me just demonstrate that real quick. I drag another one into my slate, link it to roughness, and now if you make any changes here, it's going to be applied to both of these texture samples. Okay, so remember that. Now if you didn't want the change to be reflected in other similar texture samples, you gotta make a duplicate. Okay, so remember that also. All right, now let me just delete this extra one, and let me just save and apply this texture and go to our viewport and see how our object looks. Okay, so the texture is applied now. This is what it looks like, and it looks is the UV map it has that has been done for this object. Now you may think that you want to change the size of this texture, make the tiles look smaller or bigger. Now, if you wanted to do something like that, you have to go to the material file in the content browser, double click on it. Okay, so that we go to the material slate. Okay, now you have to do a right click and search for coordinates. So we have this item called texture coordinate, which is a very frequently used item even in V-Ray with 3ds Max. You can just drag one, add one into your slate and use that to change the size of your texture and change the size and title. These options we have. So if you look into UV for texture sample, now you can change the size, and for example, let me just put 3 and 3 for the size. Okay, I'm not gonna take a look. Now notice the differences. Let me just apply and go back. Okay, so it became smaller, the patterns, the tiling. If I make this 10 in 10, for example, apply again, this time it's even smaller. It's got to be smaller. Look there, very small. All right, so by adding a texture coordinate and linking it to our texture sample, we can just change the details for our UV and tiling. So, okay. The quality of your textures matter a lot, so make sure that you use a very high quality texture. This texture coordinates cannot be made into parameters yet. We're going to talk about that later on, but for now I'm going to introduce a resource to you to download any texture that you want, 3dtextures.me, with the address up here. So you can use this resource and download almost any texture that you want for your works. They have high quality textures, so make sure that you use a very good quality texture for your work. Okay, so as you can see, we have many textures here. We have different categories. Okay, wall, for example, and you can just download everything and just use it. Okay, so we talked about how we can have a color or a texture for our base color. So let me just delete these texture sample and coordinates real quick. Now I'm going to add a simple color and link it to my base color. Let me just choose it, maybe this color. All right, let's talk about the next item, which is metallic. So basically any object that I have, any material that I have, can either be a metal or not. Okay, it can either have metal-like features or not. For example, steel is a metal, okay, but fabric or concrete is not. All right, now generally, if we had a material for an object which was a metal and it also was reflective, we have to put a value of 1 for it. And vice versa, if it was not a metal and if it wasn't reflective, we have to put a value of 0 for it. And also, in terms of color, if the metallic value in terms of color is black, it means that it's not a metallic object. But if it's a white color for our metallic, it means that it's a very reflective material and it has metallic-like features. Now to add this black and white color for our metallic, all we have to do is to just press down 1 on the keyboard and left click on the slate, and we get this black and white value, and we can just change it and link it to our metallic and have any type of metallic feature that we want by changing this value. Right now with the value at 0, it means that it's not metallic at all. If I put 1, it's the most metallic that it can be, and it's very reflective. So if I hit apply and go back to our object, you can see that it's reflective and resembles a metal-like material. And we can later on tamper with the glossiness as well, but for now let me just apply this metallic quality to this other object. Okay, so it resembles a metal reflective object. Okay, and if I put, for example, 0.1 for the value, it will have half of that metallic effect. So if I hit apply and go back to my viewport, you can see that it kind of lost some of its metallic look. Now to better understand metallic, we can talk about also roughness, which is basically a feature that lets us determine the amount or extent of the opacity for our material. Okay. All right, so inside Unreal and some other 3D software, we believe that any type of object that we have has a degree of reflectiveness. And in terms of color, if we choose black for our roughness, it means that that object would resemble a mirror and we can just see ourselves in that object. It's very reflective. On the contrary, if we put white in terms of color for roughness, it means that that object is not that reflective at all, and it's like concrete or parquet floors. When we look at them, we cannot see ourselves. Okay. All right, so if I add a black and white color here by pressing 1 on my keyboard and doing a left click on the slate like so and link it into my roughness, and now we can change the value. So if the value is at 0, it's at its most reflective. So if I hit apply and go back to our scene, you can see that it's very reflective. It's almost like a mirror. Okay, so this is what it looks like with roughness put at 0. Let's find another object, for example this one, and add it to this. You can see that it's very reflective. It reflects the nearby objects. Okay, let's look at it from this angle. You can see the backside, the walls, the windows, the plants, everything in this kind of bowl. Okay, and something to remember is that if you're using baked lights for your project, achieving these types of reflections could be a little troubling, but we can achieve that easily with Lumen. All right. Okay, let me just close down my 3ds Max software. It's slowing down my Unreal a little, so let me just close down these 3D Max windows, and let's resume our discussion. Now, the more I change this value for roughness from 0 to 1, or in terms of color from black to white, the less reflective my material gets. So if I make a parameter out of this and call it something, okay, so let's call it ROU, and let's go back, hit apply. Let's go back to our main, and I double click on my plastic instance and check the box for R or U, I can change the value and you can see the changes instantly. So as I increase this number, it gets less and less reflective, and you can see that clearly in this bowl. Now I can show you the same effect with this object here. Okay, so I apply it to this object. Let's change the angle and look at the changes. So I put 0.5, see the changes, 0.2, 0.1, and 1, not reflective at all. Okay. And for certain materials like fabric that do not have any reflections in real life at all, we put the roughness value at 1. And we put 0 for mirror-like objects that are very reflective. Okay, so far we learned that 0 means very reflective, 1 means not reflective at all, and in terms of color, white is 1, not reflective at all, and 0 is black, which is very reflective. I'm going to make a copy of this and have another one of these black and white colors, and let's just make another one, link it to metallic now. Okay. Now let's see if I change the color into a golden like color. So let me just make a parameter of this color 2 so that we can see the changes in real time. Call this color, hit apply, and go back into our main. Now let's open it up, enable color, change the color from this color to something like a golden. And if I click OK, we get this beautiful look for our object. So let me just quickly recap what we did here. So we put the roughness at 0. Okay, so the roughness is at 0. Let me just show you, it's here. Okay, and also we put the metallic at 1 and also chose a golden color for it. So you can have this color and have the color code if you wanted to use the same color somewhere else. That is one way of doing it. So it was very simple, and we can just change the color to another color that suits our atmosphere better. For example, a copper color, something like this. And it's just basically a matter of preference. Both colors looked all right. And to make it further resemble copper, I can just change the roughness. For example, put 0.1 or 2. Look at it. See how much more realistic it got. Beautiful. And if you go to the other object at the other side of the apartment here, it changed too. This one changed too. Resembles copper now. And it's very easy. Now, if you wanted to use textures instead of color values, how would we go about doing it? Instead of these roughness, metallic, and base color, how would we put textures, black and white textures, that could just achieve the same effect for us? For example, if I put a black and white texture in my roughness, wherein the texture is black, is going to be glossy and reflective, and wherein the texture is white, is going to be opaque. Okay, I'm going to show you how that works. I go to this folder. Let's see. I'm trying to find a certain black and white texture that I think I saved. So let me just check a few of these folders, a few of these materials that I previously put here. And if they were not here, I would go to the Megascans. So bear with me. Let's see. Okay, we can go to the Megascans folder and see if we have anything interesting here. Maybe this one, but this one is not black and white. So even if we do it with this one, it's not gonna work out that well. And it would be better if we just download something from the internet, a black and white texture instead of this one, and use it for our demonstration. So let me just double check real quick if I have that texture that I want to work with right now. All right, so I give up. I'm going to use a texture of my own, something that I have on my hard disk. Let's find one, choose one. This could work. Now, if I link this texture into my roughness, variant in the texture is really black, is going to be very reflective and glossy, and variant in the texture is really white, is going to be opaque. Okay, so that's what I'm going to do now. I'm going to drag this texture into my Unreal Engine, but before that, let me just dock this content browser so that it's just here, and I want to put it inside the texture folder. I can just right click and import, but I also can drag the texture from my Windows folder into my content browser inside Unreal. So I'm going to select a couple of these different texture maps and use them for our demonstration purposes. Okay, so we have these 4 to work with. I'm going to start with this one, drag it into my slate, minimize this window, and link this into my roughness. All right, it's time to see what it looks like. So if we apply it and go back to our objects, let's see. Okay, we can see some places glossier than others in this object, and in this one it's more apparent. So in some places we have some opacity, and in some others we have a reflectiveness. Let's check this one. All right, let me just change the angle. See, in this patch, in this part, we have some reflectiveness and opacity at the other parts. And I can even convert this texture sample into a parameter. Let's call it text, for example. Okay, and go back to the main, apply. Now I can just change it instantly and see the differences, check the differences. So I enable check, use another one. Okay, this one's slightly different, another map. Let's check out those 2 objects on the other side. Let me zoom in. Okay, and I can even change it to another one. Okay, and another one. Different patterns for the places that are opaque and reflective. Now remember that roughness is one of the most frequently used and one of the most important elements that you can have in any material. So it's very important to have it and use the right value or the texture for your roughness. Okay, so now we understood better what it meant to use a texture for roughness. We can do the same thing with metallic. I mean, use the texture, the same texture even for the metallic, and have kind of similar effects in terms of metal-like features. So let's go back to the main, hit apply, of course, go back to the main. All right, see, in some parts and patches it resembles a metal, and in some parts and patches it doesn't. Let's go back to that big object here, this object that I have here. You can see things more clearly in this. Usually we don't really use a texture for metallic like this, but more so for roughness. All right, let's move on and start talking about the specular. Okay, so I add a simple black and white texture into my roughness and another one for specular. And then I convert both of them into parameters, call them SPE, and this other one, sorry, let me just do everything from the top. Let's just tidy up the slate. So I want to press 1 on my keyboard and left click, so I get this black and white tab, and I link it into my roughness and specular. I convert one of them into a parameter, call it ROU. The other one also convert to parameter, call this one SPE. All right, apply. Let's now just go to our main and start working on specular. Okay, so let me just rotate this slightly, and then I'm going to double click on this plastic instance that we have, check the roughness. The value is at 0. I'm going to keep it at 0, but it has to be really reflective and glossy right now, which it isn't, and that's a problem. So I'm going to try to find a problem. Let's just go back to the slate real quick, see everything is linked correctly, roughness and specular. Let's just go back and again drag it into my object. Let's try again. What if I put 1 here for testing purposes? Nothing changes. So this one is kind of problematic. I'm going to delete it, get rid of it, make a duplicate out of this original plastic file that I have, add this to my object, and then, okay, I think I made a simple mistake here. Instead of duplicating the plastic file, I should create a material instance. So let me just delete this, right click on the original one, create a material instance, drag it into my object, and also double click on it, go to roughness, make sure it's enabled. It's at 0 right now. Again, I do not see the reflectiveness and the glossiness that I want, and it should have, so there's a problem somewhere. Okay, so this time I'm gonna delete both of them, okay, and create everything from scratch, make a new file, new material file. Let's leave it at new material name. Go to the slate. Let me just create these black and white tabs here, a couple of them, one to roughness, one linked to specular, another one linked to my base color. The one for the base color is a 3-color combo like we talked about, so maybe select red for it at this time. Convert these into parameters. So the one for the specular, I'm going to call it as PE, the one for roughness, ROU. And okay, so we have 2 parameters to apply, and go back to the main, create a material instance, add this into my object, drag it into my object, double click on it. And now let's go and see what happens. Again, we have this problem. So I think the problem lies with a specular. So right now it's at 0. Let me just put 1 there. Okay, so the problem is that if the specular is at 0, the roughness is not going to take effect. So when we put it at 1, the roughness also shows its effect. So I put the roughness at 0.5. Now, what happens if I increase this specular number? It adds a kind of light sphere on top of our material like this. So we have some kind of light sphere effect on this object. If I put a small value like 0.1, it's going to have less than effect. And if I put 1 or anything above 1, it's going to have the same effect. And so if I change the roughness, for example, to 0.02, the object becomes more reflective, and you can see the differences with the specular as well. All right, so remember that any specular value above 1 is not gonna affect anything, so it's gonna be the same as having 1 there. So let me just show you something else. I need a bigger and a more reflective object in my scene. Let me see what I can do with this. Maybe another one. Let me just take a look. I want to show you something. So let me just use this object. Okay. First, I need to drag this instance material into this object, okay? And I'm going to apply the same material instance into this other object here that I have, this one. Let me just rotate it real quick. And I drag this one instance into this material. Okay, I'll double click on it, go to roughness, choose a bigger value, maybe 0.5 to see the effects of a specular better. So right now the specular is at 1. You can see some glowy light effects on the object. If I make it smaller, you can see less of that. So the more I increase a specular from 0 to 1, the more we will be able to see these light particles or light glowy effects on our objects. Okay, you can see it in the center of this head shape figure. Now if I decrease this specular value, you will have less of that glowy light particle effect on your object. Okay, so that's what we had to learn about specular, so we can move on to the rest of these items. Okay, the next one in our list is anisotropy, which we don't really have much use for right now. So the next one is emissive color. We're going to talk about emissive color for now. So let me just delete these. And basically we use emissive color for materials that are supposed to have some kind of light in them. So I press down 1 on my keyboard and do a left click on my slate. I link this into my emissive color. Now I want to add a value, for example 0.5, and alternatively I can put it at 0.1 or 1, and you can see the differences. And if I put it at 20, you can see how much light is emitted from this object here. So I apply it, go back to our main, see, they are almost resembling a source of light, and they're emitting a lot of light from them. And now if I put a similar material in a darker place like this place, and I apply this emissive quality to it, you can see how much light is being emitted from this object. And I can similarly convert this into a parameter 2. So if I choose a name, for example, light, apply it, go back to the main. Okay, so let me just put everything, let me just make this smaller, make this window smaller. So go back to the main, have this window here. Now all I have to do is to just check this light and change its value, 50 for example, or I put 1 for it. Okay, notice the differences. All right, so we learned about this one, but now let me tell you something about bloom, the bloom effect in post-process. So it's interesting. So let me just search for post-process here. Okay, search for post-process so I can find it quicker and go to bloom. If you can remember, in the past sessions I told you to disable bloom. So let me just zoom in on this object. Now I'm going to show you what happens if I enable bloom. So I go to my post-process, to bloom, it's enabled, change the number from 0 to a bigger one, and you can see how much more light is emitted from this object. But be careful, because if you just use this with a very high value, it's gonna mess up your lighting in the other parts of the building. So 0.2 would be good right now, and I think 0.1 for example would be a better value. Now later on I'm going to explain to you how to change this color, the color of this emissive light. Okay, for example, have a warmer light for this object. Okay, we're going to learn that together later on. So if you press M on the keyboard and do a left click, you get this tab here. And if you link this color into this tab, A and B, and the light also, so you combine them and put them for your emissive color. Right now you have both the emissive effect and the color. So if you apply it, go back, now you have some color for your kind of bloom effect or emissive effect as well. So this was the quick way to do it. And if you check the other objects that have the same instance material, you can see that this effect is applied to them as well. Let me just delete everything. And now I want to use another texture to explain something else on the list, which is normal. So let me just find that and drag it into the slate, link it into my base color. It's a fabric. I'm gonna put the roughness at 1 because we do not want any reflections at all. It's a fabric after all. So right now we're going to start talking about normals. So what this normal element does, which is very important, is to create some bumps or bumpy areas on top of the surface of our material. So I'm going to show you in a couple of seconds what that looks like. So let me just apply this material. And now we can just use a texture for our normal element. We should have some specific textures for our bumps and normal maps. So I'm going to try to find one that is suitable for our work here. So let me just see if I have the right one. I want to search for it, fabric. Let's see, this one. I drag it into my slate and I double click on it so that you can see what it looks like. You can see all these points on this texture, these bump points. Now I link this texture into my normal and I save it. Okay. Now go back to main and you can start to see some small bumps or some type of bumpy texture, fabric-like quality on this object. Now you may want to control this bumpiness, this normal element. And like the previous elements that we talked about, you can simply do that by adding another node into your slate and linking it to this normal that we have here. So what we have to do is to just right click on the slate and search for flatten normal. Okay, it's this one here. So I drag one into my slate. Now what I have to do is to just link result into normal and link our RGB from texture sample into normal from flatten normal, like this. And now to control this flatten part, we need to create one of these binary 0-1 tabs and link it to flatten, and we can just choose a value for it. If I click on it and convert it to parameter, call this normal. Okay, it will be easier. So I apply it and save, go back to the main. I'm going to show you what it does. So I click on this instance, Let me just close this one and put this to the right so that I can see it. Click on normal, change the value from 0 to 1, for example. Okay, bump here, 2, even thicker bumps. And we can just change this, make this bigger. And now if we compare the object to what it was before, it's a lot bumpier and rougher. Okay, so put 5, maybe 0, 0.1. And I even can put like a negative value, like -50, for example, but I'm going to try this one with another object. Let's find a bigger one, something that would show this better, maybe this piece of furniture. Okay, see how rough and bumpy it looks. Put 5, now compare 2, see? Now you may even want to change the size of this fabric-like texture, and for that, like I said before, you can go to your slate, search for coordinate, and use this texture coordinate, add 1 here, and link it once to the UV, okay, here, and another time to the UV for the normal texture sample that I made. All right, now if I change the UV numbers like 3, let's apply and see the differences. There, see, they became smaller. Okay, this time I'm going to make them 5 and 5 and click on apply. Again, compare the differences. Let's go back to main. See, it became even smaller. And now if I double click on it, this time I want to change the normals. So if I put 10, too much, maybe 5, yeah, a little bit better. Okay, I save it, go back. All right, something to remember is that the lighting in your scene and your shadows are very important when looking at normals. So if your scene is not properly lit, you may not be able to notice the bumpiness and these normals differences in your scene, so pay attention to that. Okay, so that is how we create a unique material with all of these different nodes. And right now what I want to do is to tell you what happens if we use a simple black and white texture, not a specific normal or bump texture. So let me just find one and show you quickly what I mean. Maybe this one, and let's see, maybe not this one, maybe this one also. Okay, so we have a black and white texture like this. I'm going to find another one. Let's see, let's check this one. Yeah, I'm going to drag this into my Unreal viewport. Okay, so I have a problem here. It was auto saving, so that was a problem. So let me just do it real quick. Let me just drag this texture again inside Unreal. It was this one. Okay, so we have two textures, one for bumps and another one for base color. Let me just locate my material folder as well so that we don't lose it. Okay, it's this one. Okay, so it's this shader folder. I double click on it. So this was the previous texture that I used, so I want to delete it, and this time I want to use these two black and white textures, so I drag them into my slate. Okay, make everything orderly. So I put this one for my base color, link it. Okay, and this one for my normals. So I delete these as well, link it to my normal directly. And nothing really happens this way because this is not the specific normal map texture that I want. So what I have to do is to just convert this into a normal map, and I can do this with the help of a height map. Okay, so what I'm going to do right now is to just search for normal from height map, this one. Okay, normal from height map. I drag one and I link it into my normal, link the texture sample from RGB to this height map that I have. But right now it doesn't let me link it, and what I have to do right now is to just search for another node. This one is called texture object or object texture. So search for it, object texture. So it's texture object. Okay, so I add this into my slate, and now it already has this texture that I selected because I had selected it for the previous node. But if you couldn't find it, you can just find by the name of the texture. So that's what you have to do. It's this one here. Look at the name and come back here. Look for the same name from this list. Okay, so it's this one, and you can select it this way. Now you link this into your height map. Let me just do it. Okay. Okay, so I deleted the previous one. Now we can see some bumpiness in this object. How can we change the size? Normal map intensity. So if I create a simple value node, link it to the normal map intensity, I can simply convert this into a parameter, call it normal. Okay, apply it and go back to the main. Now I'm going to show you what happens. So if I click on this instance that I just had made, now take a look at this piece of furniture. See, the size is just too big. It's too bumpy. It's kind of unrealistic. So let's go back and search for coordinates like we used to. You have to link it once to this texture sample up here and another one to this coordinate that you have here for your normal. Okay, so you have to link it twice. Pay attention to that, like so. Okay. All right, so everything's ready. Let's just change the size and see what happens. Go to this texture, coordinates, put the 10 in 10 size, apply it, go back to the main and check it. See, it became a lot smaller. The patterns are more beautiful and more realistic now. And now if I put this on the right, I can change the normal value. For example, 1, maybe let's change it to 20. Okay, look at the bumps. All right, you can notice the bumpiness, and I can put 1 again. Okay, more flat, and you can experiment with different numbers until you get what you want, but don't overdo and exaggerate because it's gonna look unrealistic. Now finally, I want to convert this coordinate into a parameter. So what I do is to press M on my keyboard and left click on the slate to make this multiply tab or node. We have A and B. A is going to be multiplied into B. All right, so let me sever some of these links, the previous links. Okay, we don't need these anymore. Okay, we're going to do something else. So this time I'm going to link this coordinate into A, for example, into this multiply node, and then from multiply 1 to texture sample and another one into coordinates from our normal map. Okay, so if this is hard to remember, please take some notes. So in order to make a parameter out of your coordinate, you need a multiplier node. Okay, and this is how you need to link these. Now press 1 and create one of these and link it to B. For this one, we're going to convert this into a parameter, call it, for example, something like tile. So tile, okay. Now I need to apply it. Go back to main, and then I double click on my instance, go to tile, click on it, check it, and change the value. We can try 10, 20, maybe 100, and let's check it out. It's too difficult to see, it's too small, so I need to go the other way, in the other direction. So I choose a very small number so that we can see the patterns. Okay, 0.1, 0.5, better 0.9, maybe 2, or maybe 1, which is apparently a good number here. See? Okay, so this is basically how we converted the coordinate node into a parameter. Okay. All right, so we learned about some of the materials and how to create them, how to work with different elements and nodes in that material slate. We haven't talked about glass, for example. We're going to learn about that later on in the future sessions. For now, make sure that you practice what you've learned so far. And I hope you've enjoyed this session, and I will see you in the next one. Hi guys, my name is Hussein Mashayekhi. Welcome back to our Unreal Engine course. In the previous session, we learned a little bit about materials. In this one, we're going to learn more about materials, especially the node Lerp and also Fresnel, which are two commonly used elements that we use a lot in our works. We're going to learn how to mix different colors and textures to get new ones and use them for our materials. For example, we're going to learn how to combine two different colors and textures to get something like this, the color on the wall, and also other types of materials. So let's start. I go to this, I go to my content browser, to my shader folder, create a new material. I'm going to call it test. I double click on it and I open it. on the slate. I'm going to press 3 on my keyboard 2 times because I want to have 2 color nodes. All right, and I choose a red color for the first one, something like this, and I want to choose another shade of red for the second one. Okay, I want to combine these 2 colors. To combine these 2 colors, I need another node called lerp. So I can search for it, lerp, and add it like this, or I can press L on my keyboard and do a left click on the slate like so and get this node here. So for A and B, I think you can imagine what we're going to link, the 2 colors, but for alpha, we need a black and white map to be able to tell the lerp node how to combine these 2 colors. For example, white for the first shade of red and black for the second shade of red. So this alpha is a place where we can add a black and white map to tell the program how to combine these 2 colors. Now remember that we can choose A to have some kind of priority over B. Okay, so let's start linking these to the lerp. I'm going to link the first one into A, link the second red color into B, link the whole thing into base color, and I'm going to use a black and white map that we have used before for my alpha. So let me just find it real quick inside texture, maybe this one. So I'm going to drag it into my slate, link it into alpha. Okay, and now you can see that these 2 colors have been combined based on this black and white texture. So I apply it. Let me just dock this up here. Okay, go back to main. I want to use this material that I just made for my piece of furniture here. So let's wait for it to be loaded there. Okay, so this is the material that I just made for this piece of furniture. Because the texture should be cloth, I'm going to add a roughness, link it to roughness here, and I'm gonna put the value of 1 because we don't want it to be glossy at all. Hit apply, go back, and there, as easily as that, we can get a cloth material with the 2 colors that we wanted. Okay, all right, let's just recap. So we had 2 colors, 2 color nodes, and 1 lerp, and we combined these 2 colors with the lerp with the help of an alpha map that we added. It's a black and white map. So let's just let's do this with 2 other textures. For example, this wooden texture and this brick texture. Okay, so let's hit apply, wait for it, and go check it. Okay, so we just combined wood and bricks. Again, same method. This is what we get. And if we change the place of A and B, okay, we're gonna get a new pattern of this mixture. So I hit apply, go back. So this is what we get with a new pattern. Okay, so we can do that. So let me just get back, get rid of these. Let's just combine 2 more textures. For example, this concrete. I'm gonna link this into A, and the bricks. Okay, link this into B, hit apply, and this is what we get, mixture of concrete and bricks. Okay, as easily as the 2 colors, we can just combine these different textures. Now the size of my bricks is too much, so I'm gonna search for coordinate. I'm gonna add a text coordinate. I'm gonna link it into UVs, change the size. UV tiling 4 and 4 would be nice. Hit apply, go back. I should get smaller bricks. As you see, the bricks have been decreased in size, and this is what I get. Now there are times that you may want to change this black and white texture with Photoshop or even inside Unreal. So you may want to make it darker or brighter, and that is going to change your alpha texture and the final result. So let me just show you what I mean. Okay, let me just delete these for now. I'm going to show you what I mean. So we have this black and white texture, the alpha texture. So if we change this, modify it, for example, make it darker or brighter, it's going to change the overall pattern of our material. For example, if I change the brightness into 2, so it's more white now. If I save it and go back to the main, it's more bricky. So the brick was B. B is the white parts of the alpha texture, and A, this concrete, is the black parts. So if I go back and look at it, you can see that it's more bricky right now because we made this whiter. Now if I make this darker, for example, go to brightness curve, make it darker, go back, we see more concrete now because concrete was related to the black parts of the alpha texture. Okay, so the white parts were brick, the black parts were concrete, and that is how these A and B, black and white, is mixed for us. So now you know what I mean when I say we can change this black and white for this alpha texture here. So if we have a shortcut for this, I have another method to do this more quickly. If we press M on the keyboard and do a left click, we have this multiply node. All right, now if I link this texture sample into A of this multiply node and I link the multiply into the alpha of lerp, now I need another binary node. I'm gonna call this, convert it to parameter first, call it color alpha, for example. Okay, now I can just control the black and whiteness of this texture very easily. All right, I hit apply and wait for it to be applied to my material. Now let's just go back. All we can see now is the concrete material, so we cannot see any brick texture in this material, and I'm gonna tell you why in a second. Let me just first go back and create an instance. So I forgot to create that. Let me just create an instance too so that we can have everything be applied quickly. Double click on it. And the reason we cannot see any bricks mixed into our material is because that this color alpha parameter, the value is at 0, and that's why we cannot see any bricks. Okay, so let me just go back, double click on this test material, make this a slate bigger. All right, pay attention to this. So we have this texture sample and we have color alpha at multiply. So A times B. A is texture sample, B is color alpha. So when color alpha is 0, A times B would become 0, and black means 0. So white is 1, black is 0. That is why we get this concrete, because it becomes 0, and 0 means black, and it's A, and that is our first texture sample that we talked about in the previous part. So that's why we get only concrete and not any bricks, because we do not have any whites mixed in our texture sample because the value is 0 right now. Okay, so now that we learned about multiply and how it works, let's actually change this 0 value and get our mixture going and see the bricks too. So I enable color alpha, change it to 1, and let's try this out. So I go back to the instance, apply the instance. So when the value is 1, it will be exactly like it was before we added the multiply, because it will be 10 times 1, which is basically 10, and it shows us the same. So if I put this at 2 or 3, now we see changes here. And I can even use smaller numbers, 0.3, 0.5, and you can see how this changes in real time. Okay, 1.1. So with the help of this parameter, I can change the amount that these textures are mixed together instantly. And for example, if I feel that I have too much bricks, I change this into a smaller value, and so on. Okay, so this is a very useful thing to do, making parameters. All right, and we talked about this before. All right, now the next thing that I want you to learn is that sometimes you may need to invert this alpha map or texture that you have. You may want to change the placement of the black and white spots on that alpha map. And in order to do this very easily, we need another node that I'm going to introduce to you right now. So you only need to search for 1 to get this 1 minus node here. And if you put this, link this into your texture sample and into your multiply, it will basically invert the black and white colors in your alpha. So if I save this and apply it, Now we should see a different pattern of concretes and bricks. Okay, so wherever was bricks on this sofa is concrete now, and vice versa. Okay, so we can use this 1 minus node here to achieve this. Alright, so far we learned how we can use the multiply node and the lerp node to control and mix two different textures and colors. And this wall here is made with this exact method. So it's very easy, and you just learn how to use it for yourself. Alright, so we can create a lot of materials in our projects with this method. And what I'm going to do now is to just give this white material to this furniture too, so that it is what it was. And the next topic that I want to talk about is Fresnel. Now in 3ds Max we have this Fresnel effect or element, and we call it fall off. Here it's called Fresnel, and it's a very effective way to make our material resemble real life, and it's very necessary for cloth and that kind of texture. So when we have something in our direct line of sight, as we move to the sides we get this different color. Okay, so when something is not in our direct line of sight and is just on the sides, it has a different color than what is in our straight line of sight and view. Okay, so we're going to make that effect, and I'm going to start by going to my content browser, and I'm going to go to shader, and I'm going to double click on this material here. I'm going to delete everything. Okay, we don't need these nodes anymore. All right, I'm going to start by adding a lerp here, and I link it into my base color. Then I'm going to press 3 on my keyboard two times, because I want two colors. One of them maybe this color, and another one another color here to be. So basically I did what I just did for the previous part, two colors and one lerp. Okay, now for Fresnel we're going to use another type of alpha map. So I'm going to do a right click and search for Fresnel here, Fresnel function. I'm going to click on it, and we're going to use this Fresnel function for our alpha map. So basically this Fresnel map determines how things look when they are at the sides and when they are in our direct line of sight. Okay, now previously whatever was black in our alpha map was the A, and whatever was white in our alpha map was B. Okay, for now I'm only gonna link my Fresnel function into the base color, and we're gonna see how it works. So basically if I do it, you can see that the center of this sphere is black and the sides are kind of white. Okay, the more we move to the sides, the more white they become. Okay, so this is basically how Fresnel works. All right, so the more we move from the center to the sides is gonna be white. Now later I'm gonna use these two colors instead of the black and white that you see right now. But for now we can even control the radius of this blackness that we see in the center with this power. I add a value to the slate, I link it to power, and right now the value is at 0 and it's completely white. So it doesn't matter if it's in our direct line of sight or not. Okay, so if I put 1 here, it's basically the same. And if I put 2, now the area of the center, which is black, becomes bigger. 5 also bigger. So it becomes almost completely black. Okay, and right now the whole thing is A, which is black, and only the edges are white, which is B. And if I make this even bigger, for example 8, you can see it's just this blackness becomes bigger and bigger. Okay, so I'm going to link this into alpha so that we can use these two colors and test our Fresnel function. Okay, so I'm going to change different colors for this, maybe blue, and this one red is good. Link this into base color, save it, and go back to main, see how it all looks like. Okay, I apply this into this piece of furniture, and there. So basically if you look at this from this angle, what is in our direct line of sight is red, and what is on the sides is kind of blue. If we change the angle, it doesn't really have any changes. So basically, if you look at it from this angle, the same thing happens. Whatever is in our direct line of sight is red, and whatever is on the sides becomes blue. All right, now I can change the colors that I just used. Okay, change it to different colors, or I can change power. I can change this number from 8, for example, to 1, and save it and apply it, and let's see how that looks like. Sorry, okay, there. All right, you can see that blue parts have become larger, and whatever is on the sides have become blue. We use this technique again, like I said before, in 3ds Max we call it fall off. We use this technique a lot for cloth. So if I get rid of these two colors, this time I want to use textures instead of colors. So I add this one and link it to A, and I also link the same texture into B as well. All right, so right now let's go back to the main and see the changes. Basically, we are only using one texture, and we cannot see the Fresnel effect just yet because it's only one texture. Okay, so what I want to do now is to add a multiply here on the slate and use this for one of the textures. So I link one of the textures, for example B, with multiply, and I add a value to it. Okay, I'm gonna change this value, for example, put something to make this darker, 0.1, maybe 0.01, okay, a lot darker. Save it, apply, and go back. You can see that the Fresnel function is working. What is on the sides kind of looks different as opposed to what is in our direct line of sight. So I add a multiplier for my first texture as well. I want to change this 2, so I'm going to add a value for this one as well. For this one, I'm going to put a different number, let's say 5, okay, so that it's brighter. Okay, so right now we have more juxtaposition. All right. Okay, right now whatever is in the direct line of view for us is kind of bright, and whatever is on the sides is kind of darker. And we can invert this too, like we did for the previous part of this lecture. But for now, let's just apply it and go back and see what it looks like. Okay, I think it's working now. Beautiful. So when we look at something, whatever is in the center is kind of bright, and as we move to the sides, it becomes darker. Okay. All right. So what I want to do is to change the size of this texture. I think it's just too large. So I want to add a texture coordinate here. I search for coordinate, add a texture coordinate like we used to in the previous sessions, link it into UVs and change the tiling into 5 and 5. Apply and save, go back to main, and it looks smaller and better now. Okay, it looks beautiful. It resembles a real life cloth that has been put on a piece of furniture. Like I said, we use this Fresnel function a lot for cloth and textures like that, but don't overdo it. All right, next you may want to invert this Fresnel effect that you just created, and we can do that easily. So basically the colors that we have for the center and the colors that we have for the sides is gonna be inverted. So A and B is gonna be inverted. To do that, you gotta use this invert Fresnel option. So if you click on it, right click on it and search for functions. Under functions, you have this static bool. So drag one of these into the slate. And with this value checked and unchecked, you can just invert the black and white alpha for the Fresnel easily. Okay, so we cannot create a parameter out of this one, but we can use this value check mark. Okay, so let's just try it once and see actually the differences that it makes for our material. So I apply it, go back to main, and let's check out our work. There you can see that center is kind of dark and the sides is kind of whitish, which is basically the inverted option for us. Now our work is kind of too dark, so I'm gonna change this value from 0.01 to 1. So I hit apply, go back, and right now it's just more realistic and looks a lot better. Okay, so This is how we invert this Fresnel effect, which is a very useful effect, especially when we are dealing with certain fabrics like cloth. Now we can do the same thing for other elements like roughness. We can use Fresnel for roughness. So I'm gonna add a Fresnel function and link it into roughness now. What happens is that the center is kind of shiny and glossy and the sides is kind of blurred and opaque. So I apply it and go back to main. Let's just create a color for this as well. So I link this into base color. 0.2 would be nice. Okay, go back to main. There. So you can see the shiny parts which are located in the center, and the sides is kind of more blurry and opaque. Okay, so we look at this from other angles too. So this is what this effect does with roughness, and I can invert this as well. So if I go to this invert Fresnel, right click on it and go to functions, add a static bool, check the value, there, apply and go back to main. Now the center is kind of blurred and opaque and the sides is shiny and glossy. Okay, now remember we changed the power for the previous Fresnel effect. We can do this for this one as well. I add one of these values, put for example 5 there, apply it and go back. This is going to exaggerate this glossiness effect. Okay, so right now it's kind of resembling a plastic material for me. So I get this plastic effect with changing the power of this Fresnel effect that I put for my roughness. Again, you can use this if you had a plastic material. Now let's go back. Right now, let's just change this value, for example, to 0.1 and see what that looks like. I apply that. It's just, I think it's just too plain and too opaque. Okay, so let me just link this Fresnel effect into the base color as well. And I change this from 0.1 into 0.3, maybe 0.5. All right, so if we look at this sphere here, this globe, and try different values, you can see that right now size is shining, glossy, and center is opaque. And we can just intensify this effect. Okay, apply, go back to main. Let me just use this value for my base color, 0.4 base color, hit apply, go back to main, and check our work. Okay, and this is our final result for this piece of furniture. We can look at the different angles. Again, like I said before, we have used this technique for plastic materials. So far, we learned about the LERP, and we also learned about Fresnel, both for base color and Fresnel for rough as well. So we can see if we go back to main, we can leave the piece of furniture with this material. Okay, what I want to do next is to analyze these material here. So we have this panoramic material here, and it has roughness and also reflection. You can see the reflection of this window. However, this reflection is not exactly a mirror-like reflection, and the image quality is not done resemble a mirror. Okay, so we're going to make this type of material granite, and that is covering and section. So we'll go back to this folder, create another material. I'm going to call this stone. Okay, and I'm going to show you how this texture was made in V-Ray. So let me just show you what is exactly. Okay, so it's a texture here. So if you double click on it, you can see all of these nodes, all these different nodes that have been used to create this material. So I'm going to double click the texture here. I'm going to copy the name because we're going to use that name. Okay, so I copy this name with Ctrl+C, and then I close all of these tabs. Now I'm going to the content browser, go to this, go to my folder, the one that I made this material at. I find it, I double click on it. Okay, this is my slate. First, I add a texture sample, and I'm going to use that texture that I copied the name for inside of it. So I search for this one, I select it, and we have that material. I link it into my base color, and I'm going to add a simple value for my roughness. Okay, and I'm going to put a value of 0.5, maybe 0.5, to have some kind of opacity for my material. Okay, so this is what I get so far. I apply it. Okay, so now I'm going to apply this material to this table here, and I think the opacity is a little too much, so I need to make this more reflective. I go back to my material, change this value for from 0.5 to 0.2, for example. I can create a parameter out of this, but not right now because I think 0.2 would be good enough. Okay, so it's more reflective now, and it's kind of starting to look like what it was. Okay, and I can even decrease the opacity. So let's just go back, put 0.1 and see what that looks like. Hit apply, go back to main. I think it's gonna be, yeah, perfect. So you just witnessed how easy it was for me to create this material with just a couple of texture samples and changing a couple of values. Okay, if I even want to elevate the quality of this material even further, I get rid of this value here and I use a Fresnel function for my roughness. So I link this into my roughness, and right now the center is going to be shiny and reflective, and the sides are going to be less reflective and less shiny. Okay, so let's try this out, apply, and see what it looks like. Okay, so this is what we get. The center is more reflective than the sides, and I can even invert this Fresnel effect like we did in the previous session. So if I go to this invert Fresnel and use a static bool, check mark for the value and apply and go back, this time the sides, the corners are going to be more reflective than the center. So I just decreased my camera speed too. Now let's just look at it from different angles. Okay, so this time we have reflections. The reflections in my opinion are sufficient, and we have more reflections at the sides as opposed to the center. Okay, alright, with the techniques that we have learned so far, we are free to make any material that we want, and the only thing that is left to do is basically the glass material that I'm going to cover in the next session. And what I generally advise my students to do is to start with the base color and then roughness and then the normals. So this is the order in which you can just create beautiful materials. And what I advise you to do right now is to just go to the scene and practice with different objects that you see. For example, the material for this chair here, it's not that good, you know, the bumps are not that good. And if you wanted to make a material for this like I did, you first find the material, go to it, find it in the content browser, find the texture that was used to create this material, copy the name like I did, okay? It's this one here, I copy the name, and then start creating this material from scratch like I did with a materialist, adding texture samples and working on it. And if you didn't have normals, you can just download from Quixel too, but work on that piece of material until you are happy with it. You can just pick a material and try to change it. For example, this piece of stone here can be less reflective, maybe that will be better, or you can just navigate to the other sections of the other parts of the scene. For example, these bowls here. This object here, or even the floor right now is not reflective at all. You can just change it to a more reflective material. Let's just click it and see what it's made of, and I'm gonna show you what you can do. So it's made out of these 4 different materials. Each one of them has a kind of roughness value, and you can change it until you get something better. Let me just drag one of these into the floor, make it more reflective, that you can see, for example, this material here. Okay, so this is what I meant by making the floor more reflective. We can create a material for it. So let's do a Ctrl-Z, go back and take a final look at our work. You know what? Before I end this session, I'm going to create a high-class MDF for our cabinets as well, and that's how we're going to end. So I'm going to go back to that folder, my material folder. I'm going to create a material here. I'm going to call this high class, and then I double-click on it. I press 3 on my keyboard, and I add a color. Okay, so let me just pick a color, the same color. Okay, so I'm going to use the same color linked into base color here. All right, next I'm going to create a simple value, add it to roughness, and for the number of the value I'm going to put 0.1 and apply and go back. Drag this material into the cabinet and wait for it to be loaded there. Okay, and you can see how easily I just made this material for my MDF, and I can even make it more reflective because I think high glass is more reflective. So I'm going to put 0 and save it and go back, and we're going to have more reflections because that's basically how the high class MDF material works. Okay, all right, that's it for the session. The only thing that is left for you to do is to just practice, and I would suggest to basically look at this whole scene and create most of the materials that are present here so that you get the grasp of how these different techniques work. I hope you enjoyed this session, and I will see you in the next one. Hi guys, welcome back to my Unreal Engine course. My name is Hussein Mashayekhi, and we have another session of working on creating materials. And in this video, we're going to specifically work on creating the glass material. I just received an error. I don't know if you caught it, but it was telling me that I have been using too much of my GPU's virtual RAM. And it's because I have Photoshop open, I have a couple of other programs open, and there it was. So I need to close some of those programs so that I have more virtual memory RAM available for my Unreal Engine. Okay, this was the error. So it's not that important, so that's the only thing you have to do. If you get this error, make sure that unnecessary programs are closed. And that's what I needed to do, making sure that unnecessary 3ds Max and Photoshop and other programs are closed. So that's what I'm going to do now, making sure that I have enough virtual RAM available. Alright, so in order to create the glass material, I'm going to go to my content browser first. Let me navigate to the all folder, and then go inside shader, right click, create a material, call it glass, like before, double click on it. Now, we have a lot of options here that we can work with, but the main one to create the glass is opacity. Okay, so the main option or thing that we have to manipulate to get glass is opacity, and making sure that we can just turn it into a translucent object, and then we're going to take it from there. So right now, a couple of things that you have to do: you have to go to the left panel, go on the blend mode, making sure instead of opaque, it's on translucent. So click on translucent instead of opaque. Make sure that that is selected. And for if you go scroll down on the translucency tab, lighting mode should be on either surface translucency volume or surface forward volume. So this surface translucency volume is always most of the time it works for most of our scenes, but if it didn't, go to the last one. Now after I made those changes, opacity is not grayed out anymore, and we can just use it from now on because we changed some setting. We also have refraction, which is very important. It's the same as IOR in some other 3D software, and we basically determine how much refractive our object is in relation to the light that it gets. So the first thing that I want to do is to create a simple value node, add to my material slate, and link it into opacity. Right now in terms of color, it's at black, and whenever the color is black for opacity, we have 100% transparency and translucency, so the 100% of light gets through. Now I want to convert this into a parameter. I call it OPA. Okay. Alright, so I save everything and apply it and go back to my viewport. I want to give it to this material, so not that one. Let me just do it again, this table here. Alright, so let's wait for it to be loaded. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to create an instance from this because we made it into a parameter, and I'm going to give it to this material. Alright, so right now I have trouble selecting this table, this object here, and it's giving me some problems, but don't worry, I'm going to put the view mode on wireframe for a second so that we can just select it more easily. It's this one. Alright, okay, it's selected. Now go back to lit, and let's tag that instance material and give it to this object. As you can see, because it's 100% transparent, it's almost as if it doesn't even exist. Okay, so it's like there's no glass table at all because we have pitch black, which is 100% low. Let's just change this, increase it little by little, and as you can see, we are seeing more and more of that glass table. The more I increase that value, the more opaque and less transparent it gets. And as you can see, it's just completely opaque now at 1. It's at 0.5 now, half transparent. Okay. Right now we are using a simple value. We can have a texture or even a color to determine the amount and the type of opacity that we want to have for that material. Okay. Alright, so dealing with glass, we have to remember that they are reflective too. So right now they are reflecting some stuff that are near them as well. Now I want to get rid of this opacity value and start working with Fresnel function. Do you remember Fresnel function? We worked with it in previous session. So basically, let's just search for it, Fresnel function, drag one here, link it into opacity. And with Fresnel function, the way it works is that when we are looking at something which is in our straight view, in our direct line of sight, right now it's going to be completely transparent. But more we go to the sides, it's going to be more opaque and less transparent. Okay, so we're going to start working at our glass table with this. Let me just apply it, go back to main. So if I go to a top view of this glass table, it's 100% transparent. Okay, it's in our direct line of sight, we cannot see it even, but from the sides we see more and more of it, so it's less transparent from the sides and it's more opaque. Okay, so this is how it works with Fresnel function. Okay, so we have this option as well. Let's go back. Now I want to make some changes here. Okay, I want to make this less exaggerated so that when we are having a top view, we could see some parts of the glass, and when we are looking from the side, it's kind of transparent as well. So let's start doing that. I'm going to do that by adding a lerp. So I'm going to create two node values, one for A, one for B. Okay, I'm going to link the Fresnel function into alpha of the lerp and lerp into the opacity of my material. Okay, so we are using lerp now. Alright, so the center or black part is going to be determined with A. I'm going to put a number, for example, 0.2 for the blackness or black color of it. And the sides or the whiteness, I'm going to put a value like 0.7, and you're going to see what I mean in a second. Okay, so this is a globe in the center, 0.2 in the sides, 0.7. So if I change the center for the value as 1, you can see what I mean. So it's black in the center and less black at the side. So let's put 0.2 again, or 0.3. Let's apply and save and go back and see what it looks like. Okay, so right now from the top we are seeing more and more of the glass table compared to before, and from the sides we are seeing less compared to before. So this is how lerp works with Fresnel function, which in my opinion is a very good option when creating sophisticated glass. Okay, so you can always change these numbers for lerp. So the next thing that I want to do is to choose color for the space color. I'm going to link a simple value to it at 0. I'm going to make it 1 so that it's white. I'm going to apply it and go back and see what it looks like. Okay, it should be white now. There. Okay, it's a little strange using white for this glass. So I'm going to go back, choose a smaller value so that it's less white. 0.5 would be good. Let me just convert it into a parameter, call it color, so that I can change it in real time later on. We can do the same thing with these other values like lerp. So we're going to do that in a second. So we have opacity, we have base color, we have to do something for roughness, metallic, and refraction too. So I'm gonna add a simple value for roughness. For now, it's gonna be at 0. It's gonna be okay. I'm going to convert this into a parameter later. 1 for metallic, 2. It's gonna be at 0 again. And then we're going to convert this into a parameter metallic, let me just name it first, and also roughness. I'm gonna name this into ROU. So these are parameters now. And for our refraction, we can use the same lerp that we used for our opacity. So I'm gonna copy it, Control C, Control V, and put them here and link this into refraction. Okay. Now we need to convert these into parameters too, so that we can change everything in real time. Let's start with opacity and A and B. A was the center or the front part. I'm gonna call this front. It's better if I put opacity there as well. Front opacity, let's say the center opacity, front opacity, whatever. So from the sides, I'm gonna call it left. Let's say left or side left opacity. So these two are parameters now. And when I move on to refractions, same thing. Front. Let's say refraction. Okay, and I'm gonna convert B into a parameter as well. Left refraction. Okay, don't worry about the names. So everything is a parameter now. I'm gonna save everything, apply them, and go back to our scene, to our main, and see how everything works together. Okay, let's wait for it to be loaded. There. All right, so let's start working on this. So let me just lock this panel or place it on the right side. So right now, the view that we get from the front and the side is different, and that's how it's supposed to be. So let's just start working on some of these parameters that we made. Let's just start with roughness. Okay, so I'm gonna enable roughness and increase it, and as you can see, if I put it on 1 or anything above, it's gonna be opaque and not reflective at all. What else we have? We have front opacity and left opacity. So let's start changing these. Front opacity at 1, it's gonna be opaque from the top view. Left opacity is 0.7, so we are seeing something. So from the top view is opaque, not transparent at all. So when it's at 1, if I change it to 0.1, you can see it's transparent again, and that's how this front opacity works. Okay, so I'm gonna put 0.2 or 3, 4 would be a good number for it. Now let's check it from sides. Left opacity of 0.7. So let's put 0.6. It's a nice value for the sides as well. So this is how opacity works. And let's see. We can change the base color. Let's change this to 0.1, a smaller number. Okay, so it's just white now. Looks better. And now we're going to import this table again. So import file, and let me just find it on my desktop. Okay, so we just imported the table again. Let's wait for it to be loaded. All right, now we have to change the placement of a few things so that it's under the objects over there. So I'm gonna have to go to the wireframe V mode for it to be easier. Okay, so let me just hide the floor and stuff nearby the table so that everything's a lot easier. Now I can just select the table and move it to the right slightly, put it there, make sure the placement is okay. And okay, let me just fix it there. Okay, now we can give the material to glass table, the material that is made. So I'm gonna drag the instance on the glass part. It's here. Okay, let me just double check, go back to it there. And for the bottom part, we had this golden brass material that I'm going to have to give again. Let's see if I can find it inside these folders. If I couldn't find it, we're going to have to go to Quixel Bridge and find it from there. Okay, so I'm not seeing it, so I think I may have to go to Quixel Bridge and find that golden brass material there. Let's see, local there. Okay, golden brass. We're going to use this one for the bottom part of the table, add and drag it onto this object. Okay, right now we cannot see the floor and everything because I hit everything, so I press Ctrl H on my keyboard so that everything gets back and we have a better view, and that's what I'm going to do in a second. Let me see. Okay, so this is the new table. Now we're going to create the edges ourselves. We're going to create a different material for the edges. So I go to the shader folder where I create all my materials, and what I'm going to do is to create a duplicate of this glass material that we had, called this glass 2, for example. Okay, so it has all the same qualities. All I'm going to do is to create a new color for it. So I'm going to press 3 on my keyboard, get one of these RGB nodes, link it to the base color, and choose a kind of bluish color for the edges. Okay, so I'm going to create a parameter out of it, call this color also, apply and save, and go back to main and start working on it. Now I'm going to duplicate this glass 2, create an instance, go to wireframe, make sure the edges are selected, and then apply this into these edges. Okay, so I'm gonna grab it there. Okay, so right now the edges of our glass table has a different material in terms of color. It's the same thing with a different color. Now let me just tweak it. Let me just delete everything down here because we don't need these for the edges, and I'm going to delete metallic too. So we have a roughness parameter and we need a new parameter for opacity. So I'm going to convert this into parameter, put 1 for it. Okay, let's call this opacity. Okay, and I think these 3 values are enough, so I'm going to apply everything and save, go back to main. Okay, all right, so let's check out the edges of the glass and see how much more realistic they got. Okay, now I think I made too many copies, so let's just do some house cleaning and tidy up this workplace, get rid of these, and check out if the right material is applied to the edges. Let's see, let me just check for a second. So the edges, I'm going to select the edges and see if I created I applied the right material. Let's see. So let me just put the view into wireframe, make sure the edges are selected, apply the material to this to these edges, go back to lit, check out the parameters. I think I need to apply an instance, so I'm going to create an instance out of glass 2 and apply that, go back. So I made too many copies, that was the problem. So right now we have these 3 parameters, and I can change the color into a bluish color, and then I can change the opacity to 0.5. That's good, 0.8 maybe. All right, beautiful. And I think the edges are kind of like too bluish, so let me just change the color into a lighter tone of blue. You can use green as well, looks good. And I can even change the roughness so that they are kind of reflective, more reflective relatively. So let me just try that and see if it looks better. It looks great in my opinion, but let's just try that as well. 0.23, let's say 0.5. Let's check it out. Okay, they look great, they look awesome. So this is a very useful tip to use for the edges of the glass, and you can use it for a variety of different objects. So let's move on to these hanging lights. Alright, for these ones we need to create a new material because the material that we use for the glass table is not going to suit these hanging lights. That was good for this glass table, so we need to create something else from scratch, but it's no problem. We're going to do everything with the same principles. So let me just create a new one, right click, new material. I'm going to call this glass lamp, for example. Okay, I'm going to double click on it and start adding some nodes here. The black and white node value, I'm going to link it into base color. Then I'm going to convert it into a parameter called color. Okay, I'm going to add another one for roughness. Put the value at 0, and we need to go to the details panel, put it on translucent, and also scroll down. And for lighting mode, we use the surface forward option.
this time. So let's just add lerp for the opacity as well. So I'm going to search for lerp, put it here, link it into opacity, and two simple black and white values for A and B, link them. Okay, and for alpha, we're going to use Fresnel. Instead of Fresnel function, this time we're going to use a simple Fresnel, link it into alpha, and let's just convert these into parameters, call this front, okay, for A, and call this side or left. Okay, I linked it left, but I mean side. So we have everything ready almost. Apply it and save and go back to main. Let's just drag this into the material for this lamp. All right, I think this is correct. Okay, so let's just wait for it to be loaded, and then we're gonna start working on it until they look good. Okay, so I'm going to create an instance from this material and use it for the other hanging light as well. So create an instance, drag it into the other one. Let's just drag it there. Okay, so this other one is using the same setting and options. All right, let's just drag this into the material again. I think it's this one, this top one. All right. Alright, so everything's there, but right now because the opacity is at 0, we can't see it. So let's go to the parameters, change them until we see them. I'm going to enable front and left. For front, I'm going to increase it into 0.2. There, you can see it now. And let me just drag this instance for the one on the left so that I'm sure that they have the same setting there. Okay, now we can just move on. So I'm going to increase the front. You can see it now better. 0.2 would be good. For the left or the side, let's just increase it so that we can see it from the side as well. 0.5 maybe. Okay, looks good. Now for color, I'm going to use an RGB value instead of the black and white that we had. So I'm going to delete this parameter, add an RGB, link it into base color. Now we can use different colors. I'm going to convert it into a parameter called color again. So apply and go back. I'm going to use a brownish color for the glass. So let's just go back, enable this parameter, and choose a kind of a shade of brown for it. I'm going to take my time, choose a color that fits my scene and looks good with the rest of the objects in the scene. This dark brown seems suitable. Okay, and after we are done finding the color, we can just change the roughness values again. So maybe a smaller value for the sides and a bigger value for the center or front. Okay, looks good, but let me just tweak the color again so that it looks even better. So maybe a darker brown, something like this. Okay, too dark, but looks good. So I save it, go back, and now we have these beautiful glasses for these hanging lights that have a brown tint and shade. So compare this to the glass that we had when we started working on these hanging lights. And so this is the instance material that we are working on, and we can just change these values again if we want to. So alright, so this is the color that we used, and we can even tweak them even more so that it's just looks the way we want to. So that's what I'm going to do right now. I'm gonna choose an even darker brown, make sure it's not too dark but a little bit darker. It's just got a little bit black, so we just choose the correct color. Okay, change this saturation as well. Okay, look better. And I'm gonna decrease these values for the front and left or the sides. Save, and I think these look better now. Alright, so they look great. Maybe they have too much reflection at the moment, but I think the culprit for that problem is this inside material. So I can choose a simple material for the bulb in the front, in the center. Let me just drag these there, and for the other one as well. Now we have less reflections and they look more natural and realistic. So what we can do next is to choose to have more reflections on the sides and less reflections in the center. That's what I'm going to do next, and for that to happen, I need to go back to my content browser inside the shader folder and find the material. There it is. Now I'm going to make an exact copy of the nodes that I used for my opacity, and I'm going to use them for roughness. So I'm going to make a copy of these, and I'm going to link a Fresnel inside the alpha like there is one for opacity. So they are exactly the same now. Now all I need is to link the lerp for this one into roughness, and I'm going to change the name so that I can use parameters. So I added an ROU to these. So I apply and click on OK, go back. Now let's just try to tweak them until we get the result that we need. Let me just make this. Now I'm going to start working with these parameters, front ROU and left or side ROU. I changed the front ROU to 0.5, and I'm going to keep the left one at 0. So when we look at something in the center, it's less reflective. I'm gonna change it into 0.2, so it's less reflective but not as much, but the side is as reflective as it can get. 0.1 for the center, 0.2 is better. Okay, so we have this shiny spot, so I'm gonna find the source of light that causes that shiny spot. It may be these lights here, so I'm gonna get rid of them for now. Let's see if we still have that shiny spot on the hanging light. So I'm looking at it from different angles. Maybe it's the one in that on that wall, so maybe I need to get rid of that as well. Let's try that out. No, it wasn't that. So alright, so maybe it's the sun or the directional light that we have outside that is causing this. So I think that's the problem. Let me just try to get rid of this one in the cabinets as well. I'm probably sure that it's the sun, so if I delete this directional light, let's see what happens. I'm gonna delete it now. Okay, so that was the problem, that was the culprit. So now that we got rid of that, our coloring kind of changed because it was affected by that directional light. So we need to change the color again. So I'm gonna make it a lighter shade of brown, maybe something like this. I'm gonna click on OK, go back. All right, I can even change the opacity in the center, change this value to maybe 0.8, looks instantly better. So we have this attractive, beautiful colored glass, which looks like 100 times better than what it was initially. So I'm pretty happy with the results for these hanging lights. And now we can just start looking at our scene again and see if we have any more objects that we can just work on for practice. I'm gonna create a mirror here on this TV, and after I'm done, I'm gonna revert it back to what it was. So I'm gonna create a material. I'm gonna call this one mirror. Okay, so mirror for this one. I'm gonna double click on it, go to the slate. All right, we need a couple of nodes, an RGB node for the base color. I'm gonna link it to the base color, and a couple of simple black and white nodes for metallic and roughness. And I'm going to convert everything into parameters. So start with roughness, I'm going to call this ROU. For metallic, I'm going to call it ME. And the base color, I'm going to call it simply color. Okay. Now, I'm going to apply and go back to our main. I'm going to drag this material into the TV, and before we create the mirror, look at this TV. Without doing anything, we're just simply creating those simple nodes, we get this beautiful TV. Okay, so this is what a regular TV looks like. Now we're going to create a mirror out of this. So I'm gonna create an instance, and I'm gonna drag the instance into the TV. Now I'm gonna start working with the parameters. First, metallic, I'm gonna change it into 1. Okay, I don't think it just got affected. I'm gonna drag the instance again into the TV this time. Okay, so this is what a metallic value of 1 looks like, completely black. And if I want to get a mirror, I need to change the color into white. That's all I need to do. So I'm going to change the color into pure white, and I get a mirror. And this is a very simple and straightforward way to create a mirror. But if we actually look inside the mirror, the reflections are not that high quality. We have ugly shadows and dark spots. So what we can do to kind of rectify that is to go to post-processing, lumen reflections, and change the quality. But that just that doesn't really affect the scene that much, a little bit only. And we need to do something else too. We can just click on the ray lighting mode, enable it, and choose head lighting for reflections. So if we do this, we're gonna get better reflections and get rid of all those dark spots and ugly shadows. Now we are seeing the sources of light in the reflection, so I'm gonna select the sources of light, and I'm gonna go to a specular scale and change it from 1 to 0 so that we don't see the reflections of the sources of light. I'm gonna have to do it for a couple of them that are in that area, and now we are not seeing them anymore. So let me just do it for this one as well. This one also. Okay, so it wasn't that one. Let's see if we have any more in the reflections. Maybe this one. No, that one not as well. Let's see. I think it's this one. So I'm gonna change it into 0, go back. Yes. All right. Alright, now in the final executable file that we're going to make, the reflections in the mirror are going to get even better slightly, but that's basically how we create a mirror, and we're pretty much done with the objects that we wanted to work on in this video. Let's just revert it back into what it was. I'm going to create a shiny plastic again for the TV, so I'm going to make the color black, and yeah, so I'm going to make it pitch black, put the metallic of 0 and roughness of 0.1. Okay, so that it is reflective. So this is basically enough for a TV. And maybe if the color is not completely black, pitch black, it would be even better. So I'm gonna choose a lighter shade of black, something like this. I'm gonna click on OK and save it. Okay, so let me just close this, and with that I conclude this session. We pretty much created different objects for our scene, and our scene is a lot better than what we started with. And as we created different materials, we also talked about reflections, refractions, and other related attributes. So we're pretty much done. There's this spot here, and we have a couple of spots here, so I don't know what has happened to these spots. I'm gonna try to find the related material real quick and see if I can apply it so that we fix them right now. Let's try this one now. So let me see what's happened here. So let me check if the problem lies with the object or the applied material. So let's see if I can select the floor. Okay, we have this plane on the floor, one piece. Let's see if we could just move it. Okay, so let me just check from the outside. So if we do a Control Z, put it back where it was. So let me just do one last check. I'm gonna elevate the floor. Okay, so yeah, so the problem was with the object has been deleted in these parts, so that's the root of the problem, not the material. I can fix this, no biggie. All I have to do is to just load the floor again and we get rid of the problem. Alright, with that we're going to conclude the material videos of our tutorial series, and in the next couple of videos we're going to learn how to place our cameras in the scene and create attractive videos from our project. Make sure you practice, and we'll see you in the next one. Hi guys, my name is Hussein Mashaikhi and I'm back with another tutorial for you. In this one, we're going to learn how to assign different materials to a single object. Imagine a single object that has different polygons, and we want to assign different materials or several materials to it. For example, this roof was one single material and it was imported from 3ds Max. Now I can just assign different materials to different parts of it, okay? Or this wall, for example, I can divide it into 2 parts and assign 2 different materials to it, and that's what I'm going to do now. So for example, I want to take the material from the side wall behind TV. Let's see what it is named. I'm gonna copy the name by pressing F2 on my keyboard. Okay, I have the name copied now. Now I'm gonna select this wall. I'm gonna put this on modeling, and under attributes I'm gonna select matte editor. Okay, so I'm gonna select matte editor. I get this big brush and I can select the polygons that I want to assign a new material to. I can if I click on this face color, put this on none, I can see the material that has been used previously. Okay, it's not white anymore, and I can change the size of my brush by choosing a smaller number, for example 0.05. okay, it's smaller and more precise now, and I'm trying to select all these polygons, the ones on the sides too. Okay, so I have to make sure all of these are selected, and let's do it for the other side as well. Okay, so we select all these polygons. Okay, and now we're going to change the material for these ones. Now under materials I have the previous material. I'm going to add one myself. It's called 1, and now all I have to do is to copy the name of the material that I wanted. Okay, if I click on assign active material, it's going to assign the 01, the previous one, which I don't want. So I'm going to go to active material here, and I'm going to select 1 instead of 0. Okay, so that's what I'm going to do, and then I'm going to click on assign. So we have the 0 material and the material called 1. We're going to select 1, okay, and assign active material, and then we are all done. Okay, so this part of the wall is now using a new material. Let's do it for the other wall as well. Click on material editor, matte editor, face color on none. Let's select the polygons. Okay, all right, and then all I have to do is to assign the new material. Okay, it's called 1. Select 1 as active material, and then assign active material. Okay, click on accept and done. All right, now as easy as that was, we can just assign different materials to different objects. Okay, so now you always have the option to do this in 3ds Max before you import your objects inside Unreal, which would be easier, and you would have the option to use different materials. But a lot of people want to be able to do it inside Unreal after the process of importing the objects have been done, and that is basically how we do it. Okay. Alright, for the next part of the tutorial, I'm going to go to another scene and take one object from this scene and take it to the other Unreal Engine scene that we have, okay? Now, Unreal Engine 5 has a small bug that doesn't recognize a lot of materials. Now, for this part, we're going to take this sofa and take it from this scene, which is made in Unreal Engine 5, to the other scene, which was Unreal Engine 5 as well, okay? So the first thing that we do is to go to its folder. If we browse to Assets, we go to our content browser, and we find the folder, okay? Alright, let me just do some house cleaning. I'm going to dock this and I'm going to choose a default layout that is going to work for me better. Okay, this is good. So instead of that sofa, let's just take this one. Okay, so you select this one, this other one, and I'm going to right click on it, click on browse to asset. Okay, and this is the one. Alright, so this is the one inside that folder. Now, in order to transport this object, I can right click on it and go to Asset Actions and then select Migrate. Okay, if I do that and click on Don't Save, I get all these other assets that are related to it, and I need to click OK after this, and then all I have to do is to give the destination of the other project that I'm working on. Okay, so in order to get that destination, I go to the other project, and then all I need to do is to just select on a blueprint or a geometry or a shape or a material inside that project from my content browser, and then try to navigate to that relative folder. For example, I go to blueprints, let's see, okay, and I right click on a blueprint. Maybe it will be better if I do it in geometry to, you know, find a closer folder. Okay, so I right click on one of these and then select Show in Explorer. Okay, so this is the folder, and there I have my project folder. All right, so inside content I can create a new folder. Let's call it UE5 course. Okay, so we are in my project and content, and we just made a new folder, UE5 course. Now we want to use this destination, so I click on this path and copy it. So I copy this path. Okay, and then all I have to do is just go back to that Asset Actions, Migrate, click on Don't Save, click on OK, and then this time provide the destination. So I copy the path in this navigation bar, and then I click on UE5 course, which is the folder I want, select folder, and after a couple of seconds, we're going to get a few messages that tells us that this has been successful. We're going to click on yes, and yes again. It's going to take some time. OK. All right. Content migration completed successfully. And then if we go to that folder, UE5 course, we get this migrated folder, and these are the assets and the materials that or the object that we want to transport. Okay, now inside the other project, if we navigate that UE5 course, let's just find it. It's gonna be here, there. We can just simply click on this object, drag it inside our scene and use it. Simply just drag it here. Okay, and that's basically all that it took to take an object and use it in another scene in Unreal. And this is where the bug that I talked about comes in. And as you can see, some of the textures that were used for this object are not working. Let's double click on it and on the texture and see what's wrong. So we got two errors regarding these two textures, Fabric 2, I think. All right, let me just try to see. Let's just go back to the original scene and search for Fabric 2, and let's try to find it. Let's see if we can fix this problem. So I was inside geometry. Let's go back to all, search inside all, Fabric 2. Is it this one? Let me check. It doesn't, I don't think it's this one. So let me just go back, check out the name again. Was it Fabric 2 or Fabric underline 2? Let's see, Fabric underline 2. Let's go back and search for this one, Fabric underline 2. Okay, these are the textures. Alright, so we cannot find the texture right now, but it doesn't matter. The main problem is that you cannot load those textures, and the fix is simply to load the same texture. So you gotta find the texture from wherever you copied the material and the textures and just load it here. Okay, so for example, this bump up here, let me see if I can find it in the other project. Is this one, I think. Let's see. Okay, let's find a parent texture here. I think I accidentally chose the wrong one when I tried to copy it and select it. So but the problem remains, and the fix is to just load that exact texture that is missing. So whenever something is missing, and get these errors, all you have to do is find that exact same texture that is missing and load it. Okay, alright, so I'm not gonna be fixated on this problem right now, but I got the solution. So just, if you just bear with me, I'm just gonna simply check out everything again very quickly. Let's see, this is the material. Let's check the texture, Fabric 2 and Fabric 1. Check out the files that I migrated. Let's check out this one. Okay, and let's see. All right, it's probably this one. So what we have to do now is that we have old files. All we have to do is just reload them so that they are working again. Okay, all right, so I'm gonna do that now. For example, let's just see this one. I'm gonna copy the name of this one with F2 on my keyboard. Now open up this one. Let's see what texture gives us errors. One of them is this one. Okay, so this texture is problematic. We have to load the correct texture for this. So I go here and search for this and fixed. Okay, so this one is fixed now. Let's go on to the next one. This one is problematic too. Let me just hit apply and save. Okay, so it would be better if I made a duplicate of that material as I'm working on it. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to right click on it, duplicate it, put it here. Now let's go to bomb texture, copy the name. Okay, let's try to find it. This was a V-Ray material and it was imported from V-Ray in 3ds Max. That is why it's just too crowded and too messy. So it's this one. Let me try to find it and upload it. Okay, so that error is taken care of as well. Okay, so I applied this and I click on continue. Don't show the message. Alright, so we only got one error texture left. So as you can see, some of these textures have not even been loaded yet. So this is regarding the bug that I just talked about. So if we had chosen another simple material, it would have been a lot easier. But like I said, I'm pretty sure it's because of the bug. And in the future versions of Unreal, I'm sure that they're gonna fix this. Alright, so as I said, the problem is with the bug, but we can just simply copy a material from another scene into ours and use the migrate option for it. So don't worry about the bug, it's going to be taken care of. Let's just focus on migrate and learn that. Now for the next part of the session, I'm going to show you how to change the background of your project. Okay, so this background that we have here, it's very easy to do. I'm just going to start by adding a simple shape here. Let's say a cube. So I'm going to resize the cube, okay, make it narrower and a lot wider so that it just covers the area behind the windows inside. Okay, so let me just make this bigger. Okay, put it to the right, or right, even taller as well and wider. Okay, next I'm going to add an image, a photo to this material here and use it as a background. So this is the photo that I want to use. I have to put it inside my content browser, so I'm going to dock it here. Okay, on the left, go to content. I'm going to just copy the image here. So I'm going to drag it, put it here. Okay, and it's this one. I'm going to right click, create a material. I'm going to call it back. Okay, now double click on it, open the material editor. Let's just put the image on it. So where is this image that we just imported? Let's see. I think it would be easier if we search for the name. So too many stuff here. Let's just search for back, or you know what? I'm just gonna manually drag it into my slide. Okay, I'm gonna drag it here, put it in the slide there. Then I'm gonna link this into my base color. Okay, hit apply. All right, now I have to apply this to this cube, the background material. I'm gonna drag it. Okay, let me just find the back material. Back. Okay, it's this one. I'm gonna manually drag it into this cube, this plane here. Okay, now we're almost ready. It looks good enough, but it's not perfect, and we have good lighting around us. But if we had an emissive light from the background image, it would even look more lively and better. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna add a multiply node, link it into emissive color, then link the background image into the A of multiply, add another value, link it to B, and I'm gonna convert this into a parameter called light. Okay, now if I change the value from 0 to 0.5, more lights, and if I increase it to 1, 2, or 3, even more lights. So 0.2, 0.5. Let's just save this, apply it. Okay. Now if we go back to the project, you can see how much more light we have here and how better this looks. It looks a lot more lively, a lot more perfect in terms of lighting. Let's just drag this a little bit down. Okay, so it looks great. So the next thing that I want to teach you is how to add a source of light like a sun that could just shine through this background. Okay, so the first thing that I want to do is just first let's just add that source of light before we go to the setting for this background. Okay, so we add a source of light here, lights, directional light, put it here, and then we just fix the angle the correct way. Okay, now as you can see, the light coming from that directional light is blocked by this image. If I hide it, you can see light coming through, and if I just put it back, you can see that it's just blocking it again. So what can I do to fix this? All right, it's an easy fix. All you have to do is to just go to the right panel and search for cast, and you have this cast shadows option. You have to uncheck it for the light to go through that background image like you just witnessed. Okay, so I don't need this directional light anymore. I'm gonna delete it. Let's go back to the scene, and the scene looks great, a lot more attractive than it was before. It looks good. Now even if you're not happy with this green here in the background, if it's too green, you can do something about it. So let me just search for that background material. It was called back, I think. Let's see if I can find it from my content browser. It was just right here. Let's just okay, it's this material here. All right, so I double click on the image, and all I have to do is to just decrease the saturation by half, 0.5, save it and go back, save it and apply. Okay, so it is a lot less green now, and now we have a more cloudy look for our background, and we have less green, so looks great. Alright, so you just learned a new way to use that emissive material with the background image to control the amount of light that you have, and that's another tip that you can use in your own projects. So that's all for this session. I hope you enjoyed it and that you practice. And next one, we're going to start working with camera, animate that camera, and also learn how to create an executable file. So I will see you in the next video. Hi guys, my name is Hussein and welcome back to my Unreal Engine 5 course. I hope that you're all doing well wherever you are. In this video, we're going to learn how to start animating our scene, how to move several objects and even the camera, and also how to create videos. We're also going to learn how to create attractive and beautiful focused scenes, which we're going to learn, and it's very easy. We're going to do that with the level sequence, which we're going to talk about. First thing, let me just dock this create this actors tab, and so that we can have access to the stuff that we're going to need easily. Let's say we're going to move this piece of furniture first. Okay, so alright, so for every movement that we want to have in Unreal Engine, we need a starting point and an end point. So let me show you. I'm gonna make a copy of the piece of furniture, put it here. Let's say we want to move it from this side to the right. Okay, here. So we need to have a starting point here and an end point on the right. Okay, so that's all we need. And it's the same thing if you want to move this piece of furniture to the left. Again, a start and end point. That's all we need. We also can turn some points to be in between the start and the finish point, so that we have some kind of track that our object can follow. For example, instead of moving in a direct line, we can have a curved line. Okay, so our object can just move in this curved line direction, okay, instead of moving in a straight line direction. Okay, so we can determine this by having multiple lines in between the start and the finish line. Okay, all right, let's actually go about doing it. It's very easy. We're going to start with objects, and then we're going to start working on moving cameras. Okay, the first thing that we need to do is to go and click on this button up here and select add level sequence. Okay, next we need to create a name for it. For example, I'm going to create sofa level for this one. Okay, and get the sequencer tab. I'm going to lock it down here, and I'm going to make it smaller, maybe close this one. All right, so all right, so we're going to move this piece of furniture like this. Okay, I'm going to move it to the right like so, as you can see, and that's what we're going to animate. Right now our timeline can either be in frames or seconds. Okay, so right now it's in frames, I think, and it's set at 30 FPS. We can just change it and make it be on seconds. Okay, so we can go and click on this button here, go to show time as, and instead of frames we can select seconds. Okay, so I'm gonna click on seconds. Right now our movement is gonna happen in roughly, let's say, 5 seconds, and I can have different durations for my movement. So let's just put it on 5 seconds, and our object is gonna move from this point, so I'm gonna select it at 0 seconds, okay, to this point at 5 seconds. So it's gonna take 5 seconds for my object to move from A to B. Next, we need to select our object and add it to our sequencer. So we go on track and click on add sequence, and we already have the name of the object because we previously selected it. Okay, so we select it here. All right, right now it's added to our sequencer, and as I said before, I want my object to start moving at 0 seconds and reach its destination at 5 seconds. Okay, so now we need to create a location for our starting point. But before that, because I want the precise 0 seconds moment for my object to start moving, I'm going to put it manually here. Then I'm going to click on transform. Okay, so get location, rotation, and scale. And if you want all three, we can just add all three to our timeline. So right now we are only going to deal with location, but I add all three of them. All right, and then I move it to the 5. So it's gonna I'm gonna put 5 manually as well, so it exactly takes 5 seconds. And now I'm going to add a new location for the 5-second timeline. Okay, add it like this. So right now we have 2 locations, one on the left, the other on the right, and it's gonna take 5 seconds, and it's gonna move like that. Now if you notice, our movement is not in a fixed speed or velocity. It starts moving pretty slow, then it picks up some pace here in the middle, and then it decreases at the speed when it reaches the endpoint. Okay, but I wanted to move in a fixed speed with a fixed velocity. I don't want it to be accelerated at different points, so I want the movement to be with an average velocity, okay, with a fixed speed, and we can do that very easily. So if you click on this button here, okay, and now I'm going to click on my object here, and we get all these lines. I'm going to click on it again so that we can distinguish between the axes. Okay, so on transform we get location, rotation, and scale, and on the location we have X, Y, and Z. Okay, so we are dealing with X now because our movement is happening under one axis. Okay, so this is the curve that we need to fix, and as you can see, it's actually a curve, it's not a straight line, so the speed changes as it moves from A to B. So it starts slow, picks up speed, and then it ends slow as well. So I'm going to select that curve, and I'm going to click on this straight line here, okay, linear, and I get this straight line. And now we're going to have a fixed speed. So I'm going to save it, go back, and let's try again. Now this time you can see that we have this fixed velocity and fixed speed. We don't have any type of acceleration or deceleration, so we have a fixed speed throughout the movement from A to B. Now if I change the keyframes in our endpoint and put it closer to our start point, for example at 1 second, we're going to have a faster speed. So it's going to go same distance but faster. I can do it in half of it, and you get the general idea. So I'm going to delete these. Now next I'm going to show you how rotation works. It's worked very similarly, so I'm going to do Ctrl-Z, the keyframes. So we're going to have the same movement from this A to B in 5 seconds, but this time we're going to add a rotation to it as well. So click on rotation. I need to rotate it to the angle that I want, but what I have to do is to add keyframes for rotation. So if I don't add it, it's not going to happen. So make sure to add the changed keyframes for rotation. I'm going to put 5 seconds. So at exactly 5 seconds, I'm going to have it rotated like that. Okay, and right now the keyframes is there, so it's gonna happen gradually. So if I click on play, you can see that it starts moving and it starts rotating until it gets to be in that angle. And I can even have a fully 90 degrees rotation, and all I have to do is to update that angle at that keyframe. So at 5 seconds, it's gonna have 90 degree rotation. All right, so if we do it again, this time we're going to have a complete 90 degree rotation as it moves from A to B. Now let's say we want to add a new location to our movement as well. I wanted to move there and then to the right, so I wanted to rotate as well. So I'm going to click W on the keyboard, put it there. So it's going to have a new keyframe for location at that point, 2.5 seconds, and then it's going to move toward the right so far. Okay, so now we have rotation, we have different locations and movement. And by moving the keyframes in the timeline, I can have different speeds. I can have it happen a lot faster, like so. Okay, everything happens in 1 second. Next, we can manipulate the scale as well. So at this point, let's call it C. If I wanted to change scale, for example, I'm going to have it be smaller or bigger. Okay, let's say bigger. Okay, so I'm going to add that keyframe there. So this time, as it starts moving to C, it gets bigger, and when it starts moving to B, the endpoint gets smaller. Okay. All right, so we're done with this first movement. Okay, so I'm going to delete all these previous keyframes. We're going to start doing something else, which is basically, I think most of you have seen the stuff that appears out of nowhere. So I'm going to teach you how to create those. So I'm going to have the movement or the animation happen in 2 seconds. The time is going to be 2 seconds. I'm going to do 2 there. And I delete everything else because I want to start something new. I select the sofa that I want to work at. I add it here. Okay, so now I want to have this piece of sofa be this size and with this location at 2 seconds. Okay, so I'm going to add that keyframe there. Now I want it to be a lot smaller. Actually, I don't want it to appear at all. So I'm going to change the scale so much that it becomes invisible. Okay, so I'm going to start with a 0 second keyframe at 0. I want this to be so small that it doesn't appear at all. So I'm gonna make it have the scale of 0. I'm gonna even move it down a little bit to be sure. Okay, so right now we don't have it, we don't see it, and as we move towards 2 second timeline, it's gonna appear and have the same size that it had. Now I'm gonna have it appear faster, maybe half a second, and it's gonna be more beautiful this way. I think I'm gonna work on this piece of sofa on the right. Okay, after this one, I'm gonna have this one appear similarly. So what I need to do is just add it to the track. Okay, we're gonna do the same thing. All right, so I'm gonna click on this track, add this to the sequence. Okay, let's just get everything. This is the object on the left, piece of sofa on the left. This is the one, this one is the one on the right. Now we need to make this smaller so that it doesn't appear at all, and then bigger after the first one. Okay, so we're gonna have it do this. So the second object is gonna have this size and this location after we're done with it. So I'm gonna add that keyframe there just as it is. I'm gonna add it. Okay, so it needs to move from 0 scale to this size. So I'm gonna make it smaller, move it a little bit down, and add that keyframe as well. And we are done. So it's gonna do this similar thing to the one on the left. It's gonna appear out of nowhere. All right, the next thing that I want to do, okay, let me just do a Control-Z and show you. I want the object to be half ready, and then I want this other one on the right to start scaling up. Okay, so as this one is getting materialized, I want the other one on the right to start scaling up toward its original size. So that's what I want to happen. Now let me tell you something. Regardless of where this piece of furniture on the right is located at this exact second, because we have location, rotation, and scale keyframe here, it's gonna end up back here. And already noticed, but I just wanted to mention again. And you know what? I changed my mind. I wanted to move this up and have it drop down on the floor. Okay, so I'm gonna put it here, scale it at 0, add a keyframe, which is very important. Now I'm gonna have it move down and get bigger as it is located at the final point that it's supposed to be. Okay, so it's gonna move like this. All right, what I'm gonna do next is that as this first one is appearing, I want the second one to drop. So for that to happen, all I have to do is to select the keyframes for the second one and move them back here. So as this one is appearing, the second one is dropping down, so I need to move it further back, maybe here. Yeah. All right, so let's check out the whole thing, the two movements. All right, so this is a good angle. Let's just play it a couple of times. Okay, so this is what it's gonna look like. One more time. Beautiful. Now we can just move on to other objects and we can achieve similar effects with this piece of sofa, for example, or something in the back. We can just decorate these in a very similar way. We have options. Now, with these two pieces of furniture, I just realized we didn't do anything with the cushions. I selected first and I want to add it to the timeline. Okay, I added to the sequencer. Now I need to select the time and add some keyframe for its transform. So maybe as this one is materializing, I add a keyframe here. Maybe this is a good time. Okay, so as this one is getting bigger, I want this to be on the side and be very small, like so. I add a keyframe here, and it's gonna move to its original size and placement. And if it became too dark and black like this, you can just move the scale back and forth and it's gonna get fixed. Okay, so this is how this is gonna work. Let's check it again. Okay, and we can change the speed by moving the keyframes. Okay, so let's just see how it looks like if I move the second one further ahead. All right, it's gonna take much more time. Let's see. Right now I can see it and it's very small, the cushion, but I don't want to see it at all. So I need to change the scale to 0. Okay, so that it kind of appears out of nowhere. All right, like so. I add a keyframe. Okay, so it's gonna start from 0 and be its original size. Okay, so let's move on to the next cushion. So all I have to do is to first add it to my sequencer with this button, add to sequence. Okay, so we selected it and we added it. Now I need to find it here. It's this one. I can just move these up and down. Nothing's gonna happen, so it doesn't really matter. So now I need to find a good keyframe, a good time for it to appear there. So I'm gonna move this a little bit ahead. Okay, so maybe put it back here. So it's gonna start moving from this point. This is gonna be the starting point, and it's gonna move to its original place. Okay, I'm gonna make the duration longer, maybe even longer. All right, let's try it again. Okay, seems nice. Now I need to change the scale so that it's 0 and we won't see it. So all I have to do is to change the scale. Let me try now. Let me just scale to 0, make it not appear at all. I'm gonna take the keyframe. Now it's gonna move toward its original location and be bigger to the original size. And I fix the black bug like I told you. Change the scale back and forth. I'm gonna add a rotation to be more attractive in the middle point of it so that it flips. Okay, so it's gonna start moving and getting bigger and it's gonna flip in midway. Let's see it again. There. Okay. Alright, so as we are watching this, we gotta do something about these bigger cushions back there. So the bigger cushions have to appear first for the smaller ones to fall on top of. So I'm gonna select one of them, this one. Okay, so we need to have these smaller ones move after the bigger ones have appeared. So I'm gonna select the keyframes for the smaller ones, put them further ahead. Okay, and in the meantime I'm gonna create something for the bigger cushions. I selected one of them first. I add it to my sequencer like so, and then I need to add a keyframe for the initial location. Okay, and I'm gonna move back in time, and in this frame I'm going to scale this down so that it doesn't appear at all, really small. Okay, and I'm gonna add this frame as well, so it's gonna start appearing from a very small size to its original, and it's happening really fast. Okay, so this is the big cushion. I can even make it smaller so that it doesn't appear at all, and we can test this out, see what it looks like. So move it back here, there. So I'm gonna move this big cushion so that we take care of the bug. It's not dark anymore. Let's do it again. All right, so, and right now this small cushion is moving a little bit too slow in regards to the other cushions. So I'm gonna select the keyframes for this cushion and I'm gonna move them back in time. Okay, there. So this is what I wanted to happen. All right, so let's change the angle. Let's look at everything from this angle. I'm gonna play it. Beautiful. And at this point we can even create a video out of this, a video output from this movement, and we can just have different variations for our objects. For example, let's see, I think it's we can just have this big sofa rotate as it is being manifested. Okay, so I'm gonna select it. I'm gonna find the keyframe. I'm gonna rotate this like so, update the keyframe next. Okay, and then let's see how this unfolds. Okay, there. Alright, so this is basically how we move our objects for our videos, and the next thing that we're going to talk about is the movement of camera. For example, in a lot of videos you can see that the camera is here, for example, okay, and some objects start manifesting and some objects start moving like so, and then the camera changes its angle, and then some other objects move in this place, and so on. Okay, so now we're going to start talking about how to create camera movement for our videos. Now, before we start learning about that, I'm going to tell you something. So when you are creating a video, you got to think like a director. So you got to have a general idea of what stuff is going to happen in that video. Now, the general rule of thumb, you got to make sure that the walls are always present, because it's going to mess with your lighting if they are not. Okay, so the walls are going to be there already. But in terms of movement of the camera, let's say we start with the kitchen and some stuff manifests here, the chairs, the tables, cabinets, and then the camera rotates and back, and then there's stuff here, and then we get the movement of the furniture, and then after that we get the TV. So try to follow a very simple script that you already thought about, and that way everything comes much easier. Okay, so you gotta think like director, and you gotta have a very simple script. For example, these cabinets can have doors as well, and the doors can be opened and closed, and you gotta have it be 2 pieces in 3ds Max before you import it inside Unreal. So you gotta think about all of this stuff before you start. Now let's actually start. So the first thing that I want to do is to add a camera, so that after the movement of these pieces of furniture, camera pans back and changes its location. So that's the first thing that I'm going to do. Okay, so let's say, for example, we want to create a camera and put it here. So all we have to do is to go to this button on the left, okay, these 3 lines, and we're going to go to create camera. Here we have 2 cameras: camera actor, which is a very simple and straightforward camera with minimal setting, and we have cine camera actor, which is a very professional camera with a lot of different settings. So this is the view, that the angle that we're gonna get, and we can just enter it as well if we select it. So we are inside the camera. Now on the right we have these settings, and we're gonna get familiar with some of them. So let me just collapse all of them. So we have all the options. We're gonna start with transform, which is basically the location, and we talked about it. We have this current camera setting option. So we can basically achieve tracking with this option. A lot of you might have been working or familiar with Adobe After Effects, and we have this tracking option there that we can just select camera and just have it look at something the whole time as we move the camera. Right now I want to do this with keyboard, so I want to be focused on this piece of furniture, and I'm doing it with the keyboard. But we have an option inside Unreal Engine to achieve the same effect. So all we have to do is to go to search and search for our camera, which is cine camera. Select it. Here I can just enable look at tracking, and then all I have to do is to select the object that I want to look at all the time. So I go down, actor to track, and with this pick actor from scene mouse, I select the piece of software that I want. And now if I move out of the project or go anywhere, it will be focused on this piece of object. So let me just actually show you. So I'm going to show you the camera view. Alright, so this is the camera view, and this is actually the camera itself. I press G on the keyboard, I again select that piece of sofa, and now whenever I move camera, it will always look at that piece of furniture. Okay, so you can see that as I move the camera, it has focused on that piece of furniture there. Now for this piece of knowledge, what we can achieve now is very interesting. So if I make the sequencer bigger, let's say I want my pieces of sofa to appear and the camera is there, so the camera is fixed for these manifestations. After they are done manifesting, they're all in their original placement, I want the camera to move there. Okay, so how I can do it is that I go to that keyframe, move the camera to that side, and then it's just, that's all. So basically the camera is fixed for the duration of the manifestation of these pieces of furniture. After that, it's gonna move its placement and change location, and it's very easy, and we're gonna do something like that again. So let's just go back to our to what we're doing. So I select the camera, and let me just disable look at tracking. We don't need it anymore, and let's resume talking about the other options that we have left here. And I'm not going to talk about everything, but let's talk about the most important ones. So we have this film back option here, with which you can change the dimensions of the video. For example, if you want to upload it on Instagram, you guys use a certain size. If you want to use it for YouTube, same thing. So you got these presets that you can use, and 16 and 9 is one of the most usual ones to use. So you can change the size with that, and we also have something for lens setting. On the lens setting, we can just choose a certain lens that we want. If we are familiar with photography, there are these different lenses for us that we can choose, or we can just choose a different focal length if you know what we are doing, and I'm gonna tell you what I mean by that. So for focal length, first of all, we gotta roll down, okay, and use this option, current focal length. And focal length basically is the amount that we can zoom in or out with our camera. So we can just set a minimum and maximum number for our focal length, and that way the amount we can zoom in or out will be limited. So this is where I can just change these numbers. For min I'm going to put 10, and for max I'm going to put 20, for example. Now we have min and max focal length. Now if I go down to current focal length, I cannot change this number into a number less than 10 or more than 20. So I'm limited between 10 and 20, and that's the amount of zoom or focal length that I set for my camera. I put 1 for minimum and 90, for example, for my maximum. Now I have more freedom to use a focal length that I want. Okay, so next option that we want to talk about is f-stop, and it has a min max. F-stop or aperture is basically controlling the hole through which light enters the lens of the camera. So we call that hole aperture, and we get to control that to control the amount of light that we want to enter our lens. And basically we can just choose a number for minimum and maximum. And generally, the smaller the aperture, the more light you have in the scene, and the bigger the aperture, the less light that we have in the scene. And also generally, the lower the number of aperture it is, the more our background gets blurred, and that's something else that we have to consider. Now, similar to the previous section, we have a min and max, and can also control it. With current aperture, we can change this number, and I can increase or decrease it, and you can see in real time how it affects our scene. And you can see when I choose a small number, our scene gets brighter. Okay. Now you may ask, how do you make background blurred and not the scene brighter at the same time? Because that generally happens with lowering the aperture. Now there's a fix for that. You can just increase the shutter speed, and that fixes this exaggerated brightness. And I don't really recommend that, because that's not a good solution. So I recommend that you do something else, and that is doing something with post-processing. In order for our aperture not to affect the amount of light that we have in our scene, we can go to post-process, and under lens and also under exposure, you got to enable auto exposure and choose a number for it. So by enabling these two boxes, checking these two boxes, you get to enable auto exposure, and you get to choose a value for it as well. And this exposure is the same that we use for our scene. We put it somewhere here, so it's the same thing. Doesn't matter if you go outside, find it, and go to the settings and do the same thing. So by doing this, you fix that problem that you had with lowering the aperture and making your scene too bright. So now if I go to current aperture and change the number, it doesn't affect my lighting. It only affects the amount of blurriness or blurriness that I have for my background. Now I cannot choose a number under 1.2 because I have the minimum of 1.2 here for min f-stop. I put 0.1, and now I can just even lower it even more, and I get to blur my scene and background even more. Now we can easily create a focus on anything that we want with this picker element. I chose the sofa, and now if I increase the current aperture a little, you can see that we have some focus on the piece of sofa. So that's a very good trick to use aperture to our benefit. Alright, so let's talk more about focus, and with that we can create a lot of attractive videos. But before that, if we go to focus setting on the right and go to focus method and put it on disable, we won't have any type of focus in our scene. Okay, so keep that in mind. Now let me check if my camera has been added to the sequencer properly. Let's see if everything's alright in here. Let's see. So these are the basic movements that we created for these pieces of furniture. Let's check my camera. It's here. Let's see if it's added to the sequencer properly. It has a child actor as well. So okay, it's this one, cine camera actor. Okay, so alright, so we have the camera in our sequencer, but let me see if we need to add it again. So it has this element child actor, but what I want to do right now is to start with a new camera, and I want to get rid of this element. So I'm gonna delete this camera altogether, then I'm gonna add it again. So click anywhere on timeline, go back, select the camera, go to track, add sequencer, and then you have your camera. Okay, so freshly added camera. It has these items here, transform and some other items. Aperture, you can change aperture in sequencer. We have focal length also, and focus distance. So we can work with these items inside that video if we want to. But the most important items that we are going to be working with is transform, basically, and we're going to move the camera and rotate it. Okay, so what I want to happen is to alright, so you can see everything better from this angle. Before that, make sure to only select Cine Camera Actor 1, which is your camera. Do not select the child or other elements under it. Make sure to select the Cine Camera Actor every time you want to do something with it. So after that, so basically what I want to happen is that I want camera to be placed where it is. I want it to record a 5-second animation of the sofa, then move to the right, rotate, and record something with the other pieces of sofa, and then move again. So that's what I want to happen. So for that to happen, we need to find or pinpoint the exact moment when we want our camera to start moving. It should be after the pieces of sofa or furniture are done being manifested and properly positioned. So I find that, and then I'm going to add the keyframe for my camera. Okay, so it's roughly here, and it stops moving a couple seconds later. Make sure to work with Curve Editor and get to know Curve Editor in detail, because it's a very professional tool. I'm going to give you a couple of examples so that you can become better at it. So I want the camera movement to take about roughly 2 seconds. So this is where I want my camera to stop moving. So I'm going to move the camera and rotate it, and then add the updated keyframe at about 2 seconds after my initial movement. So the camera is going to move like so. But the problem right now is that you can see that the camera is making an extra turn. It's making an extra rotation. Okay, so if you compare the initial position and the last position or the end position, you can see that we have some extra rotation, and we're gonna fix that next. So I'm gonna go to rotation, find the axis. It's this y-axis that is responsible for this problem, and then I'm gonna fix this with the Curve Editor. So we're only moving from minus 150 degrees in y-axis to 160 degrees in y-axis, which is basically 10 degrees. But the camera is just doing everything exaggerated, and it's just doing an extra turn. So I open the y-axis with this Curve Editor. Okay, set y, it's selected already. It's this curve here. So it starts at minus 150. Okay, and it ends up at 160, not minus 160. So what I can do is to get rid of this extra turn. I'm going to drag the minus 150, put it to around 150. Okay, not minus 150, and it's only 10 degrees now. If I save it and go back, this time you can see that the camera only rotates around 10 degrees, the only amount that is required. It doesn't make any extra rotation. Okay. All right, so now let me just make everything tidy here. Put this Curve Editor on the side. This is an instance where having two monitors is very beneficial, because you can have tabs like the Curve Editor that you want to work on in real time on the side, and look at your sequencer and also the viewport and the scene as well. So now that I learned how to work with this Curve Editor on this y-axis, what I want to do is to kind of change the initial point slightly. So instead of 150 to 163, I'm gonna take the initial point to 180, something like 180 or more. Okay, so it starts moving from that angle 180, and it ends up at 163 or roughly 160. So it's basically the same thing, but I just changed the initial point of my camera, or the initial rotation or angle of my camera. I'm gonna save it. Let's see how it looks like this time. So this time it's gonna rotate for like 20 to 30 degrees. Let's see. Okay. All right, so let me just move this little keyframe there. So it starts moving here and ends up here. So take a look at the camera's view. You can see the rotation there. And now I'm gonna show you how everything looks. Okay, so this is what we have with both the pieces of the sofa manifesting and also the camera rotation. So this is how you take care of that camera rotation bug that we had. And let's see. All right, so our camera starts moving kind of fast. So what I'm going to do is to take these keyframes here, move them down further down the line, and let's check it again. This time it starts moving a little bit later, and it's better. So you can tweak this anytime that you want until you get what you are looking for. So I can do it even later on in the movement. All right, so let's go ahead and make another camera movement here. So maybe 1 second or half a second later on, we add these keyframes. Nothing happens here to the camera, not that much movement, but at roughly 1 second later, I want the camera to have this angle and this position. So I add the updated keyframes here. Okay, and let's check it out. So the camera is gonna move. Nothing happens really at that 2 second mark, 2.50 second mark, but the camera changes the angle after that. Okay, now if you take a look at this video, you can see that we have different speeds, and that's not a good thing. Make sure to have harmonious speeds. So I'm gonna make the last movement take longer, so that the last movement is kind of the same speed as the other ones. Okay, so the more harmonious everything is, the better the video. Alright, so what we need to do is to take care of these pieces of furniture, and we're gonna manifest them like we did previously. So it's gonna take half a second roughly, and let's see if we select everything correctly. It's this cushion here. Okay, so these two pieces of cushion have not been added. We select everything, go to this button and add to sequence. Okay, we cannot see them. Let me see. We got to do it one by one. Add to sequence, this one, the other one, the smaller one, add to sequence, and the big piece. Okay, and we have the big piece already added, so we need to find the exact moment where these should be already manifested. Okay, so it's when the camera starts the other movement, its second movement. So it's here. I'm going to add the keyframe here because here everything should be manifested. So I'm going to select all those cushions as well, and I'm going to add that keyframe in that timeline because that's when the camera makes its next movement. Now we need to move back a half a second, and this is where this big piece needs to come out of the right or nowhere, let's say. Okay, so it's going to slide in. It's going to take half a second, and the big cushion, let's say, drop down from up there. So okay, maybe there, maybe higher. Yeah, so it's gonna move down on top of the big cushion. So I'm gonna add that keyframe, and then let's check it. Okay, so this one slides in and this one comes on top. And this is small cushion, we want this to scale up into existence, let's say. So we want to make this real small, make the 0 scale, add the keyframe, and then just scale up until it gets manifested. So let's check everything. Okay, now we have a problem here. So for our first movement, we can see this big piece of furniture on the right. Okay, so this needs to not be there. Okay, so what we have to do is to select it and add a keyframe where this is outside the building, let's say. So I'm gonna put it there, add that keyframe so it's not there when the first movement happens, and then it slides in 2 times. So that's another problem. So we need to fix that as well. So alright, so let's play this a couple of more times to see where the problem starts. So I think there's something wrong with the transform keyframes of this big piece of sofa. So I'm gonna go see if the problem is with the location. We have these keyframes here, so they come in, the big piece slides in and slides out. Oh, there. So we have 2 sets of keyframes. That's the problem. Okay, so if we delete one set, everything will be fixed. Okay, we need to pay great attention to these little details because they're gonna mess up our work. Next, I want my camera to start moving a tiny bit later. So what I'm going to do is to find the camera selected in my sequencer. Okay, it's these keyframes here. I'm gonna select everything, move them a little bit. Okay, so we have this tiny bit of delay before the camera starts its last movement. So let's play everything. Everything seems to be working fine. Okay, so basically everything seems to be working fine, and after this we can have extra camera movements where it can just move to other sides of the apartment and capture other movements from objects. Okay, we're going to talk about flow and focus in a moment, so we have a lot of things to cover in this video. So this is what we have achieved so far. Alright, so the next thing that we need to learn is to how to make a video export out of this. So let's say we are done with the animation and this is what we wanted to achieve. Now we want to make a video output out of it. So what you need to do is to select the time or duration for your video. For example, my video, it's gonna end at roughly here. Let's say 5.5 seconds, or maybe 5 seconds would be enough. 4.7, let's say 4.7. So you go to camera cuts and drag this slider to cover the area that you want to capture on your timeline. The thing that we need to think of is basically the areas that we need collisions for example, the walls. Okay, we don't really need collisions for each single object like plants and stuff, but for walls or the floor we need collisions. Next thing is that we need to add our first person character with the right details and setting, and lastly we can just create our executable file. Alright, let's begin. Like I said, creating collision areas and creating collision for objects and walls is not that difficult to do, but we basically need to determine where we need collisions first, and then we basically go about doing it. So the first thing that comes to mind is basically the floor. So when the client is in the building, in the scene, they should not fall off through the floor, and so we need to create a collision area for the floor. And the first thing that I do is to go to this window and details panel, and then I start the process by first selecting the floor, and then I go to the static mesh of the floor and I double click on it. Okay, and I wait for it to be loaded. It's very easy, you're gonna see how easy it is. So I double click on this static mesh, and then when I'm at this window, I click on collision and select add a collision box. Okay, simplified collision, add box. Okay, so when I do this, it's basically a box that is gonna surround this floor. Now you may think this is a plane, but it's a box and we have some height here. Okay, this is the height of the box. So we save, and that's all we need to do. Now our floor has collision, and if we add a first person character, it's not gonna fall through the floor. All right, now we need to do the same process for the walls. We start with this one. I double click on the static mesh, go to collision, add box, simplified collision. Okay, and we can even move this box. Okay, we can just move it back and forth, and we can have different scales. So we save it, go to the next wall. This is very simple and straightforward as well. So we use the same method, add box, and that's all we need to do. And if you import FBX files, they already usually have collision. The next wall is kind of interesting because we have some space inside, so we can use the add box, but we need to move it back so that our character could go through this space and move through this space. Okay, we don't need to worry about the upper part because our character is not gonna jump, so we don't need to worry about that. All we need to worry about is the sides and the back wall. Okay, so all we need to do is to just scale this, move this collision box back, and even scale it down a little, and just place it at the back of the back wall. Okay, this is the right placement for this. Now we need to take care of the sides because our character could go through the sides. So I'm gonna create another collision box, change the scale, put it to the left, and place it where it needs to be, adjacent to this wall. I'm gonna make a copy with Alt on my keyboard and put another one for the right wall. Okay, so this is basically what all we needed to do. We save and go back. Now if we wanted to see what collision areas we have made so far, we can go to view mode and select player collision, and we get this beautiful map of all the collision collision areas that we have created so far, and I'm just realizing that we've made a mistake here. We have this collision wall here, but the middle part should be empty, and we need two separate collision boxes, and that's what I'm gonna do now. So I'm gonna add one here, and I'm gonna change the scale. Okay, so I make it smaller for the left of the eyes of the person for us, so it's the back of the head. So I can just use this gizmo and place it anywhere that I want. Right there probably seems appropriate. Okay, so I can tweak that. I click on compile too, and now the next thing that I want to work on is the speed of the movement of my character. So I have this character movement under components. I click on it, and inside the search box I need to search for the word walk. So I have max walk speed, and right now for testing purposes I'm gonna put this on 200 for example, and I'm gonna click on compile again and save it, and just close this, go back and hit play, and now you can see that we have the vision or the view of a giant. It's just the camera has been placed too high, and we're gonna fix that later on, but you can see that we are moving like a giant in our scene right now. And the big problem is that I put 180 for the height, but I needed to put 90 because it has two 180s, one here, one down here. Is basically 360 for the height. So let's just change that, go back to this capsule, and for the capsule half height, put for example half of this, 90. Okay, and for the camera we need to move this a little bit lower, but not too low. So if this is 90, 150 would be a suitable number. I'm gonna put 150 here. So I'm gonna save everything, go back to the scene. Okay, let's just check this out. Put this on the floor like so, and after that I'm going to click on play and see what I have here. Okay, it got better, but I still think that we are too tall, so we need to fix this even further. So let's go back to this capsule. So I click on edit here and find my camera in my viewport and move it lower. Okay, I'm gonna put it above 90 here. Okay, maybe here. Okay, so save it. Let's go back, click on play. Okay, so this is what I wanted, and this is basically a normal human being with a normal height and walking with a normal pace. So let's just go to the kitchen and see if we can go through that part that we could not previously go through. All right, we can easily go through this part because we made the capsule a lot more narrow, and we can go over this table here because we did not create a big collision for this table. We can jump. Okay, we can just jump above the table over it, and if you didn't want the client to jump, you can just disable it too. We have this leftover door handle here. Alright, so this is basically the .exe package that we are going to hand on to our clients. They will be able to go through the scene like so. I can even change the character movement speed again, and if we search for walk again and change this max speed from 200 to 120, we can compile it and save and go back to the scene. And if I click on play again, let's try out this pace. And personally, I think 120 would be an ideal number for max speed pace. So again, this is how the client would walk through the scene, and they have full autonomy in terms of movement. They can just look up, look down, 360 degrees in every direction. And we have made some collision zones, for example, these furniture pieces here, and obviously the column, the walls here, so they cannot move through these walls or these parts, just like a game, a first-person game that you will play. So the same thing happens in those games too. And that's basically a wrap for this video. For the next one, we're going to learn how to create an export file, which could be a .exe or an executable file that the client can just open up in their Windows and go through the scene like we did
in this session. So make sure you keep practicing and everything. I hope you enjoyed this video, and I will see you in the next one. Hi guys, welcome back to my Unreal Engine course. My name is Hussein Mashayekhi, and I hope that you are all doing well wherever you are. Okay, our scene is 99% done. In this session, we're going to learn how to create
an executable file to give to our clients so that they could just walk in our project and see it for themselves. Okay, so before you create that executable file, you need to install some required packages and files. I have already installed those, and I'm gonna start this video by creating an executable so that you can see
first one, which is very simple. So we click on that, and then here in this page we're gonna provide some personal information. For example, country Turkey for me. First name, I'm gonna put Sinan, for example, Sinan, and last name Ilmaz. Okay, for the display name, let me try Hussein Mashayekhi. Okay, let's see, already taken. We need to use another name. Let me try another variation. For example, 3D artist Mashayekhi. Okay, 3D artist M. Let's see. All right. Now for my email, I'm going to use this email, so I'm going to copy it, this email address. I'm going to copy it in this box and paste it. For password, I choose a password that I like. All right. Now I'm gonna check these boxes. The first one says if I would want to receive some news. The second one I have to check, which is basically agreeing to the terms of service. Let me choose another stronger password. All right, and let's see. Let's check everything. Turkey. Oh, sorry. Let me choose Turkey again. All right, and we click on continue. All right, now I'm gonna receive a code in a couple of seconds. I'm gonna save this password for myself. So this here, it's telling us that it's gonna send us a password to our email. This is the password. All right, so let me just refresh it and open it again. I'm gonna copy the password and then paste it here, and click on verify email so that we would verify our account. All right, now we have successfully created an account and verified it. Now we can go to the top right corner and click on download and start downloading the required files. So again, you just saw how easy it was to go to the Epic Games website and download it from the Epic Games itself, and signing up process took just 1 minute. So be sure to use Epic Games' website to download the files, and do not download it from third-party websites. I'm gonna emphasize this point because it's very important, and it's gonna take a couple of minutes for me until everything is downloaded here. Okay, all right, now we can click on it, open it, and start installing our Epic Games launcher. The only thing that we need to provide here is the destination folder for the installation. So I'm not going to change this one. I'm going to click on install, and I instantly get this error because I have already installed this. And to save some time, I'm going to just click on cancel and go to the launcher itself. All right, so now I'm going to open the launcher. I'm going to find it from my start. So I put in EP, and here we go, Epic Games Launcher. This is the one. So after you install it, it's gonna be opened automatically, but since I had installed it previously, I had to find it here. So here we can sign in with different options because we signed up with an email. Obviously, we gotta sign in with that email. So instead of signing up, we use the first option, sign in with Epic Games using the email. So we select it here, click on it. All right, here in the first box, email address, we have to provide the email address that we used for signing up. Let me copy it again. Okay, and I'm going to copy it, paste it here, and then I'm going to type in my password. All right, and I'm going to have this remember me checked so that I don't have to put the password again, and log in. Now we may get another error or capture so that the Epic Games would know that we are not a bot, but it's just a puzzle that we can easily solve. It's not a problem. And this is what we get after signing in, which is the main page of the Epic Games launcher. Alright, so within the launcher, what is this launcher? This launcher is an application that is installed on our hard drive that's gonna give us a lot of different things like news, new installations, articles, marketplaces. For example, this marketplace, later on when you get good at Unreal Engine, you can start selling your blueprints, characters, objects, anything really. And we have library and Twinmotion. Twinmotion is basically another animation software, and inside library we have all our previous projects and things that we have saved. So make sure that on the left corner it's on Unreal Engine. We don't need to go to store or library yet, so we make sure that it's on Unreal Engine, and then we go to library, and here with engine versions we're going to start any version that we would like. So I'm gonna click on the plus sign here and choose a version that I want. Because I've already installed the latest version, which is 5.0.3, I'll install another version for demonstration purposes, but it's gonna be similar. So you should pick the latest version available, but I'm gonna choose this 4.26.2. Now if you have an SSD on your C drive, you can install it on C drive. If you have 40 or 50 gigabytes of free space, you can do that. Let me check my own drive. So if I go to my C drive and look at the capacity, I don't have much capacity left, so only 10 gigabytes left. So I'm gonna have to install it on another drive. But if you have an SSD and if you have free space, that is the best option for where you want to install Unreal Engine. So I have installed it on this eVolume eDrive, which I have a lot of free space on, and you can if you don't have an SSD, you can do the same thing. Now when you are trying to provide the installation folder, make sure that it's not nested inside multiple folders. For example, it's not inside a new folder, inside another new folder, inside another new folder. So choose a simple path for it. For example, I have here, new folder, Unreal Engine 4.26, which is basically the version that's going to be installed. I'm gonna have create shortcut checked, so that I can have a shortcut on my desktop, and options, which is the most important part for us right now. Here from this list we get to choose which components we would like to install. For example, core components, which is actually required, has already been selected for us because you would have to install this component and Unreal Engine would not work without it. So the core components of Unreal Engine is gonna roughly take 15 gigabytes of free space, and we would have to have it checked and have it installed. Next we have starter content, which is almost 1 gigabyte and is gonna provide us with some basic essential objects and materials that have been previously prepared and created. And these objects and materials usually come in handy, so I advise you to have this checked as well. Next we have templates and feature packs. Now let me show you what they are inside the actual software. Here on the left side we have games. For example, we have film and video and live events. We have architecture. We have a variety of templates that are provided for us. If you don't have that option checked when you are going to install Unreal Engine, you would not have these options inside the software. So it's almost 2.5 gigabytes. We're going to have this checked as well. Alright, the next option that we have here is called Engine Source, which is basically, the Unreal Engine website has not provided a very detailed explanation of what these 200 megabytes of data are and what they do for us, but I would advise you to have this checked as well. It's not going to take up that much space, so have this included as well. Next we have editor symbols for debugging. Now this option, which is a very big one, a bulky one, almost 30 gigabytes, and even more if you are installing Unreal Engine 5, maybe 40 gigabytes, is basically, if you have this checked, we're going to be provided the option to change the C+ programming language that we have in Visual Studio Code into another language, into another programming language. But we're not going to do that. We're not going to need that, so we're not gonna have this one checked. All right, next we have target platforms, which is gonna provide us with Android, iOS, and any other distribution that we want to work for. So initially I would advise you to not include any of them and not install any of them, because later on you can add any of them that you like. So if I go to the version that I have installed, if I go to options, I can check any of these boxes and I can just install them. Okay, so don't worry about them just yet. You can add any target platforms later. So after we have selected all the components that you would like to have installed, we simply click on install, and the process of installation of Unreal Engine will be initiated for us. Now it's gonna take up different amounts of time based on the hardware that you're running, based on the connection speed that you have, and if you are using a VPN or a proxy and you get an error, or you see that the installation is stuck, a tip that I have for you is to change the server and try that again, so that the installation process is resumed. And the worst case scenario, if you get an error repeatedly, or if your installation is stuck, you can just delete and uninstall Epic Games Launcher altogether and start everything from scratch. Now I'm going to uninstall this version 4 because I don't need it. I already have installed the current version, which is the version 5. Based on the time that you are watching this and installing Epic Games, you may get a different version. My version is 5.0.3, and basically with each new version we get some new bug fixes and some new updates that inside the course I will briefly talk about. In our course we're going to learn Unreal Engine specifically for architecture, but remember that Unreal Engine is a very powerful and capable tool that you can use for a variety of purposes. A lot of people are using it for game creation purposes. In the past, with version 4, it was mainly used for game creation, but right now with this new version, people are using it for their businesses, to showcase their business, and for a lot of different purposes other than game creation. Now, because people are using it in a wide array of areas, you may get different errors. You may get errors that are not that frequent. So my advice to you is to first Google that error and see if other people have been getting that error and what the fix is, and apply that fix. And also it would be really nice if you could just contribute to the community by joining a forum and talking about that problem and what the fix was. All right. After the installation is over, you can launch it with this button here, and it's gonna open Unreal Engine for the first time for us. It's gonna load some assets. Now, in the meantime, I'm going to tell you about one of the big differences in version 5 compared to version 4. Other than lighting, which was revolutionized in Unreal Engine 5, the big difference is that, like their motto says, you can just load as many objects